That's in the kiosk on the ground floor of the meets.
It smells a bit because I've just switched off the first night of 6 minutes, so it'll burn off the dust.
Also make the most of our pipes and pipe deal today tonight. You can match your supply with a hot drink.
11, 12 and 1 for me today, well, that's nothing, wasn't it?
There are also free water for each other, so you can go far. Just give you a bottle to
Leicestershire, Leicester. Leicester Tigers with that. Pass didn't seem too perturbed by the light. He thoroughly enjoyed his day's play yesterday. I wasn't trying to say, but I just genuinely didn't very much. I think this is going to be shook by the grip though, he says, yeah, we heard something. He told me we were fine, right? Oh, good. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, it was kind of looked.
That's helped enormously.
Thank you, mate.
You've been blessed out. Let me know.
Did you hear Hilly last night? He came in and he picked up his little girl. Thank God I didn't drop hers.
Well, and it's the same player in two entirely different positions, really.
Yeah. Horrible catches when you can see him from.
Oh, the club catches, clubs.
And you've got time to think,
It's from somebody on my earlier and off knees. The regulars now.
yeah, usually only a couple at the beginning of the season. I don't encourage it.
Well, it's been a hard comes down to people messaging in, reaffirming your view that it isn't really very good at them. I thought yesterday they were they cried themselves. He walked out before and got people down to sports. And then he put his head on my pants. I was very shy.
Good morning, everybody. You are most welcome to join us at the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball by ball coverage brought to you by BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby. Dave Fletcher for the latter, myself Richard Ray for the former. The two umpires heading out into the middle, with Derbyshire about to resume their first innings on 346 for 8, replying to Leicestershire's first innings 484. Fletch, we have rather different conditions today to days 1.
Yeah, morning, Rick. Yeah, lights are on, grey cloud below the little bright out. That's not moving backwards.
The pavilion end and back area. Took his sweater on. long sleeve sweaty system for a guard. This isn't obliging, so look out. No, he's decided to come right now. The 2 scores gives them away. We are ready to go. 2 slips. Single saving field. Plus third man and long leg. For Leicester this morning, looking for the wicket that they need to complete a maximum set of bonus points. Holland is in and balls are fast. It is reaching ahead. Bundle. And 2 close. Of course, behind the stops. Intelligent analysis. On Fuller this time they had one frequency down pit on one side. For the as we know, Masters time is moving day. Of course, that's what they call third day. McIlroy moved yesterday, didn't he? He's on top, going into the final round. Will there be movement for one of these 2 sides today? Holland is in, bowls. Tickner drives airily and misses again. Indicates with his right hand that there's swing. It might swing a little bit more under the grey cloud today, and of course this is still a very new ball. It's 2.3 overs old. Leicestershire took it late last night, had a couple of overs with it. Entertaining final session yesterday. Holland is in and bowls, and Tickner gets to the pitch of that one and knocks it back down the pitch. He's an all-rounder. Entertaining because we had a sort of confrontation, if that's the right word, between Ben Mike bowling round the wicket and quickly and banging it in short, and Zach Chappell taking it on, whacking it around to all parts. Tickner too had a go. Anderson too played it very well, despite the looming proximity of his maiden first-class century. Holland is in and bowls. Fuller. Tickner forward solidly. Back down the pitch goes the ball to the man known inevitably as Dutchy. Louis Kimber at first slip, Peter Hanscom at second alongside Ben Cox, as Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. Maybe just straightens a fraction, having started as an outswinger, but Tickner let it go through. So Holland starts with a pretty decent maiden, including beating Tickner a couple of times with the outswinger. The Leicestershire physio came jogging on there, but then retreated as Ben Mike walked down towards him. So quite what that's all about remains to be seen. Fletcher's done his first update of the day. To BBC, a triumphant BBC Radio Derby, I would imagine, after yesterday's footy results.
Well, one of them certainly. The other one was a bit disappointing, the draw down at Portsmouth. But yeah, Burton's win.
Good, not a good away point then. I thought that's what footy people.
It is, but given their position, they're only a point above the relegation zone, so fighting hard to stay up under John Eustace. They've been decent in the last few weeks, to be fair. I was more excited, as was David Lloyd when he said to me, have you seen the goals from Tranmere? Which I hadn't, in truth. I've just seen the winner, or the equaliser, not the winner. It felt like a winner 12 minutes into stoppage time, from Amari Patrick, the former Burton man.
Goodens?
Oh, just think Declan Rice against PSG. It was a free kick about 30 yards out, top corner. Here's Logan Van Beek from the indoor schooler, bowling for the first time to Martin Anderson today, and that one lifts on him, and he does well to keep it down.
Walking down again.
Yes, I should have asked him about that.
Works for him, it's working.
Yes.
Or it has worked for him in this innings. And you've been banned by the manager, jocularly, one trusts.
I just dropped Gary Bowyer a note saying, sounded great yesterday, I'll be back soon. He replied with, stay away. I hope he was joking. I think he was. Here's Van Beek in bowls. That was defended by Anderson again. You get to see a run this morning.
It is quite dark out there. I'm just looking at the shadows being cast by the players from the floodlights.
No worse than they were at the end of the day's play yesterday. I noticed them yesterday. Get on with it.
But as you say, they're not exactly breaks in the cloud, but there are sort of bands of lighter stuff that hopefully will
your
blow
plans
over.
in your pockets the entire day, are you?
Yes.
It is chilly. Here's Van Beek. Oh, he's taken 3 steps down the track and guided it down to third man. There is a third man down there. It's Ben Mike. They did and didn't take singles on various occasions.
There's another bonus point coming up, isn't there? Of course.
Well, funnily enough, he did say, well, we're looking for another 4 or 54 runs, which obviously makes perfect sense. If they get up to 400, then this game sort of dies, if it hasn't already. And if the dark clouds actually open up, then we're in all sorts of trouble. Van Beek in Bolstead, bowled him, off stump.
Beauty.
Martin Anderson goes in the second over of the day's play. I say remarkably. He's clearly, if he doesn't tend to work like that. 83.4 overs into the innings.
So, can Van Beek add a fifer to go with his excellent batting?
Do you want it?
No.
He's coming
There'll
in.
be many of them.
Bowls to Morley, who tries to clip this away down the leg side. It was his left-hander, of course, Morley. And it was beautifully taken by Ben Cox, leaping away to his right-hand side. Not many short-sleeved shirts out there now. In fact, the only one that I can see is being worn by Jack Morley. Logan Van Beek's got the long sleeves on as he wanders around at the non-striker's end. And I can't say I blame him. As Van Beek is into Morley, and that one is clipped away. Has he got some? No, he hasn't got any bat on it. It's come off his pad and it's gone for 4 leg byes, and the 350 is up for Derbyshire. So they pick up their 6th bonus point of the match. I would think, with all due respect to Blair Tickner and Jack Morley, that 400 might be a little fanciful now, but you never know.
No, Tickner might tee off now.
Over it's still +3. I've not left this ground before 7 o'clock on the first 2 nights, but the over rate's +3. 350 for 9. Tickner 13. Morley yet to get off the mark.
So Yorkshire didn't enforce the follow-on against Worcestershire then, and they're just piling it on. And Ben Cox said yesterday that once Derbyshire sort of past 200 or 250, I think he said, that Leicestershire wouldn't have enforced it either.
No.
He also said that, come back to that in a moment, as Ian Holland is ready to go and bowl to Blair Tickner, who waits with bat raised, advances down the wicket, pokes rather wanly at the outswinger after threatening great violence, and it goes past his outside edge into the gloves of Ben Cox. I mentioned when you were next door that he, as sometimes do cricketers, day 3 he said would be moving day, but in terms of a lead Leicestershire would have wanted, he said on this strike you probably want 400 ahead before you sort of pull away. In goes Holland, bowls, pushed by Tickner out towards extra cover where Tom Scriven is the fielder. Rahan Ahmed is out at deep point. There is also a third man, a wide, long leg, and mid-on, Roman Walker's out there in his deep-ish, just probably. Now why is Roman out there? Who isn't? I'll see if I can work it out. In goes Holland and bowls. Tickner is beaten to the wide. Advanced down the wicket. It bounced on him a little bit. It is, remember, still very much the new ball and sort of seamed back inside and missed it by quite a long way and then sort of swung his right leg. What are you supposed to do?
Certainly not that.
No. Looks rather a different affair this morning, batting, doesn't it?
Well, lights are on. A bit different.
Holland is in and bowls, almost squares up Tickner, but he gets something on it and shovels it out into the offside off a thickish outside edge.
Well, how do you get a result in this match? Well, Leicestershire either have to bat really, really quickly, or Derbyshire have to roll them really, really cheaply. And there's the 2 scenarios for... both sides will be thinking that they can win this game, I'm sure.
134 the lead at the moment. Leicestershire in, bowls. Tickner doesn't try to attack that one, just reaches forward and is reasonably solid behind that one. But again, his body language is not particularly that of a extremely confident batter.
Ben Mike's the man off.
Ben's gone off, has he? Well, Lloyd did
Only
come out.
because he's sitting down there on a bag. He's getting ready to come back on.
Okay. Holland is in and bowls, and Tickner again pokes at a wide one, lucky not to get an edge, and taken by Cox diving in front of first slip. So he's played and missed at Holland, by my calculations, in the 2 overs he's faced from him 5 times, but yet to get a tickle. 350 for 9 remains the score.
Yes, that one was beyond the reach of the 6'5" Blair Tickner as it went away from him, but he did his best to get a little touch on it. I think Ben Mike was just hoping that he might just be able to get up off that bag he was sitting on and turn around and go up the steps, but he's back out there now as Logan Van Beek begins a new over, runs towards us. That's clipped nicely by Jack Morley for 4 runs out to the square leg boundary. Competent. What did I call him? Belligerent. Was it belligerent?
Not belligerent.
No, it wasn't, was it?
No,
Obdurate.
it was obdurate.
Yeah. He's got a bit of stickability, if there is such a word, which clearly
Gets in
there isn't.
line. Got
Yeah.
a good eye.
Yeah. And would have been barracking to bat at 10 rather than 11, but Blair Tickner got the nod. 354 for 9 now. As Van Beek is in again. He defends that with the outside half of his bat into the offside. Ball eventually picked up by Lewis Hill, who's close in.
Yes, he's been, in a way, Hilly, relegated, hasn't he, from to what Leicester consider to be a catching position, having shelled a couple on the boundary, different boundary positions yesterday, important catches. He's now in the covers.
It happens, doesn't it? It happens. He would have been as disappointed as anybody as Van Beek bowls wide of the off stump, and Morley just allows it to go through to Ben Cox behind the stumps. An understandably sparser crowd today. People would have opened their curtains, as we all did, and thought, not entirely sure. Actually, no, it was quite sunny-ish when I arrived at the ground, but it soon clouded over. I'm fairly sure my video shows sunshine, so I can't really get away from that fact. But it's brisk. As Van Beek bowls, he's driven straight, and Logan Van Beek does really want to get a right hand to it and send Tickner scurrying back into his ground. The ball didn't deflect into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but might have done. Now Van Beek's decided he's going to go around the wicket. It's not a field necessarily set for short-pitched bowling, but he's going around the wicket to the left-handed Morley, who leaves this one alone outside the off-stump. He looks... Do you not think he looks like he's got a better technique than Blair Tickner?
I suspect, I was just thinking that Van Beek would probably prefer to be bowling at his compatriot,
Yes,
really.
I think
Got
so.
more chance of picking up that 5th wicket.
He's got one more ball to do it in this over. 4 for 91. As it comes to the end of his 19th over, Van Beek, and that one is far too wide of the off stump, and Morley has absolutely nothing to do with it. This goes through to Ben Cox. It is the end of the over. 4 runs from it. That boundary from Morley off the first ball to get him off the mark. He's got 4. Tickner's got 13. And Derbyshire are 354 for 9, still trailing by 130. It's all quieter outside as well today. We've chatted to 1 or 2 out there in the build up to the day's play. There are 1 or 2 in shorts still,
Including us.
but we're indoors. I think that if we'd have been sitting outside in shorts, I think we'd have been dithering by now.
Holland is in and bowls. Tickner reaches for it a little bit, but doesn't go through with a big drive, so he manages to keep it down and push it out towards mid-off, intercepted en route by extra cover. Scriven running across in front of Ben Green. past umpire Watts, and bowls, drops out into the offside, and the single is taken. So first run of the day off Ian Holland and to Blair Tickner. Scriven ran on to the ball, but he had a lot of distance to make up to get to it. Didn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps. Jack Morley had comfortably made his ground, and quite an entertaining contrast between Tickner and Morley as they come together in mid-pitch. Tickner being a head and a half taller than the Lancastrian. Tex guard.
It's
umpire Watts.
Not quite hard as Viljoen and Hamidullah Kadri, but not far off.
No. Holland decides to go round the wicket to the left-hander. In he goes and bowls, and Morley, as he has done with all the deliveries he's faced so far, plays it pretty competently, gets in line, just turns his wrists on the defensive push. Out it goes to Rahan Ahmed at mid-wicket. Hassan Adnan engages Ahmed in conversation, says something that amuses Ahmed. He looks chilly, Hassan, as Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. Might just have straightened a fraction, but a long way outside off stump, and Morley had nothing to do with it. I think umpire Adnan has gloves on.
Well, I did ask him, I said, oh, you've been your snood today, but he didn't have it on, and he reached into his pocket and pulled the snood out. So he has got it on about his person.
He's got it to hand. Holland in bowls, and for the first time Morley is beaten. That really did hold its own off the seam as he came round the wicket, a little bit of shape into the left-hander, then straightened off the seam and beat Morley by quite a long way.
Yeah, nice delivery. Really nice. The two batters have a little chat in the middle of the pitch, just holding Holland up.
Holland is in and bowls, swings back in. Again, Morley plays it well. A little bit late, but turns his wrists on it, works it behind square, runs down to wide long leg, where the man who's going to bowl the next over is waiting. Logan van Bacon played it pretty well, Morley. Holland might be becoming a tad frustrated. 6 or 7 times he's beaten the batsman in the 3 overs he's bowled so far, yet to find the edge. Derbyshire on to 356 for 9. Morley has 5 now. Tickner 14.
That 17 that Jack Morley got was his high score for Derbyshire. He has got a high score of 28, but his batting average, small sample size, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, is 4.25. He waits now as Logan van Beek begins a new over and leaves it alone outside the off stump, so he's already got to his average and slightly beyond.
Well, Ezra Barker on the stream remarks like us that he doesn't look like a batsman who averages just 4 in first class cricket. So I think it's a bit of a statistical anomaly.
It's only his 20th innings. The 16 matches he's played first class. Yet to get 100 runs in total as he leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. But as I say, he has hit 4 fours and 2 sixes in his first class career. 1 last week. He has the short boundary to the leg side. Should he want to take Logan van Beek, I'm not sure that he does want to take him off. The clock is now telling the right time on the manual scoreboard.
Good to see.
Yeah, so I think they were just waiting. Here comes Van Beek, bowls to him, and he beats him. He was definitely playing down one line, and the ball went past the outside edge.
I have to say, it does look like it could do with a coat of paint now, the cupola bit, doesn't it? Around the sort of bottom, looks a little bit...
skirty bit, yeah.
Yeah.
What did you call it?
It's a cupola clock. C-U-P-O-L-A.
And
That's the bit on top.
Oh, okay.
The little square with the fox with the gold leaf on it.
Yeah. Van Beek bowls, and he's guided this one down to third man very nicely indeed. Morley down towards Ben Green. Moves on to 6, 357 for 9. Very much a holding pattern we're in at the moment. the game will recommence for real, if you like, once Derbyshire get the ball in hand. Lewis Rees has already picked the ball. I'm talking to one of the umpires saying, can we pick it now and save a bit of time?
Good thinking, Lewis.
Yeah. As Van Beek comes into ball to Tickner, who go down the leg side, and Cox gets a little bit of it, but not enough to stop it from going all the way down for 4 byes down the leg side. 361 for 9, Derbyshire moved to. It was a little unfortunate there, Cox, because it was sort of wide and going wider. He flung himself to his left and just got the faintest of touches on it. It didn't slow it down sufficiently for Ben Green to get round from quite a wide long on, and it did go very straight in the end. As Van Beek is in for the final ball of his over, and that is defended by Blair Tickner in exemplary fashion. Tickner remains on 14, added just 1 to his overnight score. Morley has 6, and Derbyshire 361 for 9, trailing by 123. Gloves today for the cameraman outside. He had his hood up yesterday, so he didn't stand a chance today, did he, really?
He's got another layer on there, and I don't blame him.
There's a gentleman sitting right behind the camera. His view must
Yes,
be
always there.
Yeah, his view must be slightly obscured by the camera. If he looks across to the...
I think he's just to the right of it. He likes to get in behind the bowler's arm. That's the ideal position. Holland then from the pavilion end is in, and bowls goes past the outside edge of Morley's bat 7 times now. Holland has achieved that particular feat. Odds must be shortening him on him finding an edge soon.
It's like unbeaten runs, isn't it? The longer they go on, the closer you are to the end of them.
Ben Mike bouncing up and down as Holland is in and bowls, and again goes past the outside edge and does not miss the off stump by very much either. And he sort of stands and leans to one side and looks around Morley just to emphasise how close that was to the stumps.
Just to make
just
sure
to check
there are stumps.
Indeed. 8 times now. In he goes and bowls. Morley does get bat on that, not quite out of the middle, but enough. Steers it to point. So Budinger without the sun hat. So although Cox has his on, Budinger's is a reaction to the weather, it would appear. So he's in his nice, I know, sure, much warmer.
Yes, I was just going to say they're probably warmer, aren't they?
Leicestershire cap. Holland is in and bowling. Morley is forward, playing across the line, working it to Ahmed at mid-wicket. The fact that he was playing across the line elicited a ooh from Ben Cox behind the stumps, and had he missed it, of course, would have been something louder. The nature of an appeal, he didn't. Pushed it to Ahmed. Looking slightly more uncertain against Holland than he has been against Van Beek. In goes Holland. Bowls and goes past the outside edge again, or do we give Morley the benefit of the doubt and say he deliberately played inside the line? I think, given he's in number 11, although he is acquitting himself well, I suspect he was beaten. 9.
Played the wrong line, didn't they?
Yeah. Flags are hanging very limp, aren't they?
It is getting brighter away to the west.
Yeah, it is, no question. Holland bowls. Small. He walks forward in the defensive press. It straightens and beats him to the wide. 10 times Holland has passed the bat now in 4 overs. 361 for 9 though. Derbyshire's first innings continues.
Yeah, he was definitely beaten there, but he was on the walk, wasn't he? I'm not entirely sure what he was doing. Trying to take a leaf out of Blair Tickner's batting manual.
Tickner, having seen that, might now have a little bit of a go at Van Beek.
It almost would be a good thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
They can get have a swing and get 20 runs makes a huge difference to this. They're trailing by 123, Derbyshire, as Van Beek comes in and bowls to Tickner, who's I think he's beaten. He then waves his bat around as if to say, well, I pulled it away there. I noticed he did have a hit into one of the net up away to our left-hand side, and he was having a hit this morning while the rest of his teammates were playing football. So he's taking it seriously. Very much a number 10/11 though, the pair of them. Van Beek is in again, and Tickner defends this up towards mid-off. Is that, I don't know who it is, because there are fewer people wearing sun hats. In fact, there are none of the outfielders wearing sun hats. Is that Lewis? Is it? No, it's not Lewis Hill down there, is it?
It's Sol, I think.
Oh, is that Sol Budding's run? He's just tossing up one of those hand warmers, but I'm fairly sure I saw him call to the dressing room for a drink, and then did the sign for a tea, which would be apt, as Tickner flicks this into the leg side. In fact, he doesn't get any bat on it, just comes off his pad. These pads, the ball goes a long way off a pad, doesn't it? Picks up a leg by 362 for 9. We're in the 90th over, so Derbyshire would have to go some to get, even with normal batters out there, to get to 400, wouldn't they? To give them a 7th bonus point for the match, as Van Beek is in and beats Jack Morley outside the off stump. Follow through, cut slightly short there. He normally runs much further down the track than that. Van Beek, who's had a terrific first match for Leicestershire.
His 87 has faded a bit already.
In the sun.
On the back of his shirt, compared to the numbers on the back of the other Leicestershire players. Oh, maybe it's shirt rather than a sweater. The numbers are slightly less green.
And again, bowls to Morley, who tries to flick this away, and it's gone away. Four more buys. Again, a diving attempt by Ben Cox to haul it in, but he couldn't get anywhere near it, and it was going quite quickly anyway. 366 for 9 now.
It's been the most productive area for Derbyshire this morning. Logan down the leg side.
To right and left-handers.
Been 3 of them, haven't they now? 3 fours down there.
Yeah.
Out of the 20 runs scored, at least 12 have been down to that.
They'll take them. Van Beek bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Morley, who then practices the cut shot, which he would never had any intention of playing when the ball is in the gloves of Ben Cox. End of the over, 366 for 9 now. Derbyshire, they're trailed by 118. Morley has 6. Tickner has 14. So I think both have already bettered their first class average. You can ask no more.
No, indeed.
Well, it didn't always work like that. Madson's career average won't have been damaged too much by making 22 due to the volume of runs.
Reduced it probably to about 66 against Leicestershire now, from 67. Holland in bowls. Tickner, I thought he was going to swing at that one, and I think Holland just held it back a bit. He checked the shot and just pushed it out to mid-off, and then there's all sorts of signs of and signals coming from Tickner. He's an expressive player.
Yes.
The body language is always, I think it's going to be an entertaining time watching him for you guys.
Himself up that time,
He did. Holland is in and bowls. Didn't that time, just blocked it back past him down the pitch on the onside. Suddenly thought there might be a quick single in it, but took a giant stride down. But as he did so, he called wait. Morley wasn't going anywhere.
He's got to remember that Morley needs twice as many strides
Yes.
to get down the pitch.
He could have sold him. Yes, he could have sold him a long way down the river there if he'd kept coming. Holland Holland is in. Tickner is down the pitch and driving for 4. There we go. It has been coming, and he took a couple of steps down. Holland didn't really adjust his length. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but he got well on top of the bounce. And a nice straight-ish off drive. Green sprawled away to his right, trying to stop it. He is at a straight-ish mid-off, but wasn't able to do so. And Tickner plays his best shot of the day. Moves on to 18, 370 for 9, 30. Now needed for that extra batting bonus point. Holland in, bowls. Tickner very solid in defence. Back down the pitch it goes to Ian Holland. 22nd over of the innings for Holland, 1 for 34. Has bowled pretty nicely, really, and a single wicket. Not really a reflection of how well he's bowled, but he has kept it, as he always does, really, pretty tight as well. Conceding less than 2 runs and over. In he goes, bowl, slightly shorter because he saw Tickner coming on that occasion. Tickner, front foot defensive shot, well outside his crease, out into the offside.
He scored 70 runs for Derbyshire in last season. 14.
Holland bowls to him and he looks to whip him away on the leg side. It was a slightly slower delivery from Holland, shaping back into the right-hander and thumped into the pad. Rolls slowly out towards square leg. There is no square leg. Buttinger had a long way to come in, so the leg by comfortable enough. 371 for 9 after 91. Derbyshire bat on, and why not?
I'm fairly sure I said it was his high score, wasn't it? 47.
For
Well, it was for Derbyshire last season.
For Derbyshire overall, yeah.
See, I looked him up yesterday and I've already forgotten everything that I read about him. Here is Van Beek bowling to Tickner, who has a little fish at that one outside the off stump. Neither one thing nor the other, I'm afraid, that shot. And could only have got out, really. And that is his highest score in first class cricket, so I'm going to try and find out who he scored it against, but that might take a while. Will it say in there?
I can tell you. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Save me clicking on this laptop for the next 5 minutes. Here comes Van Beek again and bowls to Tickner, who guides it out to backward point. In off the boundary comes Buttinger. Tickner moves to 19, 372 for 9.
It was against Sussex.
Oh, okay.
And that 47 is, as you say, his best, and it was only last year.
Yes. Well, it's only the year I've
At
seen.
Derby, yeah.
Ah, at Derby. Oh no, that wasn't that game. Sorry, yes. Yeah. No, I was thinking of another game against Sussex at Derby when we saw 3 double centuries on a reasonably flat track. Here's Van Beek to Morley now, and Morley gets a short one, and he just moves his head, sways backwards to get out of the way of that one, and goes for a little walk to square leg. That was a statistical marvel, but a dreadful game of cricket when you get 3 double centuries in the same match.
I remember Leicestershire playing at Derby and there being 3 centuries in one of the Leicestershire innings. That was a while ago. Cosgrove, Eckersley.
Van Beek bowls, he's playing that one a long way away from his body. Morley sends it straight to backward point where Rian Ahmed's fielding.
I'm trying to remember the other now. It may come to me. May not.
They're not. They're not ideal, though, are they, games like that necessarily? Especially when Sussex got 2 double centuries, Derbyshire got 1. It was your new signing, Shan Masood.
Ah, yes.
And he got the thick end of 600 runs in April. Van Beek bowls. That's in the air and it's away from Rian Ahmed and down to a wide third man. They're going to come back for the second as well, but the throw isn't as accurate as it might have been from Ben Green, and they pick up 2 runs, but that was in the air for a long, long time. Morley moves on to 8, 374 for 9.
You confusing moustaches.
Oh, is it? It's Roman Walker.
no.
Sorry, Ben Green
Roman's
has
is
been-
slightly more bandit-like.
Yes. No, if I'd have seen, if I'd have looked down, I can see his name on his back. I just assumed that Ben Green was down there.
Ben is more of a caddish moustache,
I like
but
As Van Beek is in, and that's defended by Morley. There's no run. You mentioned Cad. Sam Cadman of Derbyshire, tailor to the King of Spain. He had the record originally, or had the record, originally, that's nonsense. He had the record for playing with the most players during his Derbyshire career.
okay.
And David Griffin was talking, as we were down with Wayne Madsen, and he now holds the record. He has played with more other players than any other Derbyshire, which isn't a surprise because he's been here since 1963. But yeah, he holds the record. Sam Cadman obviously looms large in Derbyshire history.
So Ian Holland, having beaten the bat, well, certainly into double figures this morning, wearily heads off and is replaced by, resignedly perhaps heads off, and is replaced by Tom Scriven at the pavilion end. Scriven 1 for 43 from 10 overs in the innings thus far. Hasn't bowled quite as many overs as some of the others. Can he pick up a second? In he goes. Bowls. Tickner is forward, and he's going to pick up a quick single because Ian Holland, having donned that sweater and cap, is quite deep at mid-on. Walks up to meet the ball, doesn't even try to put the batters under pressure. Not surprisingly, there was possibly even a run and a quarter in it. Yes, the green tash is more 13th Duke of Wimborne. Me?
Yes, yes. It's splendid. Tickner has had a lustrous moustache during his career.
Scriven is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Morley, who gets a delivery down the leg side, swinging down the leg side. Sort of flicks at it as he steps across. Without conviction. Taken by Cox on this occasion. Doesn't swing too far and it's not quite as quick as the deliveries from Van Beek earlier in the day. Not as slippery, Tom Scriven.
Stephen at Derbyshire reminds me that Tickner's high score was, as you said, against Sussex, but on the day that he found out that his wife Sarah was unwell, he went out and swung.
In goes Scriven and bowls, pushed in defence, slightly across the line, but solidly enough again by Morley out towards mid-wicket, and then went back to make sure all was well. Hopefully all was, presumably.
Well, I asked him on day one, actually, because we spoke to him on day one. I asked him about Sarah, because she was diagnosed with leukemia when she was in Derby, and she's still on various medication, but she is cancer-free at the moment, which is excellent news.
It is indeed. Scriven bowls straight, well played by Morley. The back foot, straight back down the pitch on the onside. Green runs across and makes sure that there isn't a single to be taken.
I can only imagine what was going through his head that day then. Or can't imagine.
Scriven bowls. Where's that gone? Thick inside edge,
Yeah.
I think that's gone down to fine leg for 4. It was slightly short outside off stump. It was swinging back in, and he did rather spar away there, Morley. Thick inside edge that runs well wide of Cox, his right hand. Didn't even dive. And down to fine leg for 4. So Morley, well, treble his previous first-class average now. Into double figures. That first-class career best might be on his mind.
It's 20 odd. I think we should calm down.
In goes Scriven, bowls to him. Think he lifted the bat anyway, outside off stump, and it goes through to Cox. End of the 93rd over of the Derbyshire innings, 379 for 9, and well, not so very far from being less than 100 behind. 105 now, I believe.
Yes, according to my laptop.
Will Jennings thinks Derbyshire have a window of opportunity here.
Really?
When they bowl again, if they get in amongst Leicestershire, they could yet make a bid for victory. They could, Will.
Well, interestingly, Anthony from Hena, who did send the email a long time ago, sorry Anthony, am I not going mad by predicting glory in this match, or even for this season? Well, marginally mad, I would suggest, but don't think many would have expected Derbyshire to avoid the follow-on, let alone be in a position to try to reduce the deficit to 2 figures. I think you're right there. Let's hope stormy weather doesn't infringe upon our enjoyment of the unfolding drama. He was listening whilst walking through the Cathedral Quarter in Derby yesterday. Very pleasant. Here's Van Beek continuing from the indoor school end, bowling to Tickner, who didn't really guide it to Sol Budinger at backward point. He plays a shot and the ball hits the outside half of his bat.
Foxyville agrees. He says he wouldn't like to see Leicestershire set a target of anything less than 400, which is pretty much what Ben Cox said yesterday.
And it's unlikely, and that they need to. Well, they need to bat all. I suppose they could bat all today, get to 400 in front, and then make it interesting tomorrow as Van Beek beats the outside edge. There's an appeal.
Clearly a noise of some kind, perhaps bat against pad or something.
Logan joined in about 5 seconds after the. It wasn't a full-throated appeal, was it? It was more of a. Did that hit something?
I thought we heard something.
Yeah. Umpire Adnan didn't. I have to admit, when Martin Anderson was out, I didn't think that there would be a possibility of me still talking about Derbyshire in the 12 o'clock update. As Van Beek is in, and there still might not be. Oh, Van Beek, Van Beek turns around, and Tickner sets off for a single that Morley was not interested in. It was almost like a setting off in jest.
It only takes him about 12 strides to complete his single.
He is huge. Oh yeah, he's a big man.
I'll try and count them next time he runs a quickish run. See how many.
Van Beek bowls to him, and he's a little squared up by that one. Ball goes out to Budinger at backward point. He holds his bat up to inspect it, rather in the manner of he would do if he'd got 50.
Hit it quite high up on the bat, didn't it? But bit of bounce there for.
Which he shouldn't be too disappointed about.
No,
the pitch has still got some bounce in it, which is excellent for the game. It's on 20 now. 379 for 6 Derbyshire. Tickner waits and is edging that down to a third man, which isn't vacant, but the man down there had no chance of reaching it. 383 for 9. Tickner on to 24.
17 for the point.
One more to get it down to 100 deficit.
Matthew on the stream asking about Tickner's highest first-class score. We have been talking about it, 47.
I'll be on the stream in a minute when the audio catches up. One more ball of Logan Van Beek's 23rd over, 4 for 99, so one away from his own 100. And he's in to bowl to Tickner, who clips it into the leg side, and there it is, the 100 for Logan Van Beek. 4 for 100 from 25 overs. Tickner picks up the single, keeps the strike, moves on to 25. Morley has 12, and Derbyshire are exactly 100 behind at 384 for 9.
Yeah. Good effort from 139 for 6.
Yes. Well, 7 for 2. Wasn't great. Should have been 8 for 3.
I suspect at this stage of the season there won't be much chat between the captains.
No.
In terms of targets, I think I'm sure Wayne Madsen will want to see what his bowlers can do. You know, if they do get among the Leicestershire batters second time round. In goes Scriven and bowls to Tickner straight. Tickner wristily pushes it very straight back down the pitch, and there is a reasonably quick single to be taken. I was actually following the ball
12.
then. So did you?
I think it was 12.
Good count.
We'll see it on the replay. We can count it on the replay, can't we?
Let's try to, unless the
Unless
camera
replay
follows the ball as
yeah.
well. Let's have a look. One, two.
Oh.
You'll have gathered that the camera followed the ball rightly.
Absolutely.
But it deprived us of being able to count the number of paces. That's defended solidly by Jack Morley from Scriven around the wicket. Back foot again. Preferred modus operandi really for Morley.
It might have been more because he took a couple of little ones, didn't he, at the start? As he sort of made up his mind whether to go for the run or not.
Scriven bowls outside off stump, very stylishly driven away to the offside boundary for 4 by Jack Morley. Just enough width, but that was a very nice shot. It had that little sort of touch of classy fluency that left-handers seem to have, and played it very nicely indeed. Moves on to 16, 389 for 9, and a little chorus of approval from below us, where the Derbyshire players are sitting, well wrapped, I'm sure.
Well, they'll be delighted not to be out there, won't they?
Scriven bowls again, goes past the outside edge, stayed a bit low, not taken cleanly by Ben Cox, because it bounced for a second time just in front of him. Slid past Morley's reaching bat.
43 run partnership.
Just thinking, we were saying Leicestershire's last 5 wickets yielded 260. Derbyshire's last 4 have yielded a lot more. 139 to 389. In goes Scriven bowls. In fact, and it's defended by Morley, it's the same, isn't it? So 250.
Yeah, 250.
So 250, 260 for the last 5 for Leicestershire, 250 for 4. The last 4 so far for Derbyshire.
And there was the Ben Mike duck in there. So it's effectively, because it didn't unfortunately last too long. So yeah, once the ball gets a bit older.
Scriven bowls, Morley drops it out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, for some unfathomable reason, I cannot imagine Morley was going to hook a short ball. Scriven didn't bowl it anyway, but they'd sent him back round Ahmed to the square leg boundary, and therefore there was a comfortable single to be taken. One's only possible conclusion is they'd prefer to bowl at Morley rather than Tickner, but there's nothing in it really for me in terms of the way they're acquitting themselves. 390 for 9, 10 for the next batting bonus point.
Ben Mike's back. It's for the first time today, of course, because he's going to replace Logan Van Beek, but he's going to bowl from the Bennett end. He trotted 12 steps and deliberately counted them that time, and that was just a gentle trot. So it's about,
He
like
wasn't
you said, it's
stretching
about
out, so
12 paces. He might get down to 10. Yeah. 2.2 yards astride when he gets into full flow. Poor old Jack. He can only dream of such riches. Yeah, I've been sent a video by Henry. That's never a good thing.
Oh,
I don't know what it is.
not after what we were talking about yesterday.
No, quite.
Don't open it.
No, yeah. I have a virus. In comes Ben Mike. Bowls, and that's very close to short leg Sol Puttinger as he turns it into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second as well. Morley has to get his skates on there. He got in the end. And they pick up 2 runs, but it's one of those. He jabbed out his right arm to try and catch it. And if it sticks, it sticks, and it's a brilliant catch. But 9 times out of 10, it doesn't. He sent me a video of how many strides. That's very kind of you, Henry. I'll count them in a minute. 392 for 9. These two are 8 away from adding that bonus point. As Mike is in again, and it's short once more, short of the length certainly, and turned away off part of his body by the look of it. Yes, leg by, signalled by Hassan Adnan. 393 for 9. Morley will know his high score is 28, I'm sure. They tend to know these things, cricketers. Tickner's doing a bit of gardening now. That's how confident he is. I thought he was going to take a fresh guard as well. That would have been magnificent, but he didn't. He's got a rough idea where his stumps are. That'll do. As Mike sets off, running towards us, bowls to Tickner. Oh, we didn't like that, and he's come off the shoulder of his bat and gone to slip and caught by Peter Hanscom. And the Derbyshire innings comes to an end at 393. A short delivery from Ben Mike did the trick, and Tickner goes for 26 of 66. Decent effort from him. They did 47 for the 10th wicket, and Jack Morley finishes on 19 not out. Derbyshire 393 all out means they trail by 91 runs.
The partnership was, excuse me, 47 for the last wicket. Really good, gritty effort, really, by Blair Tickner and Jack Morley. So, well, Leicestershire won't do anything silly, you wouldn't think. It's now all about how well Derbyshire bowl at the sort of top of the order. But the two first innings, sort of reflected each other in a way. Good efforts from both, for want of a better word, tails, lower orders. That's a better description. Ben Mike's finished with 3 wickets, 3 for 79. Probably a little bit of reward for all his effort yesterday there. That was a decent bouncer. Squared up Tickner, and all he could do was fend it. And Hanscom took the catch, having dropped one yesterday, so he'll feel a little bit better about that. Yeah, I don't think they'll come out and play any differently, the Foxes, but we will see. We'll go and put the kettle on. We'll have a 5-minute break. Trust you will too, but we'll be back with you in good time for the restart here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, with Leicestershire leading on first innings. What did you say? By
91.
9. Is it?
Well, I think so.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. It says it on my computer.
Oh, well, I believe it now. Now I believe it.
I never do maths. My only concern is that the blinking heavy roller is on again.
Yeah.
But there we go.
Yeah.
I don't do maths.
I was just staring vaguely at 393 and
Well, the Derbyshire
484.
board actually has it on, and it would be useful if it was there.
it might go on at some stage. They can change it, and sometimes they
They
do.
do a countdown if there was a
They
run
do
chase on,
yeah.
presumably that would be exceptionally useful to halfway like me. Just get me midday update in between.
Yeah, perfect timing. You want a cuppa? Try and keep
I'm
warm, or
alright,
you
no, I'm
alright?
alright, thank you. I'm not stiff today, it's, I don't know what it is, I'm not
You're just jolly.
No.
Statistics on Derbyshire.
team led by Wayne Madsen, of course, and the two Leicestershire openers. Sol Budinger played pretty nicely in the first innings, and once again Rehan Ahmed getting the nod at the top of the order in place of the currently injured Rishi Patel. Well, they will, as you know, go for their shots to a certain extent anyway. So I think whatever happens, when one says that Leicestershire will play normally, it will probably be reasonably entertaining in terms of trying to get after the bowling, or at least any of the wide ones. We'll see. Chappell, Zach, that is, he's going to open the bowling for Derbyshire from the Bennett end.
I noticed on Twitter yesterday, Wisdom were very excited. They put out, they did a little article on Rehan Ahmed opening the batting for Leicester. So they got not much other excitement, presumably, in their lives, but I didn't click on it because that's what they wanted me to do.
Clickbait. Is that the expression?
I believe so.
We struggled it. Well,
Your Honour.
Didn't set the world alight in the first innings. Made 13 off 20 before being bowled, sort of driving rather loosely at Zach Chappell. Can he do better this time round? Chappell then.
Oh, sorry, was that?
I wasn't sure. He's down the slope and bowls to Ahmed, who sort of flicks a little at it outside off stump. At thick inside edge, bounces back down the pitch towards Chappell.
I was just making a note of the bonus points, which are 8-6 in Leicestershire's favour. So they have a 3-point lead at the top of the table, as things stand, as they say.
3 slips. There's Chappell. Those long strides, comes in and bowls outside off stump with that now familiar grunt of effort. Outside off stump and bounces nicely, but Ahmed wants nothing to do with it. Bounces through to Guest. Alongside Guest at first slip is the Australian, Caleb Jewell. Then of course we have Wayne Madsen. And then David Lloyd, rather closer to the bat than he was for much of the first innings. In goes Chappell and bowls, bounces a bit on Ahmed, but it actually gets on top of the bounce as he pushes forward. It bounces off the bat out into the offside. There is a gap in the offside, and so Ahmed can take one and get off the mark and move Leicestershire's lead. He says, looking hopefully at the board for a lead. There isn't one. Maths is going 92. To be the order of the day, but even I can add 1 to 91. Yeah, I was just sort of seeing if they decided to put a...
That'd be useful. There's a huge expanse of black on the right-hand side of the board where it could go.
There is room. Might involve difficulties with computers and designs and things like that. Who knows? Who knows? Right, the first delay as Chappell gets advice about his field, because Budinger, well, they've seen him now. They have a sweeper on the offside already. As Chappell comes round the wicket, bowls to Budinger, who's going to pick up possibly 2. Good work down at third man by Jack Morley, running from wide third man to sort of conventional third man. He tumbled as he made the stop. It was yeah, unlike the first innings, and 2 runs consequently are saved. It was a thickish outside edge, and Gully might have been interested. Had there been a Gully, there isn't. Just the 2 slips then for Chappell bowling at Budinger. So it's, well, they've thought about the field to him, but it's just going to... There is a long leg as well as a third man. Chappell is in, Budinger is more defensive on that occasion, getting forward, pushing the delivery out towards mid-off, where Lewis Rees is the fielder.
You want the lead out now?
Yeah, charging on to 94.
Brightening up considerably at the moment.
Spots of blue.
Not many,
no, just enough. But yeah, the heavier dark grey cloud is drifting away. In goes Chappell and bowls. Budinger is forward, but the delivery is run only as far as came at just slightly backward of point. End of the over. Played reasonably well by both Ahmed and Budinger. Leicestershire 3 without loss in their second innings. I beg your pardon. Oh, Lloyd has come out, I beg your pardon, from that third slip position. Not Harry Kane. And altogether slightly, well, he's a wider figure. He's more of a...
Similar heights, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
But he's more of a scrum half sort of build, isn't he? Harry Kane.
Harry Kane is up at, well, he's now at long leg. No, he's not. He's at third man because it's the right-hander on strike. So 3 without loss. Another consultation between Blair Tickner, Wayne Madsen. Well, mainly between those two, with Lewis Rees sort of standing in the background. He's going to bowl. He's removed his cap and he's got the ball in his hand. The ball that he selected, so no excuses. Makes me chuckle. Imagine turning up for a football match and having an array of balls to pick from and say, well, we'll have that one. We'll play with that one.
It always amuses me that the sort of referee sort of comes out and takes one off the special.
Or the plinth.
Yeah. But as soon as it goes out of play, it's replaced, isn't it? By whichever's nearest, which is fine.
Well, we had a discussion about this recently because, of course, players who get hat-tricks get to keep the match ball. But I would imagine that by the end of the game, you wouldn't have the first idea which the match ball was.
It's kind of as a trophy. It's like a trophy, isn't it? And presumably I
think they all sign it.
Do you think they write them on?
Yeah,
on them,
I think they sign it.
Perhaps the kids play with them in the garden.
Yeah, and eventually it wears off. It deflates and they chuck it in a skip. 3 without loss. That might just be me.
Oh, the menu's arrived. Let's while this delay goes on.
It's taken them a while to sort themselves out here. Reece is going to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Rehan Ahmed. We got yesterday's menu again.
No, it's just Wi-Fi, the connections.
I was really struggling on the internet last night, but it's held up nicely. As Reece is in and Ahmed is beaten outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce with the new ball and it flew through to Brooke Guest. He's not express pace, Lewis Reece. He's sharp enough. I wouldn't like to face him. We've got an Australian correspondent. It's Mitch Harrison. Do you know Mitch Harrison?
Don't know the name.
It's a PGA professional, it says here. Blimey.
Proper golfer.
Yeah. Somebody who's got some very expensive sticks, I imagine. Loving the coverage, watching from Noosa in Queensland. Apologies for the pronunciation. Umpires with gloves on, keeping it real on a 32 degrees morning on the Sunshine Coast. Remember, at Cold Grace Road, playing as kids for Derbyshire schools with the likes of J. Owen, C. Adams. It's the next delivery from Reece is driven back towards him by Ahmed. He stops it with his right foot. That was back in what he describes as the glorious 80s. Thank you, Mitch. Good to hear from you. And up the Rams as well, he says, with an exclamation mark at the end. So there's no reason why he would have corresponded necessarily with you in the past. Richard, he's clearly
his
a Derbyshire persuasion. Yeah. Always good to hear from people all over the world. We have listeners in America and China. Lots in Australia, I think. There must be others. Certainly European mainland. As Reece is in again, and that one is driven down the ground for 4 by Rehan Ahmed. That's a nice shot. The first boundary of the Leicestershire second innings, an emphatic one, straight back down the ground. 7 without loss as Ahmed moves on to 5. Jack Morley is tasked with fetching the ball. What will Lewis Reece's response be to it? The lead up to 98. As Reece is in, and this one is off an edge and not taken cleanly. It actually hits the fingers. I think that's Martin Anderson at Gully. And he just has a look at his right hand. I think he's okay. They'll pick up a single. moved to 8 without loss. Ahmed on to 6. Budinger has 2. Just as I looked at that menu, my stomach started to rumble. 45 minutes till the lunch break. A little alteration in the field here with Anuj Dal, who is out there, which is good news. He did look a little stiff this morning. Batted nicely yesterday in that century stand with Martin Anderson. He's moved into cover as Rees bowls and beats Budinger outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Guest behind the stumps. Jewell at first slip, Madsen at second, and Anderson at gully, with David Lloyd at mid-wicket. Harry Kames down at deep backward square leg, Morley at mid-on, Tickner at mid-off, Dahl, as I mentioned, at cover, and Zach Chappell on the cover boundary. With it's the shorter boundary, but there's still a lot of ground to cover down there in front of the iconic Uptonsteel standards. This next delivery from Rees is pushed out into the offside by Budinger, fielded by Dahl, who doesn't look too hindered by the back issue that he's clearly struggling with. And the over comes to an end. 2 gone, 8 without loss. Not quite the start that they made in the first innings when they scored 20 odd runs, I think, in the first 2 overs, wasn't it? But a steady start nonetheless. Lewis Rees deep in conversation with Hassan Adnan. The umpires, of course, have swapped ends.
Chappell in from that Bennett end, bowls to Ahmed, who drives in the air for 4. Chappell started to reach to his left. It wasn't a bump ball, was it? It was a hit in the air, and it went past Chappell, probably round about shoulder height, well to his left. He reached out with his left hand, but it was a gesture more than anything. It was also well inside mid-off Tickner, so 4 runs to Ahmed, but slight element of risk about it. 12 without loss, the lead over 100 then now, 103. Ahmed 10 off 8. Chappell bowls down the leg side, it clipped away off his legs by Ahmed, in the air again for quite a few feet backward of square. There is no backward square, just a long leg to run up to meet the ball. Morley, and Ahmed takes his single, moves on to 11.
A lot of hands in pockets out there, aren't there? I think there's a few hand warmers in them.
I can see Morley sort of shaking his hand warmer and then putting it back into his pocket. You have to sort of shake it to, quote, agitate the crystals, apparently.
Is that right? Okay.
I'd be agitated if shaken. In goes Chappell, bowls slightly short of a length round the wicket to the left-handed Budinger, who stands up and blocks it back down the pitch towards Zach Chappell.
I'm agitated even if I'm not shaken. Chap in a very bright red hat walking towards the meet and now taking a photograph of it.
How is that building still standing, he's wondering. It's one of the, I think it's the oldest building on the site. In goes Chappell and bowls edge. Oh, 2 hands diving to his left. Madsen burst through his fingers. He did get fingers on it, but he couldn't hang on, not enough. And it runs down to the third man bound. Very fine third man boundary for 4. Madsen stays on his knees, contemplating, and then he thumps his hand. Third slip. Taken out for the left-handed early.
Yeah, I think so, but
you can have a third man and a third slip, and not the sweeper if he wants to. The sweeper's there for the bad ball, isn't he?
yeah.
At this stage, anyway. Chappell in again to Budinger, swings in a touch to him. He turns his wrists on the firm push out towards mid-on. Tickner, having stopped it, holds the pose on one knee for a long time before picking himself up somewhat gingerly. Budinger on to 6 with that streaky 4. 17 without loss.
It's a man with 290 first-class catches.
Yeah, anyone's going to, it's him, and he is standing a little bit wider now, but wasn't quite wide enough. Chappell is in, bowls, grunt to effort. Budinger blocks the straight delivery back down the pitch, end of the over. Almost a breakthrough for Chappell. Not quite. 17 without loss after 3.
They've started slightly better with the ball. Derbyshire, which is good news for them, as Lewis Rees removes his sweater. The numbers might not back that up. Chappell going at 6 and over, but he's bowled better than that. Lewis Rees' first over. Cost 5, but again, did beat the bat a couple of times, so they will be buoyed by that, no doubt. They need early wickets, Derbyshire, or they need Leicestershire to score a lot of runs, one or the other.
Do Americans say buoyed? Because they call boys buoys, don't they? And
Do they?
Do they? Yeah.
Okay.
They pronounce it as it looks rather than as it should be pronounced.
I'm surprised they've left the U in it. Rees starts a new over and has beaten Rian Ahmed. That was just nothing kind of shot, really. From the, am I right to call him a makeshift opener? I don't know. He's
Yeah, I mean, you are, because he won't continue in the role. Even if he scores a lot of runs, you imagine he wouldn't continue in the role anyway.
when you said Boyd in the American accent, it sounded Australian to me.
Ah, okay. Buoyed.
It's always the danger of doing accents. Rees in again. Ahmed takes a couple of steps towards him and then drives it down the ground for 4 runs. Rees stands at the end of his follow-through with his right hand stroking his chin. That was another nice shot. He's played 2 of those straight back down the ground off Lewis Rees. Really good shots. And Rian Ahmed moves to 15 off, just 11, 21 without loss, Leicestershire. As Richard suggested, they are positive opening bats. And that is what they've done so far. They have been positive. As a result, Jack Morley is collecting the helmet because Lewis Rees, presumably Wayne Madsen, doesn't want Rian Ahmed advancing towards him. And Brooke Guest will don the helmet and stand up to the stumps. We've seen this a few times from both sides. Martin Anderson liked to get a stride or 2 in, and he was pegged back by Ben Cox standing up. And now they're hoping to restrict Rian Ahmed doing exactly the same thing, although it doesn't look like he's going to wear it. So the helmet's on, but he's not wearing it. He's going to stay back, so that's a load of old nonsense from me. Here's Rees over the wicket to Ahmed, who drives gloriously out to the extra cover boundary this time for 4. Didn't take a stride that time. Footwork was good though, and what followed was even better. Terrific shot. He moves to 19, 25 without loss. Tickner having a word with Lewis Rees as he walks back to his mark. The ball eventually will return. Harry Kane had to go an awful long way to fetch that ball. That was harsh on Harry. He's fielding out on the point boundary at the moment. And Rees on his way in once more. This time Ahmed drives again, and I'm not sure that Kane's going to get to that one either. He's running around the boundary, but the ball's going to beat him to the rope, and it's back to back to back from Rian Ahmed.
Richard Jones on Blue Sky. Hi Richard, do you know what the highest score Rian Ahmed has as an opener? I'm trying to remember any other occasions on which he's opened.
So this is it.
To be honest, Richard, on the other hand, he phrased the question in a way that suggests that you know it's a lot higher or something. So if you know, maybe he's opened for, I don't know, England A or something like that. I don't think so.
Lost another slip now.
I don't, Richard, is the short answer. I think it's this, but I'm not sure.
Caleb Jewell has come out to extra cover. There's a cover as well, mid-off. Man on the point boundary as Reece bowls to Ahmed, who just pushes it up to Tickner at mid-on this occasion. 29 without loss. With a run rate of over 7.5. Perhaps they are intent on setting Derbyshire 400 tomorrow. That would make for an interesting day's cricket, no question. As Reece comes in to complete his second over, 17 runs he's conceded, and make that now, because the man who's gone in at extra cover, Caleb Jewell, the ball was driven straight to him. He wasn't hit with quite the timing of the previous two to that boundary, and it is the end of 4 overs. Budinger, who didn't take a back seat in the first innings, is taking one in the second. He's 6 off 9. Rian Ahmed, 23 off just 15 deliveries. Leicestershire 29 without loss, and leading by 120 or thereabouts.
76 overs, yes, it's a potentially a lot of overs to be, well, almost certainly will be, unless we have light issues later on with all the cloud around, but yeah.
David Lloyd's already warming up.
Awful lot of cricket left to be played in this game. Chappell. Round the wicket, bowls to Budinger. Hurries him a little bit, but Budinger manages to block it back down the pitch on the front foot, on the offside.
He's coming on because he's just told Harry Kane to get the fielding pads on.
Richard's question was a genuine inquiry. He doesn't know. He's wondering whether he was. You lean on broken reeds, I'm afraid, in this commentary box, Richard. Apologies. I think it's this. i.e. currently 23. Round the wicket goes Chappell, bowls, and Budinger plays that nicely, just wide of mid. Off the throw isn't a good one, but it beats Guest, but the ever-vigilant Madsen runs across to make sure Reece's errant throw towards the stumps at the striker's end doesn't result in overthrows. Budinger picks up a single, 30 without loss after just 4.2 overs. Run rate 7, pretty much. They do hang around. They'll do their damage quickly. Something we did remark on before the season started. If they do score well, and they should with the lineup they have, they'll get their runs reasonably quickly. Chappell is in and bowls. Ahmed is 4, just dabs it out towards the vacant extra cover area and keeps the scoreboard ticking by taking a single. Good intelligent cricket from Ahmed. He moves on to 24. Still with the sweeper on the extra cover boundary for the left-handed Budinger, Chappell, and a wide third man. Lloyd continues to windmill his arms at backward point as Chappell is in short, swatted away, almost off the front foot by Budinger. It's a curious shot, this sort of front foot hook, or really.
It was the jab, wasn't it?
He'd turn his wrists on it. He's showing Chris Watts what he did. Watts signalled one for the over, that it was a genuine bouncer. Budinger was sort of on the front foot. Not an entirely convincing shot, but he's full of confidence at the moment. Anyway, he picked up a single because there was a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. Chappell is in. 2 Ahmed down the leg side, half stopped by Guest diving across to his left, 3/4 stopped, really. Jewell sprints back from first slip to make sure it is just 1 leg by. Good work by Guest, saved 3. 33 without loss. Add a 91, remember. Or add 100 and take away 9. If
That's
you,
easier.
I mean, that's
That's easier, isn't
probably
it?
the easiest thing
Or
to do.
get yourself a laptop. Which would be my advice.
Chapel bowls. Buttinger is forward. You heard the call of yes as he just worked it in to the offside and took one. I mean, they keep doing. I don't like the sweeper on the offside. He hasn't fielded the ball yet.
No.
Buttinger off, and
Fetched it
it
twice.
means there are gaps
Yeah, there are.
everywhere else. Sort of.
And yet they've removed a slip to try and plug one of the gaps, and it hasn't worked. We are going to see David Lloyd.
And a third slip would have had a chance.
Yeah.
But I think with Lloyd push this one, will it be no or spin? Well, guess this. Well, he would stand up anyway, probably.
He hasn't bowled any medium pace
Okay,
for Derbyshire. I don't think his knee allows him to.
so it will be spin.
Yeah. Well, this run-up is very much
8 gentle
indicating,
paces.
yeah,
Maybe
indicating
fewer.
some spin. Middlesex 282 for 9, leading by 286 against Kent at Canterbury. That game will finish in a positive result one way or the other, you would expect. Lancashire 193 for 5, trailing Northamptonshire by 303 at Old Trafford. Remarkable.
Sort of similar patterns to here, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see what their lower order does.
Gloucestershire 546, Glamorgan 212 for 5 in reply, trailing by 334. Here is Lloyd into bowl to Buttinger, who defends this into the onside. The announcer got the wrong spinner, I think.
What did he say, Morley?
Well, he's just said correction, it's David Lloyd. I can only imagine he's confused him with Morley. Next delivery is played off the back foot by Buttinger into the offside this time. Anderson fields. Tickner warming up, loosening up, stretching out. I've seen the last of Chappell for the time being, as Lloyd is in. That one is really darted in. That's not a great delivery, and it's crashed away by Buttinger out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That was the delivery of an occasional spinner.
It was. It dragged down.
Horrible. But they've obviously seen something, unless they want to swap Chappell around.
Well, we did in the first innings, didn't we? Did get a little bit of
Yeah.
something extra
But when
on
he
a couple of
bowled
occasions.
quite flat, wasn't it? Which he did then, but too short. Slip and a leg slip for Lloyd, who tosses this one up a bit more and is crashed straight back down the ground for a 1-bounce 4. It's thudded into the advertising boards down below as Buttinger had a sighter with the previous delivery and thought, well, this is all right. Moves on to 17-42 without loss, and we're only in the 6th over. It's like a T20.
You can feel the Derbyshire seamers wincing as that thudded into the nice new hard ball, thudded into the advertising hoardings and added at least a couple of overs to its life, so to speak, softened it a bit.
Lloyd's been hit for back-to-back boundaries. Needs a response here at 42 without loss. Leicestershire bowls. This one is a fuller delivery that's clipped into the leg side. It's half stopped by Jack Morley, who was in there.
At the old Trafford, there was, I don't know which building it was, but there was a sort of concrete sort of ledge in front of it, obviously on the other side of the boundary. But David Lloyd used to talk about hitting it into that concrete, but it did so much damage to the ball. He said he used to get Clive Lloyd to try and thump it into it. And, wow, that's the best concrete shot I've ever seen, you know, as he used to say. I don't think the modern advertising hoardings do as much damage, but...
No, the aluminium. They dent a bit, don't they? In goes Lloyd again. Buttinger plays that to Morley once more. Last ball of the over, but those 2 boundaries off it. And the run rate remains 7 and over. Buttinger has 17, Rian Ahmed on 24, 42 without loss. Our Leicestershire leading by 133. So Tickner isn't going to replace Chappell. I wonder if that was just 1 over of David
just
Lloyd.
to see if there was anything there for him. answer. There wasn't.
No, and I'm always surprised when they turn to Lloyd rather than Morley as the first spinner, but there we go.
Chappell over the wicket to Ahmed, thick inside edge, could have gone onto the stumps, didn't, Guest stuck out a hand, half stopped it, 3/4 stopped it as it bounced in front of him to his left, and Ahmed picks up a lucky single. He's slightly short and only a little bit wide. He jumped up on, well, he jumped up, both feet were off the ground as they sometimes are when he plays off the back foot, tried to thump it away through the offside, might just have come back in a bit to him and could easily have chopped on. He's gotten away with it, picks up 1, moves on to 25. 43. Leicestershire in their second innings without loss. Chappell goes back round. The sweeper's out now. Good. In goes Chappell and bowls, but he bowls onto the leg stump, so Budinger can just wait for it on the back foot and turn it down to Dahl, lurking down at long leg, protecting his back, I suspect, because he's otherwise probably the best fielder on the Derbyshire side. Close.
The only reason for him to be out there, genuinely, because he's picked up this back injury, cleared this back spasm during the course of the game, is so he can bowl. As Mitch Wagstaff's a perfectly competent fielder, so is Pat Brown.
Chappell is in, bangs it in. Ahmed up on his toes, this time playing carefully and turning the bat face on the straight delivery so it runs out towards mid-wicket. There is no mid-wicket, just deep mid-wicket, and a very easy single as a consequence.
I got the impression yesterday that he wouldn't have been able, well, he couldn't bowl yesterday morning when Derbyshire was still, Leicestershire was still in their first innings. So the only reason for him to be out there is for him to bowl.
Chappell to Budinger, thick inside edge onto the pad. It was slightly short. He was trying to sort of drive it away off the back foot through the offside, carve it away without the sweeper, then it makes it more of a tempting shot for him. Thick inside edge onto the pad. Could, again, have gone onto the stumps. Didn't. Ran out into the offside and there was no run. Tickner again, as Fletcher said, continues to stretch those long limbs at mid-on. Picks himself up as Chappell comes in and bowls to Budinger, who down on one knee looks to drive, doesn't time it, and it rolls rather apologetically out to Lewis Rees at mid-off. Sideways. Oh, there's the child's pose. That's the lower back.
It's a downward dog.
No, that's when your bum goes up in the air, so that you're stretching your hammies. When you've got your knees bent under you, it's the child's pose, and it stretches your lower back.
To another.
One aging person, in goes Chappell, bowled in towards the body of Budinger, drops it down to short leg and takes the single again. So they're not getting fours, they're taking their ones, these two. 46 without loss after just 7 overs, run rate 6.5s, and it's something of a flying start for the Foxes. There are flying foxes, aren't there? There is an animal called a flying fox.
Yes, some kind of vermin.
Presumably some kind of fox, is it? I don't know. I'll look that up.
I think you should, but be careful. Zach Chappell has collected his sweater, which was discarded on the boundary's edge, and now he's having to run all the way into cover, which is an interesting position for Zach Chappell to be in. He's an imposing figure in there. David Lloyd is going to continue. And he'll be bowling initially to Sol Budinger on 19. 46 without loss, Leicestershire bowls. That one is clipped away nicely to square leg. Came. Is the fielder out there? They go through for a single. It's not a bat, is it? I don't know why I've got a bat in my head.
It could, because I think they look something like a bat, don't they? Let's have a look.
It's a bat that looks like a fox. Or a fox that looks like a bat. It's one or the other. It's 47 without loss. Somebody will tell us. Tickner still going through his bowling action, and Lloyd coming over the wicket to the right-handed Rehan Ahmed on his way in now. Just the one slip in place. Ahmed goes back and cuts down. Well, I would say cuts. It came off the top edge because it's gone right over the top of Wayne Madsen and down to a very fine third man. And the Leicestershire 50 is already up, 51 without loss. We're only in the 8th over.
Well, you've excelled yourself with your knowledge there, because it's a genus of megabat, megabat, among the largest bats in the world, commonly known as a fruit bat or flying foxes, among other colloquial names.
There we go. Lloyd is in again, bowls to Ahmed, who goes for the big swing. His back foot, I don't think ever left the floor, but it wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
South Asia, Southeast Asia and Australasia, or Australia. East Africa too, they're all over.
Everybody can fly. Lloyd bowls, it's driven back to him on the bounce by Ahmed. He threatens to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, but Budinger hadn't left his ground. He does get through his overs quickly, David Lloyd, unless the ball is in the air. It's in the air now as it's driven down the ground, but it's very straight and it bounces once and goes for 4. And for a split second, Lewis Rees might have been interested there. That wasn't as clean a hit as we've seen from Rehan Ahmed in this attack on the Derbyshire bowlers. 34 from 23. But he got sufficient of it.
Hamish says they're also in his area. Big-eyed creatures.
They are. They do look a bit
rather sweet, actually.
Sweet. I would like to be attacked by one. And he goes back and cuts this one. That'll be 4 as well, I fancy, will it? Possibly, yes it is. I'm unsure for a moment whether Harry Kane would be able to get there, but he wasn't. David Lloyd just stands there and stares. Another boundary for Rehan Ahmed, that's his 8th. He moves on to 38. Budinger has 20. It's 59 without loss after 8 overs.
Run rate 7.4. I think it's reasonable to say that the Lloyd experiment, if that's how you want to describe it, hasn't worked. Not yet, anyway. 2 overs for 21.
Yes, he's had 5 boundaries hit off him, David Lloyd. And now he's in conversation with his fellow spinner, Jack Morley, as he walks past him.
Taking over the batter, Blair Tickner.
Correct.
Blur.
He has taken over at the Bennett end.
Yes, he has.
He is. You can't misidentify Blair Tickner, can you, really?
No.
You shouldn't.
Well, it'll happen now, won't it? When he took his sweater off, his shirt just rose a little bit. I've never seen his torso, but that also is highly decorated.
Is it?
Yes.
It's like it's his left leg. There's nothing on his right leg.
Yeah.
He has nothing against his right leg.
No.
Trouble is.
And neither of you. Good old Pete and Dud.
What a great line that was. Tickner is going to go around the wicket at Budinger. Mickey Arthur's got something to say to the third man, and he's distracting him, which when he wants him a bit finer.
I'm just going to mention that he's walked really. He looks agitated
He does.
himself, doesn't he?
In goes Tickner and bowls. Dropped out into the offside. It was a line and length delivery on off stump. Lloyd hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Budinger was well in his ground and watched with interest, but fortunately for Derbyshire, Chappell was backing up, so just the single to Budinger on to 21-60 without loss. Now he's cross about.
Morley looks like he's tried to back away from it, and he's pursuing him. I mean, it's not
nothing
not
to do with me, Chief.
I don't think it's anything to do with Morley. He's very much the one of the junior players, really, in terms of experience and age.
I didn't put Lloydie on.
I said, bowl me.
Tickner. Back over the wicket to Rehan Ahmed, who steers it away to the sweeper on the cover boundary in front of the. I'm not going to keep saying iconic. The seats in the Uptonsteel stand have lost a little bit of their.
Well,
the sun isn't on them, but I'm hoping that the dulling effect isn't the effect of 2 days in the sun.
I don't think they've been painted, you know. I'm
you think they're new?
I think they're new, or they've been washed.
Ahmed on to 39. Budinger back on strike. Tickner is in. Bowls. And no, says Budinger as he leans forward and blocks that straight delivery out to Lewis Rees at mid-off.
The conversation
He continues to engage. It's one-sided. Has he got to pass all this on to?
He'll never remember
the
it all, will
skipper.
he? It's usually the time the 12th man goes on with a bottle, isn't it? Yeah, Skip, have a drink, and there's a big note on it. 2 sheets of A4.
Tickner bowls and driven very pleasantly by Budinger out through wide-ish, mid-off, stroke extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. And the agitation being felt by Mickey Arthur won't have been lessened by that shot from Budinger. Lovely shot. He wasn't anywhere near the pitch of the ball, but he leant into it. The ball didn't do anything particularly, and he cracked it away in some style out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Budinger on to 25. The run rate now approaching 8. 7.5, 65 without loss after 8.4. I think we can definitely say it's a flying start for the Foxes now. Tickner is in, and a grunt of effort as he bangs it in towards the body of Budinger. Just steps inside the line, helps it around the corner, and picks up a single. What has Foxy Phil got to say about the situation? We will not be 59 without loss after 8 in most of the T20s. He says.
Well, it feels like a T20.
66 without loss now. Foxy Phil. Don't know who's going to open in the T20s. Well, Budinger. Well, it could be these two, I suppose. Tickner is in, short, chopped away in the air. Again, both feet off the ground, including the right ankle going in the air from Ahmed. Didn't really get it all, but he's hit it in the air through extra cover, not so very far wide of mid-off. And it's run away to the boundary for 4. Tickner can't quite believe it. Real laissez-majesté there. 70 without loss after 9. Leicestershire. Ahmed 43, Budinger 26. Well, we do talk some nonsense sometimes, and I obviously was again in saying I presume Leicestershire will sort of bat normally. It doesn't quite feel normal as such now.
Wow.
They are really trying to push on, and well, they're 161 to the good.
Jack Morley has passed on a lengthy message to
Yes.
yeah, to Brooke Guest. Martin Anderson's coming on to bowl, incidentally. Mickey Arthur was indeed at one point there before the end of that conversation joined by Ajmal Shahzad, who is the bowling coach. So the Lloyd experiment ends at 2 overs for 21. And now Lloyd's going out and he'll be within earshot of Mickey Arthur, and I'm not sure that's a good thing for David Lloyd. Mickey Arthur's moved around to mid-wicket to the left-hander. Arthur with his hands thrust deep into his pockets. Light's still on here, but it's okay, the light.
Can't believe you've got Flying Foxes in Aberdeen, Hamish. I think you're having me on there.
Oh, he's in Aberdeen, is he? It's not Aberdeen, New South Wales. It's Martin Anderson. Into bowl to Budinger, who lifts it into the leg side. It bounces before it gets to David Lloyd. Takes it on the bounce, actually two-handed, and they go through for a single. It's caution to the wind, isn't it, almost?
Well, it is, and if you're in the vicinity, get yourself down to
Okay, just
the
in time for
Uptonsteel
lunch.
for the afternoon session, because if Leicestershire continue this approach, you are going to get full value for your entrance fee. As ever, during the county championship, free after tea.
Yes, I like that. It is at Derbyshire as well.
Lots of pointing going on out there now.
Caleb Jewell's been moved from point to mid-wicket. Reasonably close in. 4 or 5 strips away. Square leg on the boundary. Cover on the boundary. Anderson bowls, driven but straight to Morley by Rian Ahmed. And there's no run. There's a third man, which is good to see. David Lloyd now in conversation with Mickey Arthur. Lots of gestures there. lunch can't come soon enough, it would appear, for Derbyshire and Mickey Arthur to get his troops together and tell them what they should be doing. They should be doing better. At the moment, they have offered chances. There's been a couple of inside edges that have missed the stumps by much. As Anderson is in, it's driven into the ground and parried by Anderson into the air. The ball stops dead on the ground. Anderson immediately puts his left hand in his pocket where his hand warmer is and polishes the ball with his right. He's walking back with his one hand in his pocket. You don't see that very often. Mickey Arthur just inside the boundary rope now. Way to our left hand side. As Anderson is in once more, driven into the offside by Ahmed, but again not timed and straight to Jack Morley, who's fielding at cover. It's a pretty defensive field, as you might imagine. Derbyshire 162 runs behind as we approach lunch on day 3. As Anderson is in once again, Pauls and Ahmed just defends it on this occasion. Morley steps over it, goes through to Lewis Rees.
Hamish says there are flying foxes at the world-renowned Aberdeen Zoo.
Ah.
But they don't come out very often. They've got a heater in their box.
Yes, if they're used to being in Asia and
Cage.
Australia. Might be a bit of a shock. I didn't know there was an Aberdeen Zoo.
Full of polar bears.
Anderson bowls and drives. That might be 4, it will be 4. There was a dive by Lewis Rees, but he could get nowhere near it, and Rian Ahmed moves to within one blow of a half century, moves on to 47.
Of just 31 deliveries.
75 without loss at the end of the over.
Food for thought.
He got his maiden first-class century against Derbyshire, didn't he, Rian Ahmed?
I believe he did.
At Derby.
At Derby, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Still be his first-class best.
Tickner's going to continue.
He loves batting. I think he loves batting more than bowling,
Yeah.
to be honest. Rehan and some good judges, including Hamish, have said they see him sort of going forward almost as a batting all-rounder, really.
Matt Critchley started off as a leg spinner at Derbyshire, and now he is very much a batting all-rounder down at Essex.
His hobby is boxing. Kind of looks a bit like a
It's a strange
boxer.
hobby, though, isn't
He
it?
looks in good shape this year, Rehan. First cricket club, Thoresby Colliery, CC, Mansfield, Nottinghamshire. You want to learn boxing if that's your neck of the woods. Jeepers.
Josh holding it down below. Going to do something at lunchtime.
Blair Tickner round the wicket to Sol Budinger, who spars away outside off stump and misses. Yeah, he's done something. He certainly was out there yesterday at lunchtime, wasn't he? Josh may even have been the first day as well. With the fitness coach.
He's got that strapping on his knee. It is right
He's
knee
a
just
huge,
below.
huge unit, isn't he?
Yeah.
Big Josh. Tickner bowls. Budinger defends on off stump on the back foot. Tickner fields in his follow through. Sun threatens to break through momentarily.
England camp like a tall bowler, don't they?
Well, a tall left-handed bowler is, I think, he's still very much seen as a possible weapon for the Ashes. Stark equivalent sort of thing. In goes Tickner and bowls again, defended on the back foot by Budinger. This time it's a straighter delivery, and it comes off the inside part of the bat, runs out towards Chapel, mid on. And if they'll switch the floodlights off during the lunch interval, Umpires might say, yeah, you're okay. Save a bit of money. A lot of money if the Sussex chairman is to be believed. Leicestershire costs them a fortune to run them as well. Tickner is in, bowls, played nice timing, defensively essentially by Budinger, out to Lloyd at backward point, who then throws at the stumps and hits them at the non-striker's end. Ahmed was back in his crease and obligingly helps umpire Watts by giving the stumps a little tap with the bat handle. 75 without loss.
It's making them a quarter of an inch shorter.
Leans on his bat and watches as Budinger leans in his stance equally. Tickner bowls to him, but it's drifting towards the body, and Budinger can go back and turn it comfortably enough out towards deep mid wicket. And Ashdal is out there, picks up and throws. Had a bit of a run to get to the ball though, and Budinger can pick up a comfortable couple. He moves on to 29, 77 without loss. Run rate has plummeted in this over, just a couple from it. It's now 7.1.
Yeah, they need to sort it out, really, don't they?
Tickner is in and bowls. That's going rough, not quite the same place. It's going a bit closer to Anojdahl. It was a fuller delivery. It was the same line on towards leg stump and worked by Budinger slightly uncomfortably out towards Dahl. Takes the single and keeps the strike. He moves on to 30, 78 without loss. Possibly last over before lunch. 69 remains, so theoretically it should be 64, shouldn't it? You know, if we were doing everything on time.
And we've lost 2 as well.
Indeed. However, over rates plus, as they have been throughout.
Yeah, they're, both sides have got positive over rates. Anybody can tell me how that's possible. I'd be obliged. So 78 without loss. They've managed to waste a minute in between overs here.
So
Derbyshire quite nicely.
Possibly will be the last over now. I don't know. It should be 2, shouldn't it?
Yeah, they've got 2 men on the leg side boundary, Morley and Kame. As Anderson around the wicket to Budinger. Let's go with 3 because there's one down at long leg as well. I missed him. That is Harry Kame. And they go through for a single. Budinger moves to 31, 79 without loss.
It was the very definition of an airy drive, wasn't it? In what may be the over before lunch.
Oh, they want this 400.
Apparently.
150 in each.
Declare half an hour before the close.
Wow. So there could be a...
Keep going at this rate, be an hour before the close, or at tea.
Fascinating day tomorrow in prospect as Anderson bowls, and that is played a one-footed shot to backward point for 4 by Rian Ahmed. It's a half-century of just 32 deliveries. Remarkable. That was his 11th boundary, Rian Ahmed, and he really has set the tone for this Leicestershire second innings. Wow. 11 fours.
The 100 he made at Derby is his highest first class score. A long way to go for that. 122 he made that day.
I remember watching it with delight. It's about 3 years ago now. Something like that.
Might be an article in Wisdom soon.
He waits now as Anderson bowls to him, and he defends this into the onside. Ball picked up by Caleb Jewell. It's a very Caleb Jewell-esque half-century. Not necessarily from the first innings here, but certainly the 2 innings he batted at Derby last week against Gloucestershire. He got on with it. Rian Ahmed has certainly got on with it here. Might be another over after this, though, as Anderson bowls a full delivery. It's driven straight back to him by Ahmed. There's 2 balls to go in this over, and the clock says 12:58. So it's going to be close. I'm sure the umpires will want to get another one in John Mallett's wearing a bobble hat today, for goodness sake.
He's lost his shorts. He's got his very quilted gilet on.
That's Anderson bowls, and interesting shot from Ahmed as he gets down on one knee and guides the ball into the offside. Morley fields. Still says 12:58, so he's got more than a minute to bowl this over and for the umpires to get into position. If they want another over, I would suggest they don't smash it beyond the boundary rope. Anderson then to complete his second over. He's in, and Rian Ahmed defends it. There you go, we're going to get another one. Back to the bowler, 83 without loss after 12 overs. Leicestershire, well, you're getting value for money, whatever you've paid today, to come and watch this one. Because Leicestershire's lead is now 174.
He's got a nice tan on him, Big Josh. He has spent a fair amount of time abroad, I think, this winter. Either that or on the sunbed, but I suspect the former. "11 fours."
Indeed.
32 balls, 11 fours.
Madness.
In comes Tickner. Bowls to Budinger. It was a tempter outside off stump. Budinger went down on one knee. He was going to try and carve it away through the offside, but just decided in the end to lift the bat over the line of the ball. Probably wise. Tickner a little wearily walks back towards the top of his mark. Well, batted this, has been on the field all day today so far, player Tickner. In he comes, bowls two, Budinger squares him up, thick outside edge, really. As he defended on the back foot, runs it out to Lloyd, who's at backward point. Fletch heads next door to update BBC Radio Derby with their luncheon bulletin. Yeah, he's sort of bandages on his right knee, or just below his right knee. Josh Holt, a little bit of support as Tickner goes in, Budinger goes back and pushes firmly in front of Lloyd, out towards deep cover. There is the sweeper out there, in the relatively diminutive form of Harry Kane. So just a single to Budinger onto 32, another good start for him. It's been a super season so far for Saul Budinger. '81 in the first innings. Half century in the first innings against Glamorgan, and an unbeaten 32 in the second, so continues to pile on the runs. All change for the right-hander. Tickner over the wicket, of course, to Ahmed, who drives him away to Dahl, who is on the cover boundary in front of the Uptonsteel stand, takes his single. 52 he moves on to. 2 balls to go before lunch at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Quiet, very quiet. Uptonsteel County Ground. I see a lot of people in the meet. It's nice and warm in there. Those big picture windows offer a very good view, especially when the pitch is cut where it is. In goes Tickner and bowls, and well, Budinger does go down on one knee and try and carve it away through the offside, and does indeed miss. So the fact that there were 2 balls remaining until lunch didn't put him off. Rehearses the shot. With a slightly sheepish air. Taking it in, bowls, Budinger defends it out just slightly wide of Lloyd, who picks up and throws to the non-striker's end, but without any conviction. because he knew Budinger would have made his ground. Tickner, hands on hips, looks a little bemused. How did he get a run there? But comfortable enough for Budinger, who goes to lunch on 33 off 41 balls. Good effort from him, but put into the shade by Rahan Ahmed, who goes to lunch on 52 off just 37 balls. Leicestershire have made very much a flying start to their second innings. They're 86 without loss off just 13 overs. The run rate 6.6 then. But the lead as a consequence, well, at 100 is 186. Take off 9 is 175 already. Very interesting to see what happens this afternoon and into the evening session. But clearly they've gone at it at such a rate that it is the intention at some stage to declare and try and put Derbyshire under pressure in their second innings. We'll be back with you, Fletch and I, in around about 35 minutes time. Enjoy your lunch, and as I say, if you're in the vicinity, get yourself down to the Uptonsteel, because there's some entertaining first-class cricket
Bringing umbrellas round.
being played. Fletch says this is spitting a little bit, but I think it will be temporary. There is plenty of, well, not plenty, but there are signs of blue, and it is much lighter than it was at the start. The covers are coming on, but, well, fingers crossed, not for any length of time. For now, from the Uptonsteel, we'll say good afternoon. Lead of 177, having bowled Derbyshire out this morning. Not before Messrs Tickner and Morley. Less so Martin Anderson today, wasn't able to add to his overnight 101 before being bowled by his former teammate Logan van Beek. Beauty that just trimmed his off bail, but a very fine century for Anderson. But Tickner and Morley battled away, extending the innings as far as 393.91, and it was extended rapidly and in some style by Rahan Ahmed and Sol Budinger. Budinger went to lunch on 33 off 41 balls, which is pretty good, but Ahmed on 52 off 37, having biffed, which is probably the right word, 11 fours in going to his ninth first-class half-century. Plenty for Derbyshire to think about during the lunch interval, and there's no doubt, Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, that the director of cricket wasn't highly amused.
I think there was a meeting. We obviously have lunch in the same room as the players, not on the same tables, of course. And they ate their dinner rather quickly and left. So there was a meeting. It'd be interesting to find out what might have been said. It's one of those "what did the manager say at half-time" kind of questions. And they will be hoping for better. Just bowling in the same area would be nice. Too much one side than the other, for most people's liking, I fancy. Lewis Rees to take up the attack from the pavilion end, bowling to Sol Budinger, who defends the first ball after lunch. Straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, he just had 2 overs this morning, went for 17. So David Lloyd had 2 overs for 21.
That's slightly baffling, in that he's not even the number one spinner. They clearly had you'd like to hope that they had a plan.
It felt a bit improvised, the plan. That sometimes it works, but it didn't on this occasion.
No. And as the players left the playing area for lunch, it was noticeable that Mickey Arthur, Ajmal Shazad, Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen were deep in discussion as Rees bowls, another ball bang on target. Much of the damage has been done though, with that lead of 177, as the sun shines brightly here at Grace Road. It did rain at lunchtime.
And for about 30 seconds it rained quite hard. But looks as though, whisper it, because that dark rain cloud has disappeared over towards the sort of east.
You can see the front.
We're set fair.
As Rees is in once again. This one down the leg side, but Budinger can't make contact. It goes through to Brooke Guest. So yes, they'll be looking for better. If it's any worse, there'll be real major issues.
I like to see the end of the boat race.
Who's in it this year?
They're very careful these days not to get in the water if they possibly can. At the end,
they certainly don't throw their cocks in anymore, do they? Here is Rees on his way into bowl to Budinger. That one is.
If they don't like him, they will her. They might give him a ducking, but no, they don't. They're very careful.
Got back to Zach Chappell's nickname there for a moment. 86 for 1.
Better already.
Yes.
4 dot balls.
Markedly better. Mark's been in touch. He's been relatively amusing this time as Rees bowls. That one is on leg stump, but it's nicely fielded at mid-wicket by Caleb Jewell, who then throws the ball while he's on the floor and rolls it towards the stumps of the non-strikers end. Nicely done. Says profound apologies for tardiness. Trying for hours, he says, to access the coverage via smart speaker, but instead of delivering the soothing radio of the Derbyshire game, his speaker has become an open critic of Worcestershire's performance, repeating the phrase "pair in error." Very good. I'll see myself out, he says. Next delivery from Rees is again turning to the leg side. They're going to go through for the quick single this time, as once again it's fielded by Caleb Jewell, and the first over after lunch comes to an end. And just one run from it. Merciful release for the Derbyshire fielders. 87 for without a loss.
Has normality resumed? We shall see. Blair Tickner, who was bowling before lunch, is going to continue from the Bennett end. What sort of field is his skipper going to set for him? Buttinger pinched the strike there. Ahmed yet to face post-lunch. There will be the sweeper out on the extra cover boundary. There will be the third man. Looks about the same actually. Lloyd is slightly backward of point. Rees at a wide-ish mid-off. Tickner bounds in and bowls a bouncer on off stump. Well played by Buttinger. It reared up at him and he leant backward, managed to keep it down, but that was a delivery that would get your heart beating a little bit more quickly, for sure.
Yes, I've been putting my bat under my arm and walking off.
I told you that story, didn't I? About sure, I've certainly told BBC Radio Leicester listeners the story before. A former colleague. Tell you that. I'll go in again. Why not? Tickner is in and bowls and hits Buttinger on the right shoulder. I think he went down on one knee, tried to avoid it, and I think it hit him on the right shoulder. We shall.
That's what I thought. Certainly, it wasn't the helmet, so it doesn't require medical assistance.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lower than that, but yeah, he doesn't. But yeah, he's getting a bit of a examination from Tickner already, who is in and bowls, and no surprisingly, it was a full delivery outside off stump, and he threw the bat at it. He has been slightly disturbed, you would say, Sol Buttinger, by those two previous deliveries.
Understandably.
Yeah, that would disturb me.
Well, he's sharp, isn't he, Tickner? He's very tall and aggressive looking, although one of the quietest men you could wish to speak to, as so many Kiwis are.
Well, he wore a couple this morning, didn't he, from
Yeah.
Ben Mike, and gloved one to second slip, so that will have encouraged him. In he goes and bowls. Buttinger leans forward and wafts at it, no question that he's been unsettled by those first two deliveries. As I say, he's been in super form, Buttinger, this season. 56 and 32 not out at Cardiff. 81 and now 34 not out, but he would dearly love to pick up a third half century, I'm sure, in 4 innings, but he's going to have to earn it the hard way, says Blair Tickner. Turns that little sort of up and down on the spot before charging in and bowling. Buttinger does defend a slightly short of a length delivery on off stump, drops it down at his feet and then strolls. It is a stroll off towards short leg as well. Looks across to see huge empty acres on the leg side. There is just deep square and a long leg and a mid-on, so only the mid-on is, who is Chappell, could remotely be described as saving one. Anything on the leg side other than to him, towards him, will result in runs. Tickner is in, bowls and slightly short and just 10 stopped for half a second there. Buttinger played it well enough in the end, but He walks down holding the blade of his bat to chat to Ahmed at the end of what was a pretty torrid over.
Very decent over. I just hope that they've got good memories and they don't forget what they were told at lunchtime too quickly. Derbyshire, because that is much more like it. It was also, by my reckoning, the first maiden over of the innings. And it took them 15. But now a good over from Blair Tickner.
Jogging, a horrible minute. You think it was jogging off, but he's not. He's just handing a
sweater
sweater in. He's got a serious haircut, hasn't he? It's beautifully sort of shaped, very close to the head.
So Lewis Rees around the wicket to Rian Ahmed on 52, 87 without loss. That's his first delivery since lunch, isn't it?
It is. First one he's faced.
Yeah, pushes it out into the offside. Why would you have to walk that heavily?
I know. I was just
I'd find it difficult
he's not on his toes.
I'd love to know how you make that much noise with your feet.
Maybe flat-footed.
Remarkable. He turns at the top of his mark. Into bowl to the right-handed Ahmed, who's down the leg side. I'm not sure it's hit anything up.
It sounded paddy, didn't it? Or was it guest's pad, perhaps?
Certainly wasn't bat involved in his leg buys. Two of them. 89 without loss. So it'll be a while before we see David Lloyd again. Derbyshire still not out of the game at 180 behind, but slowly being forced out of it as Rees bowls and Ahmed turns that one down towards the backward square leg, where it's fielded down there in the far distance by Zach Chappell.
Tarif Hassan is convinced Rehan Ahmed will score 100 today.
Wow.
Nimmers, this is amazing batting from Leicestershire. The last two games have been brilliant. And, he says, qualifying his statement somewhat, a long time coming. So, well, they've had some good batting performances.
Fascinating discussion with the Derbyshire supporter downstairs as Rees bowls to Budinger, turns it nicely into the leg side. Chase on here for Lloyd. They've run one and that's all they'll get as Lloyd gets there quickly. 91 without loss. Budinger moves to 35. I think it was brought about, the discussion about due to the it was 13 of them that we saw before lunch, which were from a Derbyshire perspective disappointing, certainly. He says, you just want to see your team win. I said, well, to do that you'd have to go back, as this next delivery is played nicely off the back foot down to a wide third man. Kames there. One more to Ahmed, who moves to 54, 92 without loss. I said, you have to go back to the 90s. And he said, well, you just want to see your team fight. And I said, well, I know what you're saying, but I've been doing this since 2016, and there have been very few seasons, in fact probably just one, in which they've won more games than they've lost. And they've had an array of coaches, including the disastrous spell of Dave Houghton on his return. As Rees is in, that's a short delivery, very wide of the off stump, and he's perhaps fortunate to get away with not being wided for that one. Budinger had nothing to do with it. He was delighted to allow one to go through, so he's not facing the first delivery of the new Blair Tickner over. He has 35, Ahmed has 54, it's 92 without loss, now a lead of 183. So it's sort of, it's difficult, isn't it? The club's well run, they make profits, they're not in debt, but really what people want to see is a team that competes. That challenges, competes and challenges. We've made the quarterfinals of the T20 3 times in my time, in the last 9 years, which is probably 2 fewer than they really ought to have done. They've come into games in the last round of matches in the T20 and lost them when a victory would have taken them through, and 4-day cricket's not been great. 50-over competition has now become almost irrelevant. It's tough being a Derbyshire supporter, I know. But I do think there is just a little bit of something about this team. They're going to have bad sessions, they're going to have bad moments. But they've got all bases covered, right arm, left arm spin, right arm, you know, it's all there.
Tickner round the wicket to Ahmed, and it's a bouncer, and it is gloved by Guest. Oh, Ahmed's going to have to hurry. Oh, my word, it's worth a shout. He had got back, but that was a great throw, came in from sort of, well, very fine third man, really. Who is it down there?
Martin Anderson.
It is Anderson. He overthrew, I'm sure deliberately, Guest, and hit middle stump at the...
One shot.
Well, good job it was one short well, no, because that would have been Buddinger's fault then, really.
But it couldn't have... Oh, no, no, sorry, it wasn't one shot. It
Was it?
One for the over, one...
Yeah, one for height thing,
sorry,
I think.
that was a lot of old nonsense from me. It couldn't have been one short at the far end, because that was the end he had to get into.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, the throw from Anderson hit the middle stump at the non-striker's end, and Ahmed, who was dawdling slightly, maybe got a shout from Budinger, just made sure his bat was grounded, but it was well worth the appeal, and Tickner was very interested for a moment, but it was a good bouncer to Ahmed. In goes Tickner and bowls Fuller to Budinger, who works it out into the offside. You heard the stentorian bellow of no as David Lloyd closed quickly on it. So Ahmed, who had obviously taken the one, sort of was sent back by Budinger,
yes,
essentially, and
just
got a long way down. Yeah, I don't think Budinger would have made it with that accurate throw from Anderson. All happening, gone dark again, but temporarily. In goes Tickner and bowls, giving it everything. It's fullish delivery, straight. Budinger, understandably, looking to stay on the back foot, defends it out into the offside. Better energy. Better directed energy, shall we say, from Derbyshire in this post-lunch session so far. Jack Morley, who was the recipient of the Director of Cricket's words to pass on, perhaps, down at third man, claps his hands. In goes Tickner, bowls, slightly short of a length, but again, well played by Budinger, resolutely in line. The back foot drops it out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it's been much better. It's just a shame that those 13 overs have been so damaging from a Derbyshire perspective. You just look at that run rate, it's down to under 6 now.
And the over rate is finally -1.
But Watt's just saying something to Tickner.
Steam's coming out of his ears as he charges in, bowls, and Budinger drives square on the offside. It will be cut off by the tumbling Kane running down the rope to his right. Picks it up and sort of rolls and picks himself up again, all very athletically. Gets his throw away, keeps Budinger to 1. Very pink grip on his bat handle, Saul Budinger. Flamboyant character.
Look where Wayne Madson's fielding. This is very unusual. He's fielding at mid-wicket.
No
very square
slips
mid-wicket
for Ahmed. It will be short. Everybody's out. They're saying, go on then, take it on. Budinger looks on as Ahmed steps inside that one and tries to wristily whip it down to fine leg. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Guest. He was staying around the wicket there, Tickner.
Looking at the way that Guest took it, it's a sharp delivery.
Yeah, took it round about head high, neatly to his, just to his right. That was a good shout. Come on, Blair. I don't think that was one of the fielders. I think that was one of the spectators. Blair is in. Bowls, edged. It was a horrible swipe, but he's got away with it there, Rehan Ahmed. Leg buys. What did it hit?
Must have hit his body. It's hit him on the helmet by the look of it.
Flick the helmet.
Yeah, they're calling the physios on.
Let's have a look, see.
So that'll be the concussion protocol to be gone through.
Yeah, he's quite front on as well. The grill, I suspect, might have been involving him. His hand immediately went to the grill. He sort of got square on in the way that Chappell did against Mike yesterday, looking to swipe it away, and it would have been a swipe.
Tickner is coming off now.
Yeah, he's not happy. He's limping slightly. He was favouring his right leg slightly.
On occasion.
He did it in the first innings,
Yeah.
didn't he? And he just wants a word with one of the backup staff. He's having a
Which part of his body
drink.
he's called for something. I think he looks okay.
He's got time, hasn't he,
walked
now?
off without his cap, which is currently being held by Wayne Madsen, as they go through the concussion protocols with Rihan Ahmed.
And they replaced perhaps the grill of the lid.
Yeah, let's see if he took a spare helmet out. Tiptoes past.
Yeah, that would be the simpler thing to, I suppose, if they have the helmets to their preferred size. It would make sense to replace a part rather than the whole
83
thing.
bats, you'd think they could have 2 helmets, wouldn't you?
Indeed. So this won't affect the over rate, but it will affect the time we're here tonight.
But it's not about us.
No, indeed. We, the royal we all will be here tonight. A long hiatus. Well, Tickner gets something to eat as well.
Got one of those energy gels.
He's only a couple of overs. Yeah.
Well, they had to rush their lunch. Account to the fact that they were in and out very quickly.
Were they summoned to the meeting, were they?
I think so. He was the last one out, so I think he'd been exempted. But yeah, there was clearly something going on.
99 without loss after all that. Could do with. Why haven't we got extras on the board? That would be a good thing to have on the board as well, wouldn't it? I'm sure it used to be. Anyway, we don't. Ahmed 54, Budinger 36, but that goes down as leg byes, I suppose.
Was it me? Lewis Rees bowling to Sol Budinger, who
I'd sent you to sleep.
just got out. I forgot we were still at the cricket. And the 100 is up for Leicestershire. He moves on to 37. The lead is, what would it be now? 191. Just getting. I thought that in that, was it the last over or the over before that, that Martin Anderson got to the ball really quickly. That was because he was almost a backstop, I'm told, rather than a third man or fine leg, because that one is defended by Rihan Ahmed out into the offside. Caleb Jewell picks up and gives the ball a cursory polish. Still effectively a new ball at 17 overs and 2 balls old. Again, no slips for Lewis Rees now either. Derbyshire very much on the defensive. As Rees comes around the wicket down the leg side, nicely taken by Brooke Guest, who just waited a moment because he thought Rihan Ahmed might topple forward, but he didn't. Interesting to have seen the verdict of umpire Watts, who's at square leg. 2 men on the leg side boundary. There is Martin Anderson close in at mid wicket, mid on and mid off, reasonably deep. There's a cover, a point, a couple of men out on the offside as well as Rees bowls, and it's defended by Ahmed back to him. But it's been much better from Derbyshire.
Yeah, they've kind of got a bit of control of the game back, haven't they?
Well, they've just started bowling on off stump rather than
or short.
Yeah, well, yes.
In Tickner's case, but yes.
The bowling has just been more accurate for me.
You just feel as though, I mean, they're not driving the game in the overall sense, but they're sort of in charge out there to a certain extent again, all of a sudden.
Which they had to be. Rees bowls, that one's defended by Ahmed back to the left armour. I mean, they lost control completely, alarmingly, in that morning session, the second half of the morning session. 86 runs in 13 overs. Rian Ahmed and Sol Budinger scored. Must be Harry Kane clapping, surely. He's normally Harry. As Reese is in again, and this one is driven out into the offside. What a stop that is from the sprightly veteran Wayne Madsen. At backward point, dives away to his left-hand side. No idea how he's doing it.
No, sort of sprawls away to his left and reaches up with his right hand.
Yes. I'm watching a lot of goalkeepers.
Wow.
Just a little warning there for Lewis Reese, who did bowl 3 no-balls in the first innings. One was very costly because he bowled Logan Van Beek with a no-ball. And the umpire is just suggesting to him that he's getting close to that front line, so he wants to be careful. But we're going to have 2 slips for Blair Tickner, which is good news.
Battle resumed between Tickner and Budinger. The backstop has gone to sort of fine leg. In goes Tickner and bowls, slightly short, but off stump line, so Budinger can get up on his toes and steer it very correctly, really, out through the gap in the covers towards the sweeper and take 1. Moves on to 38. Stays round the wicket, Tickner to the right-handed Ahmed, who has shown an inclination to take the short ball on, and that is too high, the bouncer, and the there is the long stop. Yes. He has gone very much behind for the right-hander.
He's essentially standing
directly
behind Brooke Guest,
and he saved 4 runs there because it bounced over Guest. It was too short. It was obviously signalled wide by umpire Watts, but yeah, absolutely. Anderson right behind him.
Lancashire bowled out for 228, 268 behind Northamptonshire.
Did they enforce?
If they're at the innings break at the moment, the suspense is killing me. We'll find out shortly.
Tickner in to Budinger, onto the legs. Budinger steps across, just turns it fairly calmly around the corner. And Dahl out there at deep backward square, takes the single, moves on to 39.
Can't see Anderson, but he is still backstopping, yeah.
You can see him between the slats of the sight screen. For the right-hander, he really does go very, very straight. No slips. Tickner is in round the wicket. Yorker dug out and driven towards the long off boundary. It's being chased down because he didn't quite get all of it. He had to dig it out, but he is going to pick up a couple. Nice shot from Rian Ahmed.
It's one of those testers there for Johnny, wasn't it?
It was. He got there. He knew it wasn't going to quite get there up the slope, even on this very fast outfield. Ahmed on to 56. Tickner, high stepping, comes in and bowls short, swatted back through mid-on by Ahmed. He was expecting that. That is going to go the distance, although Lewis Reese does start the chase, but that was the old sort of tennis drive down the line, wasn't it? Bounced a bit. He's broken his bat as well. The swat back through mid-on.
He thinks he's broken his bat because he's just given it to Sol Budinger to ask for a second opinion.
He waved it at the pavilion straight away. Budinger was interested to see it. He says to Wayne Madsen, is it okay to change it? Madsen
says no.
Yeah, no, back with that. Yes, he always wondered what might happen if
it's a bit wobbly.
The position said no.
Do that thing you can do with a pencil, which makes it look like a pencil. You know when you do that, look, see that? Pencil looks like it's wobbling. The bat is wobbling in his hand.
slogan on the front of them, or no manufacturer's sticker, thinking that because his original bat has one.
Yeah.
You can see the angle of the handle and the blade when the 12th man leant on it, Liam Travaskis. It is indeed broken.
Sign that and give it away to somebody, I'm sure.
Yeah, but the bats he's brought out, well, yeah, he's taken one with a manufacturer's sticker on, but two of them were completely clear, weren't they? Round the wicket goes Tickner, bowls, hit it up in the air, it's going to go between the two fielders, through long leg, on the bounce, 4-4. Well, Morley and Lloyd are not far apart, really, probably, 20 yards, something like that? And they sort of both obviously ran towards the ball, so they were no more than 5 yards apart when it crossed the ropes, but absolutely bisected them. So consecutive boundaries, and we're kind of, well, not back to where we were before lunch, but 10 off the last 3 balls. Might persuade Derbyshire and Madsen and Tickner to go back to perhaps a normal line. Not yet though, 1 ball to go in the over. Tickner into Ahmed, slower ball, which he had to reach for, but he has reached for it successfully and steered it out to extra cover, but a good sliding diving stop. Just sliding. Going feet first, Zach Chappell, he didn't dive at all, did he?
No, well, but I knew what you meant.
He went to ground, feet first, and he made the stop and kept Ahmed to 2. So 14 off the over. Now Madsen and Tickner turned to umpire Watts and asked something, and umpire Watts sort of, it was a sort of if you must shrug. I don't know what it was about. That said something to him. No.
We'll never know, because I won't remember to ask him.
Ahmed on to 66 after all that excitement of 52 balls, and Leicester have added, it was 14 off the over, I think. 116 without loss after 19. Run rate back over 6s.
Lewis Rees to continue. Solbert and Jet on strike. In he goes, and it's defended straight back to him. So Lewis Rees, that is by Budinger. Lewis Rees, in the 2 overs he bowled before runs, conceded just the 4 runs. Either the internet connections running a bit slow, or the scoreboard's not being updated at the moment. That's the one on my screen, not the one in the ground. He goes Rees again and bowls, that was guided out towards Dahl on the cover boundary. Just slightly irritating. But no more. Yeah, I think it's ground to a hole.
Sun back out as well.
It's beautiful, isn't it? When that sun's out, it's very pleasant. I sat on the seat of the T26 and it got really warm.
Oh, the sort of dugouts.
Yeah, his delivery is defended off the back foot by Rian Ahmed. Rather hurried him. Lewis Rees. Again, there's no run. 117 without loss. The score 66 to Rian Ahmed, 40 to Sol Budinger. Derbyshire have been better since lunch, but that was from a very low base. Around the wicket goes Rees, driven by Ahmed, but not timed at all. Inside half of the bat, I suspect, and out towards Anuj Dahl on the mid-wicket boundary. And 18 without loss. Just been asked by somebody if this is a T20. It feels like one.
Certainly did feel that way before lunch, didn't it?
They'd not be happy with 118 and going into the final over of a T20 though. This one is defended into the offside by Budinger, picked up by Martin Anderson.
Not with no wickets down anyway.
No. is going on with my laptop here? It's just, unless it's NV Play that's gone down, which it could be. You never know. These things happen. In goes Reese again. Over the wicket. Oh, edged where second slip would have been. It's gone down for 4. And this is the issue that Derbyshire have got. If they do take an edge, it's not going to be caught unless it's a very fine one, because there's only Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And yet their field is spread far and wide effectively now. And it doesn't really restrict the runs if they're going to get a boundary.
No, I mean, the lead's now obviously over 200, so probably isn't far away from sort of almost going on the defensive, really.
Yeah, 209
really.
Get his MB player that's packed up. Slightly disappointing. .22 without loss at the end of the over.
Tickner to continue this entertaining spell.
Northamptonshire have enforced the follow-on.
Staying round the wicket to Rahan Ahmed, short, lifted down to the boundary for 6. Derbyshire member reading a red top, ducks underneath it as it smashes into the green benches. Just helped it on its way. It was a nice shot, actually swivelled, and with that round the wicket helped it on round. And good job. He looked up from his red top at Derbyshire gentleman and got out of the way, just leant to one side. Ahmed into the 70s, 73 off 55 balls. Tickner stands with one hand on one hip, but kind of got what it asked for, that one. 128 off 20.1, run rate creeping back up, 6.3 now. Tickner is in, short again, pulled again, 6 again. No, was it before, did it? Oh, it did just bounce before. Thought it had gone all the way. This time much wider from Ahmed. This attack is not working.
No.
And Tickner, he doesn't stalk back towards the top of his... He shrugs at Madsen. Both hands go up in the air with the shoulders. He is expressive. You know what he's sort of saying or thinking from his body language. He needs to go back over the wicket, really, and they need to start bowling quote-unquote properly. It's been too soon to try and, I think, buy a wicket. Ahmed, yes, will take it on, but he's a better bat than Zach Chappell, with respect to Zach.
Yeah.
And he's shorter as well, so he can, when he gets the short ball, he can usually sort of get inside it and get underneath it. Anyway, 10 off the last 2 balls, and he is going back over the wicket, Tickner. Ahmed on to 77. Tickner is in, bowls to him, and almost holds out to mid-on. It was... there's an awful lot of people standing there with their chin in their hands now. It was well pitched up, and if that was the plan, it was a good one. Ahmed went for the big thumping drive, got it off a thick inside part of the bat, got lots of it. But Madsen, who slightly deep at a wide-ish mid-on, what did it bounce about 3 or 4 feet in front of him? So easily have gone straight to him, and very nearly did. Not happening for Tickner at the moment. In he comes, bowls to Ahmed down the leg side, flings himself off his feet, Blair Tickner that is. Ahmed tries to help it on its way, doesn't get anything on it, and Guest manages to get across to his left to field.
Bowling coach is out again.
I remember watching him for Yorkshire bowl a few sort of similar spells.
Yeah.
Looks in good shape. He looks slimmer than he does when he was bowling, actually. In goes Tickner. Bowl short, slapped out to mid-off, and it's caught. And it's caught. Well, you could say it has been coming, but a better line, I think, from over the wicket. As much... Well, Ahmed is still waiting there. I'm not quite sure what for. He has to turn and walk off. Whether he thought it was going to be another. I think it's just disappointment
Yeah,
as
I
much
think
as
so.
anything. Tickner, there's no great celebrations out there among the Derbyshire players. Tickner is now getting a few sort of gentle pats on the back, but when he took the wicket, he slapped it out to mid-off, and would it have been Rees out there?
Chappell, I think.
Was it Chappell who took the catch?
Tall
He did have
man
to
on the
jump.
pitch.
He did have to jump,
he did.
two-handed above his head, but he did and took it cleanly enough. But well, Ahmed is the slowest walk off, and he's really fed up about something. Whether he thinks that was a third the third that should have been third bouncer in the over, because he did hit 2 of them for 6 and 4.
Fair point. It's a nonsensical rule anyway, but you're right, it's a regulation.
So should that not have been a no ball, he's saying?
Say it all he likes, really. Off you go.
He is meandering off the field. Anyway, he goes. Chris Watts didn't signal no ball. Ahmed goes. Caught.
Yes, he might have
Chappell.
I don't think it was above shoulder height, though, was it?
He's,
I haven't seen a replay. I'm going off what
he's
I
obviously not the
saw.
tallest man in the world, but his bat was more or less horizontal, and he was so it was close.
If
That's
it's
all we can
horizontal,
say.
it would be in line with just below his shoulder, wouldn't it?
Would
I
be if
don't
it was
know.
vertical.
You'd have to.
Yeah, and he was kind of jumping a bit, but it was-
We're adding
yeah.
a jump now, are we?
well, he always kind of does jump when he gets, both feet tend to be off the ground, but he bends at the knees as well. So it was probably a 50-50 call, and I suspect that's what he feels. But anyway, Tickner has his man in the end, and a hugely entertaining innings and indeed opening partnership comes to an end on 132. Ahmed having made 77.
Can we get back to normal now, do you think?
I don't
That'd be
know.
nice.
Well, Ian Holland, you would think would play normally, but
We'll just have some
we'll see.
first-class cricket, please, at some point. That'd be nice. Look at that, we've got 2 slips, a leg slip, which is Harry Kame.
The lead is 223.
It is.
As Tickner comes in and bowls to Ian Holland, fullish on the leg stump. Holland pushes it carefully out towards wideish mid-on. And that is the end of an eventful Blair Tickner over. 7 overs, 1 for 46 for the New Zealander now. Madsen and he have a word. But, well, what a period of play that was.
Madness.
It was all a bit crazy,
Absolute
wasn't
madness. Lancashire have been, as I just mentioned briefly during that over, have been asked to follow on by Northamptonshire. They're already 0 for 1 in the 3rd over, still 268 runs behind, which is interesting because Lancashire were clear favourites to win the title. With the bookmakers, before the season started, I don't know what they based it on, whether they actually looked at the squads or whether they took into account that Sir James Anderson wasn't going to play for the first 4 or 5 weeks because of a little niggle that he'd picked up. But they are behind, some distance behind at Old Trafford, remarkably. Lewis Rees to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Sol Budinger, who turns or tries to turn this down the leg side. I think he's got some bat on that, given the reaction. I didn't hear anything from here,
There was a noise.
but there was a reaction from the
clicky
players, and
noise.
it wasn't taken cleanly
I think it
by Brooke Guest.
just on the half volley. I think it just dropped short of him.
We're going for a drop short. Well, I much prefer that.
He's reaching for.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it just
Lewis
dropped
Rees
short.
needs to be quicker, doesn't he? 290 for 5.
Be a heck of a player if he was
Well,
quicker
he
as
certainly
well.
would, wouldn't he? He's in again now, and that one is played out and missed. Outside the off stump, a real wafty shot from Budinger. Morgan 290 for 5, trailing Gloucestershire by 256 at Canterbury. Kent in pursuit of a little more than 300 to win, having bowled Middlesex out for 300. 53 without loss. They need another 263 at Canterbury, so you would expect that game to end positively one way or the other. Is Rees in again. Bowles strikes the pad. Big appeal gone. Budinger, 2 in quick succession. He hadn't looked completely at home for some time, Sol Budinger. Roughed up by Blair Tickner and now trapped in front by Lewis Rees. And from 132 without loss, it's become 132 for 2.
Ooh, that's out.
The verdict is given to my right-hand side.
Back foot, leaning forward, went on. He's been swinging them away from the left-hander, left arm over, and then that one sort of straight on. And yeah, not much doubt about it. Another good contribution from Sol Budinger.
69 balls is 44.
I suspect again he'll be slightly disappointed that he's got in, made a good score and not gone on to that elusive 3 figures. Reset.
Well, yes, 2 fresh batsmen out there. That will delight Derbyshire.
Mr. Arthur's team talk did some good, although close on 50 runs added before
it
the
took
double
effect.
breakthrough.
Yeah. Lewis Hill, the new batter, making his way out now. Umpires are reasonably close to the one, but Mr. Watts has come all the way down to Mr. Adnan's end. Lewis Rees in conversation, deep conversation with Hassan Adnan, but I did see them chatting as well at the start of play, and it seems very, very friendly. But I don't know why the umpires don't need to talk in between the fall of wickets, do they? 132 for 2. And Lewis Hill will face once. This takes an eternity, doesn't it? The swapping of batters. Why is it taking so long? 1 for 28, Lewis Rees's figures, which in isolation isn't too bad, but they've come from 6.5 overs. Caleb's been asked to go somewhere else. Pat Brown's on. I assume for Blair Tickner. No, Blair Tickner's at mid-off, so I assume incorrectly. Where is everybody? It's difficult to tell. Jack Morley's out there. He'd been down to our left, but he's away to our right. Anyway, here comes Lewis Rees. In and bowls. And that one is defended bat and pad very close together by Lewis Hill, which I assume is the reason for the oohs and the ahs out there. It's Martin Anderson who's not on the field. He's exhausted himself fielding at long stop or backstop. If indeed you are exhausted fielding there.
There's another boat race now. It's the chaps this time.
And who's in that final?
Looks like Oxford and Cambridge have made it again.
Rees bowls, full delivery, driven out into the offside by Hill. He's off the mark with a single. David Lloyd does the fielding. Yeah, well, the BBC's got the elitist sport at least. Well, it was quite amusing that
they had to stop the ladies' race because they big clash. Then Oxford were nearly disqualified. You've been very naughty rowers.
Some people weren't allowed to row because they were doing postgraduates in PGCE, the certificates of education,
rather than
and
degrees.
They ruled them out.
Yes, it was Oxford
Playing
dirty.
Very controversial.
Didn't do any good.
There's Rees in again, bowls. That's Holland off the mark now, with a drive square on the offside.
Did you row at your school?
No, no.
Well, in a little fat boat that.
No, I'm not a big fan of the water, really. End of the over, 134 for 2.
Feelings probably mutual, but the water's not that big a fan of
you'd be right. You'd be right. Martin Anderson's back on the field now. Pat Brown is making his way off. No, rowing sort of passes me by a bit, really.
Yes. Well, it requires a fairly large stretch of water for a start,
Well,
doesn't
they
it?
row on
Which
the
is-
Ouse, which obviously is in York, which is not too far away from where I was brought up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mr. Tickner, with a wicket to his name at last in this innings, that is. I say at last, he's only bowled the 7 overs, but entertaining they have been. He has a new batsman to bowl out. Comes in, bowls to Holland, full and straight, and Holland is leaning forward, blocking the ball back up the pitch, and there is no run. Tickner sort of jogs on to have a, and then points to Madsen. It strengthen the offside, he says, 'cause I'm going to bowl up. I don't think he will use the word properly. I was going to say I hesitated there, but
That was the word
a
you
more
were-
normal
that was
line,
in your mind,
perhaps.
though, wasn't it?
It was. It was a sort of off-stump line.
Yeah, yeah. So Lloyd comes in from the mid-wicket boundary and Harry Kane swaps over.
And it looks like a fairly normal field again.
Normal
Long
cricket,
stop's
hooking
gone
out.
as well. Tickner in. Holland just turns him neatly off his legs through the vacant square leg area. Should be a comfortable 2. I hesitate because there might have been 3 really, but Lloyd is quick over the ground and gets his throw away, and there was always really only ever going to be 2. Holland on to 3, 136 for 2.
Perfect example of a bowler not bowling to his field.
Having strengthened the offside, immediately bowl on the leg side.
And now he's got the mid-wicket out and he's brought Harry Kane back onto, so that was 1 over's worth of...
1 ball's worth of...
sorry, 1 ball's worth, yeah, of bowling at off-stump.
Which he didn't.
No.
There you go. This will be off stump. In he goes and bowls. No, it isn't. It's almost on towards the hip of Holland, and he can turn it away down towards long leg again. Well, deep backward square almost, really. Lloyd gets there ahead of Morley running around and gets his throw away even, but Holland again able to pick up a couple. Moves on to 5, 138 for 2. It'll be a different sort of stand, this. These two will be busy, but they were unlikely to be any of the sort of spectacular shots we've seen in the first 21 overs. Tickner is in, bowls down the legs. Oh, it hit something, and he's given. He is given. Well, it must have been the glove. You could hear a noise, but the way that sort of Holland kept his bat raised made me think it might just have been chest pad or something like that. But the short ball worked, and Derbyshire have picked up 3 wickets in the space of Leicestershire adding just 6 runs. So the game hasn't swung, but it has changed again. Holland goes for 5, and Leicestershire, having been 132 without loss, are 138 for 3.
You're right. I mean, they're still very much in the box seat, Leicestershire here, but the fact that the lead is 229.
Do you call that a strangle? Sort
Yeah,
of.
well, yes, but it's a legitimate way of getting out, isn't it? People say, oh, he's been caught down the leg side. Well, he should have got out of the way of the ball then, shouldn't he? Is my view on that, but I was used to be a bowler. So,
He was sort of trying, wasn't he?
serves
So
him right.
yeah,
His hands
well,
come.
well bowled, Blair Tickner.
Blair Tickner's now got 2 for 50.
That's rather better, isn't it?
Well, it's better than 0 for 50.
0 for 46 or whatever it was, not so very long ago.
New batsman is Peter Hansen.
So the lead is 229, effectively 229 for 3. They don't want to be setting Derbyshire much less than 400 we were talking about during the lunch interval. It's the figure that Ben Cox mentioned yesterday as well. There's a fair bit of work to do to get to that stage. This race looks a bit closer. This boat race, that is. And a bit cleaner as well, so far.
One of my colleagues is just asking how they listen on BBC Sounds. I assume he means on the smart speaker, so it's ask your smart speaker to play BBC. What is it? Ask BBC Sounds to play Leicestershire versus Derbyshire.
Day 3, that's important. You've
Yeah.
got to say the right day, apparently.
Yeah.
Do you have to say please? Or does it,
No,
you
you don't.
have to be polite.
I've got smart speakers. You can say what you like to him.
Tickner is in and bowls and turned off his hip by Peter Hanscom down to Morley. And single is taken. Good throw from Morley. Yes, my son, where I'm staying at the moment, has them. I still find it's the first time I've been in a house that's had them, and it is slightly disconcerting.
Well, the one that at Andy Twiggs' house, where I quite often stay when I'm down at Derby, at 9 o'clock, because he's on the breakfast show. He's usually in bed by this time, but at 9 o'clock every weekday night he goes, "It's time for bed," which it usually terrifies the life out of me. I control lights and things with mine.
Tickner is in to Hill, who is back on his stumps, dabbing it around the corner. Morley has to go sprinting off. You heard the call of wait from Hill. As Morley quickly to the ball, gets his throw away and keeps Hill to a single. End of a relatively uneventful over. No, it wasn't, because Holland went to the first ball, didn't he? So it wasn't uneventful at all. 2 for 52 to Blair Tickner. 140 for 3, Leicestershire. Are we seeing a little change in the balance of the game?
The lead is sufficiently large that Leicestershire shouldn't worry at all at 229 or more now.
2-3-2.
Thank you. None of my computers are updating at the minute, which renders me
2-3-1.
which actually renders me almost as useless as somebody doing it in the normal way. Because one of them still says that Leicestershire are 94 without loss. That hasn't updated at all. The other one tells me that they're 140 for 3 and they lead by 2-3-1, which is good news because that's what it is. But I think that is clearly a healthy lead. It's effectively 231 for 3. They don't want to suddenly end up being 300 in front and all out, do they? As Rees begins a new over to Lewis Hill, who turns this one down towards the long leg, where it's fielded by Zach Chappell, who will be bowling the next over. He bowls it back in, actually. I only say he will because Blair Tickner's left the field now. And he's going through his bowling action down there, which is a dead giveaway.
Did his job, didn't he? The big Kiwi.
He did. Got the 2.
Blasted out a couple of wickets with short balls, really.
Yeah. I'd like to see him get more wickets this season than he got last season, mainly because a lot of catches were dropped off his bowling and he was exasperated at times, but he always smiled. I like it when cricketers smile. I like it when anybody smiles. Here's, anybody who knows me knows that, Rees bowling to Hanscom, who defends the ball straight back to the Derbyshire left-hander. A very smiley person.
With the batting they have, you can't see Leicester being bowled out for 250. As we've seen throughout this game, both sides, as the ball gets older, it gets more difficult, doesn't it?
Yes.
Markedly more difficult.
Certainly does. As Rees is in and bowls, that one is defended by Hanscom, who was limpet-like in that first innings until he suddenly got out. Never looked like getting out, really. Right up until the moment he did. He's on the side of a very fine batsman. Worcestershire have been set 610 to beat Yorkshire. Good luck with that. As Rees is in, and that one is defended again by Hanscom. Back to the bowl, and that one taking place at Headingley. I don't think they're going to do it. Just a hunch, as somebody in the northeast might say. Sussex 394 for 5 in their second innings, leads Somerset by 487. That's a remarkable effort. Remarkable effort. Not scored a 59-run lead against Essex. As Rees is in and bowls, that was driven, but no real intent behind it, and it goes straight to Caleb Jewell off the bat of Peter Hanscom. Yeah, 79 without loss in their second innings. That one doesn't look like it's going to go too far. And Surrey lead Hampshire by 314 with 7 second innings wickets remaining. all available on the BBC Sport website and app and on your smart speaker if it's the right kind, as Lewis Rees bowls to Hanscom, who clips that nicely into the leg side out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Despite the chase of the quickest fielder that Derbyshire have got, you know, just about he bends down like I bend down there. He's clearly still not 100% with that back. Annasdell, they batted nicely yesterday. He bent down like a 62-year-old bloke. A 62-year-old bloke with a bad back. 145 for 3. Hanscom moves on to 5. It was the last ball of the over. Hill has 3, and it will indeed be Zach Chappell from the Bennett end, because he's in this conversation with Wayne Madsen about whether he wants a backstop or not. I assume I hope he doesn't.
It was an exquisite piece of timing that from Hanscom.
Well, he barely touched it, did he? Once it had got past the infield.
Mr. Anderson,
Yeah,
very much au fait with cricket, one assumes now.
Well, given the amount that they'll have watched, as Martin
Yes.
said, you know, it was nice for them to be here because they've watched him fail so many times over the years.
Oh.
For them to be here when he finally got to 3 figures at the age of 28, it was really nice for them. It was good to meet them. You're the person we listened to, I think, at one point his dad said. I said, well, you might be. I might be. I'm not sure.
I spent a lot of time watching at Lords, of course, and
Yes.
they make of the Incora County Ground instead. Much the same.
Very homely,
Much the same.
but with fewer statues.
You're not missing any cricket because for some reason it's taking forever to get this field set.
Green single taken. Hill moves to 5. The 150 came up, presumably in the last over. Unless they hadn't taken a single, had they? I've missed it. 151
Yeah.
for 3. Brings Hanscom back on to strike. As Richard suggested, there's a lot of batting in this Leicestershire side. Even Zach Chappell suggested it was almost madness to have Tom Scriven as a number 11 this morning when we were chatting. As Rees is in, Hanscom leaves alone outside the off stump. There are no slips, but they've got 2 gullies, effectively. Wayne Madsen and Martin Anderson with 2 S's are the are the gullies, or backward points. Quite away from the bat as well. They obviously have a plan here for Hanscom. There is a 3rd man, a long leg, man on the cover boundary. As Rees bowls, and it's left alone by Hanscom, because they're in such a good position here, leading as they do by 241 runs, that they don't have to go mad anymore. So the bad ball can be hit, and the decent ball can be left alone or defended. That's exactly what these two are doing. Hanscom has 9, Hill has 5, and it's 151 for 3.
A mere 22 overs until tea. Time is it? 10 to 3. Chappell. 5 overs, none for 25. Continues from the Bennett end, and he continues round the wicket to Lewis Hill, who gets a bouncer that he does rather fend at, and it bounces through the vacant slip area down towards 3rd man where Anderson fields. 1 is taken, but slip would definitely have been in the game then. A 2nd slip perhaps, 3rd slip. And now he's going. Is he going to be in the game? No, Kame is going out to, I think, mid-wicket. Chucks the helmet to Brooke Guest. Madsen goes to sort of extra cover really, rather than trying to cover both that and mid off. Chappell is in, bowls 2 Hanscom short into the body from round the wicket. They've decided that That attack is worth persevering with. He paddle pulls it down to Morley, a fine leg, and takes one. Kane redons the helmet. We have another delay. He gets in position now. So they decided Hill is the slightly more vulnerable of the two to the short ball. Chappell is in and bowls, and Hill almost loses his nose there. He sort of he leant back and then realised he had to go a little bit further. And so it was it looked athletic until he toppled over. He leant too far backwards and went over. And Harry Kame's giving a little mimicry, showing what he did.
Shorter than Harry Kame, isn't he, Lewis?
Yeah. When Harry's been around as long as Lewis, in goes Chappell and bowls. Bouncer that Hill does sort of flick at. It's a nothing shot really from Lewis Hill. It was a bouncer over the top of the stumps, but delivered from around the wicket. Hill sort of leant back and hooked at it. Didn't get anything on it, taken by Guest.
Be interested to see what if Leicester should decide that the same tactics are worth persisting with when it comes to the fourth innings, whatever that may be.
Chappell in, bowls, bouncer, Hill ducks.
Oh, he's limping. Chappell just came to a halt there and limped, and he's just been told that that's one for the over. I think, yeah, of course it was.
Was that the first time he's been signalled one for the over?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Or was it? Did he have two fingers? Who can
from this distance, I think it must be two, surely. Well, Ahmed, no doubt, still muttering to himself. Chappell. Last ball of the over is in, and well, that is, well, he can't have done because that was a massive. Well, it was a massive wide. No ball, massive bouncer. It was miles above his head.
That's the thing. It's a wide, unless it's for height.
So Madsen comes in and he wants some explanations here.
I think a captain can ask for an explanation, can't he? But you're right. That must have been because it was more than one, or more than two, or however many they're allowed. I'm never quite sure how many they're allowed anymore. I don't like the restriction on it. It's like saying to a batter, well, you can hit 4 of the balls to the boundary, but once you hit a fifth, it's going to be a no ball. An artificial constraint. Not a fan.
So Chappell back over the wicket. Hill gets a short-ish ball. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat and shaking his fingers rather, and jammed his fingers into his bat handle a little bit. He got up on his toes and pushed it away from the body and towards mid-wicket. So Chappell sort of showing he can do as good a sort of fast bowler's, a nasty fast bowler's job as Tickner. He does stalk off to his fielding position.
He does that a lot.
That long leg.
He likes a stalk. Does Zach.
1 for 36. 155 for 3. The lead then approaching 250. It's 246. He says slightly tentatively.
You're right, though. Here's Reese on his way in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Hanscom lets it go through to Brooke Guest. Reese almost mimics Blair Tickner there by running to the end of his follow through and then doing a semicircular manoeuvre back towards his mark. Sounds like somebody's got one of those water sprayer things out. We don't want one. Yeah. In the background. 5 pigeons, barely a flock. Go past as Reese bowls outside the off stump, and Hanscom allows it to go through to the keeper once again.
Tell you what, the outfield might, if it doesn't get some rain soon. Yes. I mean, it's green, but as we've been telling you throughout, rock hard.
It feels as though it's on the cusp of becoming less green, doesn't it? Just a little tinge of requiring some water. As Reese is in again, and that one is wide, and it's driven at by Hanscom. He gets the bottom end of his bat on it. It goes out to David Lloyd on the cover boundary. Picks up a single, moves to 11, 156 for 3.
Was reaching a bit, wasn't he?
But he could have comfortably left that one as he had done the previous 3 or 4 deliveries. My landlord is phoning me.
Giving you notice.
Well, I'm not sure. I might ring him.
Might be your update, or no, he's not working, is he?
No. In comes Reese and Bowles. That one is left alone by Lewis Hill this time.
Bring in a couple of pizzas.
It could be that. I will ring him with permission in the next over. 11 to Hanscom, 6 to Hill, 156 for 3. It's all calmed down, although the run rate's still 5.6 and over overall. It's certainly dropped down a bit. These two interesting that Jack Morley is just windmilling his left arm. Is Reese in Bowles, and that one is driven by Hill up towards Mitch Wagstaff, who almost fooled me with his number. It's Mitch Wagstaff on as the 12th man for Caleb Jewell. I saw go off. Well, Pat Brown's also out there, which means that almost certainly Blair Tickner isn't. So the 2 substitute fielders for Derbyshire, standing about 30 yards apart. Reese's next delivery is cut away. It's half stopped there by diving Anderson. Just got his right hand to it, probably just as well, really. Keeps him down to a single. Hill moves on to 7. Hanscom has 11. It's 157 for 3, lead of 248. And now we're exactly 20 overs from tea. So that's going to be 20 past 4. Start again at 20 to 5 and finish about 10 to 7. Lovely. Had nothing to do on a Sunday though, is there?
Yes,
the hourly rate drops by another 50p.
It'll be interesting to see what the over rate is at the start of the final session.
It will.
Because it's taking forever. It is partly a consequence of the sort of round the wicket fast bowlers bang it in attack. That will continue. Zach Chappell, 6 overs, none for 29. Round the wicket to Lewis Hill on 7. In he comes from the Bennett end and bowls short, just a little bit wide though, and Hill gets up on his toes, cuts him away into the offside. Anush Dal runs up the open fields, and it is just a single. Chappell staying round to Hanscom is in short, pulled very hard, and oh, for 4. Good diving effort from Lloyd. He had an awful lot to do. He's lying on his back and gingerly picking himself up. He almost got there, might even have brushed his fingers of his right hand. It had bounced a good couple of times. It was going very fast. Flung himself to his right, dived, right hand outstretched, but 4 runs taken by Hanscom. He moves on to 15 off 17. Chappell back over the wicket to Hanscom, who is a good puller. In he comes, and Bowles bouncer outside off stump. Roundabout. Oh, it was over the shoulder, says umpire Watts, and signals as much. 162 for 3. runs in, bowls. Again from over the wicket. Slightly short of a good length. A bit Midland leggish, and Hanscom can just turn it around the corner. Take a single. Morley is warming up a little bit just below, so it might be just sending a message. Suspect not, though. Chappell is in and bowls. Hill turns him off his body, got up on his toes, not so very far wide of Harry Kane at short leg, but out towards deep backward square where Wagstaff is the fielder. In fact, his deep square, he is just in front, well, pretty much level, because must be just in front because Lloyd and Morley at long leg and fine leg. Morley sheds a sweater down below us. Yes, the sun has come out, but I think it's in preparation to bowl. Chappell is in to Hanscom down the leg side, short, and Hanscom steps inside the ball. End of Chappell's over, his 7th. None for 36, his figures. 164 now, Leicestershire. So the ship steadied after losing those 3 quick wickets. 132 for none, became 138 for 3 with the dismissals of Rehan Ahmed, slightly controversially, for 77. Sol Budinger, not controversially at all, leg before wicket for 44. And Ian Holland caught down the leg side by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Blair Tickner for 5. The lead at that stage was just 229. Leicestershire have extended it to 255 for 3. Now we are going to get a few overs of spin, so that might move things along a little bit, at least in terms of the over 8. Lewis Hill sheds a sweater, puts his helmet back on, picks up his gloves, and bat he'll be facing. Morley has a slip. Wayne Madsen. He is the only close catcher as such. Anderson is in quite close at mid-wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strips back. Well, that's almost conventional, but by the time he walks in, he's just about on the catch. Morley round the wicket, bowls to Hill, who goes back and works it into the leg side. Anderson runs up and picks up. Morley is in. Oh, now that turns. And it goes past the outside edge of Hill's bat. A bit of hope for Morley. Leicestershire might not mind seeing a little bit of turn, although they don't, as such, have a frontline finger spinner in the side. Morley is in and bowls. Hill goes back. You heard the weight as he played it firmly towards backward point. Came. Doesn't stop the ball cleanly, but he does stop it. Bowls outside off stump, might just have straightened a fraction, but well outside off stump, and Hill had nothing to do with it, let it go through. Nicely taken by Guest. Sun goes behind cloud after an enjoyable 15 minutes or so. Morley bowls, Hill goes back, doesn't really turn. Goes straight on a bit. Hill blocks it out into the offside. Jewel is the fielder, sunglasses on the back of his cap. Morley is in. Hill goes back, leg stump delivery, so he can go back and just work it into the vacant square leg area and jog 1. Moves into double figures. On to 10. 165 for 3. At 100, 265. Take off 9, 256 is the lead. Good over from Jack Morley, I thought. And there was one that for me did just turn a fraction. Don't think Hill played down the wrong line. Well, he did, but I think possibly because, as I say, it straightened a touch. Martin Anderson replaces Zach Chappell. And I would imagine, given he's going over the wicket, and that he's not as quick as Chappell, that it will be a length attack rather than banging it in short. In he goes and bowls down the leg side. So I don't think deliberately though, bowling from over the wicket. Hill flicked at it, didn't get anything on it, and there is no run.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
Pepperonis.
I'm not going till tomorrow. May well change.
Anderson, on the back of his maiden first-class century, is in, bowls on towards leg stump, middle and leg perhaps. Hill plays it off the stumps, but convincingly enough, down to deep backward square where David Lloyd is waiting. Takes his single, moves on to 11, 166 now for 3.
Just settling in, these two, aren't they?
Yeah. Hanscom's so much, well, both so much experience really, but Anderson is in to Hanscom, width, carved away through the offside. Just doesn't miss out, Hanscom. Wasn't too wide, but it was wide enough. And again, didn't try and overhit it, just sort of steers it, but out of the middle of the bat, so that it goes very, very fast. And Anujdal, probably not much more than sort of 10 yards from it when it left the bat, was only sort of 5 yards nearer when it crossed the ropes.
Went straight through the gap in the advertising boards.
Straight to the Stench Benno group. In goes Anderson, bounces a bit high for me. That, oh, he's given him. He has given him. Hanscom cannot believe it. And I will admit, I'm a touch surprised. We'll have a look at the replay. Perhaps it was an impression.
Did look high. So we're not in line, but it did look high.
We might get a replay. But another breakthrough, just as Hanscom and Hill look to be rebuilding here. Oh, the replay was a touch late, unfortunately. It didn't actually show the delivery. It showed a replay of the congratulations, the celebration.
Well, that's the main thing.
Here we go. Let's have another try, chaps. Yep. Perfectly timed. Let's have a look. That was cruel.
That showed the run-up.
We've had everything. Here we go.
Go on, boys.
We'll get there.
Not sure that we are going to see it, you know. Are we? Oh, here we are.
We are. We are. I have faith. It's misplaced.
Wow.
Bottom line, Hanscom, another leg before, but he looked.
He didn't expect to think it's still with Derbyshire. Tomo, but at the moment not in the side. So that goes past the edge. That does turn, and that's a terrific delivery from Jack Morley. Score remains 172 for 4. This next one is turned into the leg side. And it's fielded by Martin Anderson, who
So the
holds
lead
onto the ball. It was
2-6-3 now.
yes. It was Alex Thompson. He took 6 or 7, 6. It might have been 7. At Glamorgan in the first innings, where it turned square at Sophia Gardens, and much to everybody's surprise, and then stopped turning completely not long after. He's an orthodox off spinner, much taller, decent bat.
Anderson into Kimber. Bowls. Kimber gets a fullish delivery that he clips neatly and calmly, but not past mid-wicket, where Kame makes the stop on the bounce. Could do with a knock here, Louis Kimber, but if he gets going, as we know, he too will score his runs at a reasonable rate of knots. Anderson in. Bowls, edged, caught. Well, he's not going to get any more than that. That bounce, you could see and hear it from here. And a guest reaching up to his right, took it two-handed, round about shoulder height. Kimber, his bad trot continues. He goes for 2. 172 for 5, Leicestershire now. The lead 263, but it was the last 5 wickets that added, well, plenty of runs in the second innings, but the all-rounders are going to have to do some work again.
It's just keeping Derbyshire in the game, isn't it? This little spell at the moment, when they looked completely out of it after 20 overs. They've got raced to 132, but since then 5 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 40 runs. And it's just keeping down. A lot of time left in the game, assuming that we don't lose anything to weather. Derbyshire wouldn't want to chase
400.
Well, they wouldn't want to chase 400, clearly. But at the moment, at 263, it's an important moment in the game, really.
I think that, 320, anything, 350, 360, they'd fancy, I think.
Well, they wouldn't
Although
have to
one or two was...
Well, they wouldn't have to do anything outrageous, necessarily, to chase
No,
350,
there's
would they?
loads of overs,
Yeah.
potentially, to get those runs. They could be batting sometime after tea, in theory. There's still 15.4 overs until tea.
It is the hope that kills you, though. Derbyshire, after that dreadful session before lunch for them, terrific session for Leicestershire, in which they scored 86 runs in 13 overs. They've sort of clawed it back. They did have that first innings deficit of 91 to chuck in as well, which again could have been a lot worse. So they're sort of clinging on by their fingertips here, Derbyshire. And they will be B-U-O-Y-E-D. They'll be buoyed, won't they?
Buoyed?
Yes, I was trying to remember how you'd said it. By what's happened since lunch, really.
Ben Cox missed out in the first innings. Missed out, that is, on scoring a half-century. Dismissed for 49. There's plenty of work to do here. There's a leg gully gone in. As well, Anderson came running in, but somebody wasn't ready. Who wasn't?
There's been a bit of chat or something, I think. I didn't see
Ready.
anybody moving. There's nobody behind the bowler's arm. There are only there's a handful of people in the stand in the shade at the far end. I'm not sure I'd sit in the shade today.
Anderson is in. Bowls a shocker down the leg side, and Cox just ignores it, really. Guest dives across to his left to take it, and there's no run. He entitled that when he picked up 2 quick wickets, those of Peter Hanscom and then Louis Kimber.
Because he wasn't bowling in the worst of it, Martin Anderson, his figures are terrific, aren't they? 2 for 17.
So, do pick up the first dig. I'll look back on and C runs in and bowls, and whipped away by Cox behind square on the leg side for 4. But he's having a
1 for 46 first time around, Anderson.
okay, so 3 wickets to go with his maiden first-class century so far. Power to add. Undoubtedly falls into the definition of having a good match.
I just stood outside momentarily in that sunshine. It's beautiful. It's to the left of our commentary boxes.
Sadly, it's
It's clouded over again.
clouding now, yeah. Anderson, past umpire Watts, bowls. Cox is forward on off stump, just dabbing it into the vacant cover, or vacant extra cover area. Reese jogs across from mid-off to field. Cox takes his single. Moves on to 5. Anderson bowls. Hill gets a foolish delivery of the on drives, but Tickner moves smartly to his left, rolls, fields, and then a sort of almost celebratory run towards the crowd to take their congratulations. No, he's not at all, but he wanted a word with Wayne Madsen.
It did look like that. He's going to
Brilliant piece of field. Run around like I've just scored the winning goal in the cup final.
Marvellous.
177 for 5 after 33. The run rate is still 5.4. 47 overs remain to be bowled today.
Almost halfway.
Well, jeepers, yeah. We've only just passed the halfway point for the cricket for the day.
Yeah, sorry, just past halfway. That's what I meant. Cozy Powell's back. In comes Jack Morley, bowling to Ben Cox, turning to the leg side, fielded by Anderson, who's returned to Morley almost takes.
I do know the name. He's a singer.
Hill, a drummer.
Drummer.
Yeah. Next delivery is defended by Cox. A famous. He's one of the few drummers who, under his own name, had hit singles back in the 1970s. Had a couple of hit singles. He was in Rainbow and many other bands. As Morley bowls a slightly flatter, quicker delivery, and again it's defended by Cox out into the offside. This time Caleb Jewell does the fielding.
Can I assume they weren't drum solos, singles that were hits? They were singing.
No,
was involved.
I don't think there was any singing. I'll have to look up the name. It's something with the devil, I think, as this one is driven. Again, Blair Tickner fields, but it hits his knee and rebounds, and they're going to come back for a second. He'll be disappointed with himself there as he aims at the stumps. It doesn't miss by much, but I think Hill would have been home. Died not too long ago. Cozy Powell, as so many of my musical heroes are.
Shuffling off the mortal coil.
I'm afraid so. English drummer. As Morley's in, back goes Cox and forces it into the offside for a single out towards David Lloyd on the cover boundary. He was in the Jeff Beck group, Michael Schenker group, played with Gary Moore and Graham Bonnet, White Snake, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, had a spell of Black Sabbath. Good drummer. Morley bowls, goes back into his crease and turns it into the leg side. Hill, that's why there were cries. Fielders and spinners always enjoy it when a batter goes back into his crease. They feel they've got a little bit more of a chance of trapping them leg before wicket. I need to find the name of that single. I will find the name of that single. But he was a prolific drummer. Number of albums under his own name. Come on, Wikipedia, help me out here.
Martin Anderson in from the Bennett end, under cloud now, bowls to Hill, full on leg stump, clipped by Hill just slightly wide of Tickner. The ball's following Tickner at the moment. picks up and hurls the ball at the stumps, but he knew that Hill was well in, really had quite a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball to his right.
Dance with the Devil. It reached number 3 in the singles chart.
And that was just drumming and instruments as
there
well,
was
but
there were other
no
instruments
singing.
included, but no, I'm sure there was no singing.
Anderson in to Cox, gets the ball that stays perhaps a touch low, just outside off stump. He stays on the back foot and steers it out towards Caleb Jewell in the covers.
Thank you to Bungalow Billy on Blue Sky. Has messaged me with the very same thing. That's the one he remembers, Dance with the Devil.
I bet he had a tank top on if it was early 70s.
Oh, I hope so.
Flares.
Yeah, flares.
In goes Anderson, bowls, clipped neatly off his toes, out towards mid-wicket. Lloyd puts in a great dive, gets a good hand to it, but the ball bounces up into the air with the backspin. It lands and goes over the ropes. A really good effort from David Lloyd, but 4-2. Ben Cox, who looks in good touch out there. I hesitated there because the scoreboard's frozen, unfortunately. And those runs have been given to Lewis Hill, but I can promise you it was Ben Cox, if you're listening in on the manual scoreboard. And no doubt that'll be corrected in due course. Anderson in again to Cox, length delivery, turns his wrists on it and it just pops up in the air for a foot or two as it heads on back down the pitch on the onside.
There are major disagreements with
these runs are being given to Lewis Hill, but they're not. They are Cox.
I'm looking at 2 scoreboards and a computer screen, and none of them agree with each other at the moment.
Anderson is in, bowls. Cox goes back and defends on off stump. Calm. A normal piece of cricket. 186 for 5, says one scoreboard. 185.
Well, I've got 186
says the other.
for 5 with Cox on 12 and Hill on 13.
Yeah, that's right. For
Front
me.
of me.
That's right for me. There's Hill has been given that 4 to the leg side. In goes Anderson, bowls. Cox is very solidly forward indeed and plays it very nicely out into the offside, but without sufficient force to get it past Chappell at mid-off, who rolls the ball, which would annoy a few bowlers that I know of, to the wicket-keeper Brooke Guest, who lobs it to David Lloyd, who's defending figures of... No, it's not Lloyd. He sold me a dummy there. He picked up the ball and took his cap off, but it is in fact going to be Morley. Of course it's going to be Morley because he's bowling rather nicely and he's getting some turn.
They both have 8 on their backs as well, which is... Both spinners have 8. Morley is 18.
He's got a 1 in front of his.
It's the giveaway. It pulls to Hill, who pushes it out into the offside. Dual fields. 277 run lead is more than handy. They want another 120, 130 to make sure. As this fuller delivery just threatens to keep a bit low. Turn it to the leg side towards Tickner by Hill, who moves to 14. 187. 4-5. Lancashire recovering from losing that early wicket in their follow-on against Northamptonshire. Still only 1 down, got to 40. As Morley bowls, defended by Cox. And there is no run. Kent 106 for 2, needed 210 to beat Middlesex. Morgan inching towards the follow-on target against Gloucestershire as Morley bowls a full toss. It's turned round the corner, straight to Blair Tickner, and Cox has missed out there because he could have hit that anywhere. 350 for 8, Glamorgan, trailing by 196 at Bristol. 187 for 5 here at Derbyshire, trailing by 277 as that one is played off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. Lloyd goes down in the long barrier and then effectively lets it hit him as the batters go through for a single. Cox moves on to 13. 188 for 5. Morley's final ball of the over is cut and he misses it. I mean, attempted cut rather than an actual cut because Hill didn't connect with the ball. It was taken nicely by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. And it's 188 for 5. Cox has 13. Hill has 14. Are they driving cars around the tarmac again today?
Going nowhere. They are. Most weekends.
Quite fast.
These days, there's an awful lot of the Grand Prix now, aren't there?
Where are they this week?
Bahrain, I think.
Lovely.
Somewhere where it's dark at the moment. 188 for 5. Lead inching rather towards 300. Anderson into Ben. Cox, full toss was it? On driven. And again, Cox rather misses out, as he did in the previous over. Hit it sweetly enough, but didn't really put any effort into it and went pretty much straight to Tickner at mid-on.
The new English League One champions Birmingham are playing today in that EFL trophy at Wembley.
Anderson bowls, Cox goes back and defends, middle stump, inside part of the bat, runs it out to Kame at mid-wicket.
I was going to call it the team of all the talents, but it's the team of all the money, really. Spent a fortune getting back into the championship, including £15 million on a striker who scores a lot of penalties.
Anderson bowls, full toss down the leg side, and again Cox doesn't get anything on it. Anderson stands with his hands on his hips in disappointment, really, but he's got away with a couple in this over. Cox sort of tried to flick it on down to fine leg, was down the leg side, failed to get anything on it.
Horrible ball though, wasn't it? He did well to get there, Brooke Guest, giving him a workout.
Anderson bowls. Oh, so nearly bowls Cox because it stayed low, thin inside edge. Just, I still can't quite believe that. Missed leg stump really, headed towards us. But goodness me, that was close to the leg stump. Evaded Guest and Hill called Cox through for an extremely lucky single. 14 apiece to these two now.
The odd one has kept low, and it's kept, even from day one, the odd one has kept low, but there's still plenty of bounce in the pitch.
Anderson bowls. Hill is driving, and driving very pleasantly out to the cover boundary for 4. Dahl went chasing up from a sort of point position on the boundary, just in front of point, but couldn't get there. His running did look slightly incoming. It didn't look comfortable.
I don't really know why he's out there, because he'd be able to bat at 7, wouldn't he, anyway? Or 8, depending on which they wanted him to go in at.
He's okay. I mean, he's,
yeah.
But it's not brilliant. In goes Anderson, bowls, driven hard down into the ground by Hill. And Anderson really fed up with himself. He nearly picked up a wicket in the over. Wasn't a good one, but as is sometimes the way, nearly got lucky. And he didn't suffer too much damage, so 6 overs, 2 for 32 for Martin Anderson now. 193 for 5. So 282.
He's broken his glasses.
Oh, is he?
Well,
Yes,
I think, unless it was a... He's
picking up 2 bits.
Yeah, and he's looking at them
Maybe they
rather
just
suspiciously.
fit back.
They probably do, don't they?
Fit back together.
Yeah. In fact, he's putting them on, so they're clearly not broken. But he sort of threw them to the ground, and Lewis Rees has gone over and said, "Look, mate, these things happen. Calm down. You picked up a couple of wickets. You're doing all right. You got a century.
Lead 284. Yes, I think.
Yep. No, you're right. Jack Morley to continue. Blair Tickner warming up again. And goes Morley and bowls to Cox, who turns that round the corner. There's a shy at the stumps. Is it going to be quick enough from Zach Chappell? It isn't, because he got down to the other end pretty sharpish. Did Lewis Hill for a single, 194 for 5. That single was put on even before it had been completed on the scoreboard. 43 overs to go today, including this one, as Hill pushes the next Morley delivery out into the offside. Caleb Jewell at cover does the fielding. A couple of people in the marquee. As this next one is an attempt to, I was going to say an attempt to cut, but his bat was at 45 degrees to the floor, so he didn't commit to the cut. He merely tried to feather it through to Brooke Guest. Didn't get a touch. Guest took it.
Didn't miss the stumps by very much either.
Morley. Next delivery is defended by Hill. Ball dribbles back along the pitch to the bowler. Fifth ball of the over. This time he plays a similar shot to the one that he tried to play before, and makes contact with it and guides it down to third man where there isn't anybody for 4 runs. So Hill moves up to 22 and Leicestershire move to 198 for 5. That means they lead by 289 now.
Could be a heck of a day tomorrow.
It could be very exciting, couldn't it? It could be very exciting. And it might just do it organically, rather than the need for a declaration, which is much better, I always think. Morley bowls. That one's cut away and it's nicely stopped, diving to his right by Harry Kane. They're only going to get a single. Hill moves to 23. Kane had a little bit of ground to make up, then put the dive in, got his right hand on it. The over comes to an end at 199 for 5. Hill has 23. Cox has 15. 10 overs to go until tea, and Blair Tickner's already bending himself double. As perhaps a little final burst before the tea interval. Does he get his leg there? Ridiculous.
290, then, is that right? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. The lead.
Or 289, I'm not sure.
Interesting. Yeah, I think they'd like to have a little burst tonight, I'm sure, because the other thing is, of course, they'll want to potentially a decent amount with the potentially second new ball,
yes,
Leicestershire tomorrow evening, or tomorrow afternoon or whenever. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see when they call it, if as you say, they're not actually bowled out.
Well, David Lloyd's coming back. He had a relatively unsuccessful 2-over spell, which he conceded 21 runs before lunch. They were bowled from the pavilion end, but this over is going to be bowled from the Bennett end, so I'll be hoping for a change of fortune, perhaps.
Another long hiatus. Well,
yes.
We decide what field Lloyd is going to have.
We are at the time designated for tea.
And there are still 10 overs remaining to be bowled. Well, we've decided that Blair Tickner... Oh, he's running for a sweater, I suspect, rather than out to the boundary. A sweater and a drink, suggesting he might not be going to come back on.
That's Chappell.
Oh, beg your pardon. Chappell's definitely not going to be required.
No.
It is colder, actually. Temperature has dropped markedly.
Have they not started this race yet?
No, they're still on celebs.
Who's that?
C-list celebs. It amuses me though, because I still see some of the journalists who were working when I was in it, desperately trying to get their fizzogs on. In goes, is it me? In goes Lloyd and bowls to Hill, and It is stroked out to mid-on, where Tickner is indeed the fielder.
It's that long since anybody bowled. I've got no idea whose turn it is. It's about 10 minutes since they last had an over.
Lloyd is in. Hill goes back and just dabs it around the corner off the, well, you would assume off the stumps, given the reaction of Lloyd and Guest, but Hill got plenty on it. Single takes Leicestershire on to 200, and the lead therefore on to 291. Hill on to 24. Partnership with 28 now. Cox has 15, and very, very carefully takes a new guard from, or at least checks his guard with umpire Watts. Madsen tells Tickner to go wider and deeper at mid-on. As Lloyd is in and bowls, Cox stands up tall and punches it out into the offside, but Chappell just moves across to his left to field. There's no run. Lloyd in, bowls, turned off his legs by Cox. He holds up his hand to Hill. Hill was shouting as well, so double negative didn't make a positive, which I believe it does in chemistry or something, or maths. That rings a vague bell anyway. Forward goes Cox, and when you do equations and he defends that one to mid-wicket where Jewell is the fielder, 2 minuses make a positive, don't they? Dunno. Fletch doesn't say.
Well, it's longer since I've
driven
left
to
school
the
than
fielder
you
on
left
the
school,
offside.
so you should have a better memory of it.
Not much. 200 for 5 after 39. Hill 24, Cox 15.
Science was never really my thing. In fact, I'm not sure what was.
It definitely was mathematics.
Was it?
Yeah.
Because negatives repel, don't they? 2 negatives.
There's that too.
In a magnet, I believe.
After you pass your, this takes me back, passing O levels, but anyway, passed my maths O, I dragged through my maths O level. Because you did that at my school, you had to do applied maths.
Yep.
I didn't have a clue.
No.
After that.
O levels, Grandad. Is this what he's turned in to the leg side off? A combination of bat and pad by Lewis Hill. New over beginning here from Jack Morley from the pavilion end. Tickner is warming up. There are still 8 overs to go until tea. Morley in again, bowls. That one is defended once more. The contrast between the 2 openers. And just about everybody else in truth, although Hanscom's 20 came off just 21 deliveries. Quite marked. This next delivery gives it a bit more air. It's missed down the leg side by Hill. Bails are whipped off, or one of them at least.
It was an astonishing 13 overs, that really.
Madness, wasn't it? Absolute madness.
Derbyshire went a little bit bonkers.
Yes. Yeah, everybody lost their heads, really,
They did.
out there. Out of the 2 batters. Morley's in again, bowls, that's clipped up. A very full delivery into the onside, where I think Pat Brown does the fielding. He does. Which means that somebody's off. It might still be Martin Anderson, you know. Mitch Wagstaff's on as well, so there might be 2 of them off. That one is cut away. Here is Wagstaff calling to action on the cover boundary. Single for Hill. 201 for 5. Hill moves up to 25. Definitely lost Martin Anderson for the time being. Dahl's still out there. Oh dear, who else could it be? Next delivery from Morley. Just runs off the face of the bat down towards third man. Kane gives chase, puts the slider and then misses the ball. But the batters had already decided they would only take a couple. Cox moves to 17, end of the over 203 for 5. It's ordinarily, that's a lead of 294. Ordinarily it's bowlers who go off, isn't it? Which is why I'm looking around for which other bowler apart from Martin Anderson might not be out there. Tickner and Chappell and Rees, Dahl, who hasn't bowled yet, Morley and Lloyd are all still there. So too is Harry Kane. I've mentioned just about everybody. I should be able to work it out, really. Where is Wayne Madsen?
Jules out there, isn't he?
It's Wayne Madsen.
The skipper.
Who's in charge when he's off the field? I think it's Wayne. We've never told that.
Lloyd from the Bennett end is into Hill, just leans forward, plays it calmly to shortish mid-wicket. Tickner continues to, I think, do more than keep himself warm. I think he's close to bowling. Hill again, this time past Kame, but out to the conventional mid-wicket, who's Wagstaff. Lloyd is in. Oh, that stayed a touch low, but Hill back on his stumps. It was a slow-ish delivery, able to adjust and play it to Kame. Again, that shortish, straightish mid-wicket. A little bit of something still in the pitch, and what Ben Cox said yesterday was if the heavy roller goes on again between innings, then they feel that the more and more will keep low.
Yeah.
But definitely Jack Morley's got one or two to straighten, and it did look dry before the start. Lloyd is in, bowls. Hill, oh my goodness, how he didn't chop that onto the stumps, I don't know. He went back, Lloyd is down on his knees, he went for the cut, got a bottom edge, and it sort of missed the off stump by a whisker, squeezed through guest pads, and Jules sprawled to his left from first slip to field, the only slip, but goodness, that was close, and Lloyd did a striker celebration almost. Forward goes Hill, and he's going to pick up a run, pushing the ball 2 point, as though the striker, you know, when they go down on their knees and slide. And but that was in frustration that he hadn't picked up a wicket. Hill on 226, 204 for 5. Lloyd into Cox, who leaves, and it's close, judging by Lloyd's reaction. That may not be the best of guides, but, well, Madsen at extra cover. Is it Madsen? No, it's not.
Madsen,
Brown.
yeah.
Here comes Wayne now, back on. So comfort break is getting old, and he may not look it. His internal organs are 40, though.
I long for internal organs that are 40.
204 for 5 after 41.
Well, Lloyd, whose first 2 overs went for 21 this morning, has gone for 2 runs in the 2 overs he's bowled in this little spell. So fair play to him. I mean, he's not the kind of character who would turn down the opportunity to bowl. I think he might have been told that those 2 overs are all he's going to bowl, but he's gone out to the cover boundary now as Jack Morley continues from the pavilion end in bowls to Hill, who pushes this one out into the offside. Jewel trots in to field. Notice Lewis Rees walking across the field a few moments ago at the change of ends, looked a little bit stiff. And how he feels this next delivery is pushed up to him. He's actually going to get to the ball now, but he isn't going to release it because he was a little bit too far back, and they judged that one nicely, the batters. Hill moves to 27, 205 for 5, a lead of 290 something, 6. Shouldn't be that difficult. Once it gets a bit bigger, it'll be tricky. Morley bowls to Cox, who pushes the ball back to him. Hill's faced 62 deliveries for his 27. Cox 28 deliveries now for his 17. He's on strike. Ajmal Shazad and Ben Smith go for a lap. That ball is left alone. Too high for the young man, I think. Well, the youngster's just broad, but it's a bit high up here, isn't it?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Makes a nice noise though, you can bang your feet on the grating.
Morley bowls, Cox goes back and defends it straight back to the bowler. The over rate has changed during the session now, hasn't it?
Oh,
It's
yes,
gone to
yes.
-2. Perhaps just a warning, finding a warning shot, urging them to get the spinners on, which they have. As Morley bowls and Cox goes back, defends it straight back to Jack Morley. And there is no run. 205 for 5 at the end of the over. 6 to go until tea. 17 to Cox, 27 to Hill. A lead of 296. And that's about all I've got, really.
What is that sort of...
you get little lulls in games,
yes,
don't you? We're just
having one at the moment.
We've hit a lull.
6 overs until tea. Leicestershire will lead by more than 300. You would assume by the interval.
We'd hope so.
Indeed.
Well, Dal apparently is the vice captain, but I don't think he had an awful lot to do when Madsen was off, and he's fielding on the boundary, which makes
he didn't come in or anything,
no.
did he, just to do anything? Lloyd is into Lewis Hill, gets a shortish ball on leg stump that he just nibbles around the corner. Might have been 2, but he probably wisely elected to stay with the single because Morley was quickly onto the ball and got away. A good throw running around from long leg towards fine leg.
Did that nicely, didn't he, Jack Morley? Might be pushing to be in a more important position. Third man is clearly important, but nice bit of fielding from the young man.
Hill on to 28. Lloyd bowls. Cox forward, defending up the pitch on the onside.
Solid individual, of course, Jack Morley being from Rochdale.
Of course.
Gives him a certain something.
Lloyd tosses that one up. Cox drives, sort of slightly muscular style and square. More or less straight to Dahl, walking in from the green seats now over there. Stench and Benno stand. Takes one. Lloyd in. Hill forward. Off stump. Lots of clapping from the Derbyshire fielders, who've had a much better session. And they did this well. You know, Tickner and Morley batted well first thing. In goes Lloyd. Bowl slightly full, clipped by Hill on the bounce to Caleb Jewell, who, as is his wont, sort of flicks the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end, side out of the back of his hand, trying to catch Cox out, necessitating a startled reaction from Brown to cover it. In goes Lloyd, turned by Hill to mid-wicket, end of the over. It's all gone relatively quiet. Lunch 86 without loss, and then the next 50 came extremely quickly. But then Rayan Ahmed thumped another bouncer from Tickner to Chappell at mid-off, taken above his head. And since then, it's been very much Derbyshire's session. 132 without loss, became 172 for 5. So 5 wickets for 50 runs added. But a little bit of rebuilding going on now. Steadily is very much the watchword as far as Cox and Hill are concerned. 35 they've put on for the 6th wicket so far.
Yes, the Ahmed new over begins. It's clipped away down to deep backward square leg for 4 runs by Ben Cox.
He's a good sweeper normally.
Underneath the covers. As Dahl has to retrieve. Rayan Ahmed was out right virtually at the end of the 21st over with a score of 132, so all the wickets have fallen since then. 23 overs or so. They have continued to score pretty decently, another 80 runs thereabouts added since then. We get to see Ben Cox's hair again because he removes his helmet. He replaces it. Now Cream Van's back. I'm not sure he'll do as much trade today as he might have done yesterday, As Morley is in around the wicket, and that one is cut away by Cox. Chased around the boundary for David Lloyd, who does well to pick it up. The throw comes in. They're going to have to hurry. No, they're not, because the throw wasn't quite up to the stumps when it was collected by Brooke Guest. And the accuracy of the Morley throw in the last over would have done for him. 2 more to Cox, moves to 24. 213 for 5. Now he tries to sweep it. I'm not sure if it hit his pad, but it was pitching outside leg anyway, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. In fact, he got some bat on it, which is why any leg before wicket shout would have been declined. Cox picks up another 4. Moves on to 28, 217 for 5. Partnership already up to 45. Steadied the ship rather for Leicestershire. As this next delivery played off the back foot out towards Lloyd on the cover boundary, and they'd agreed just a single would be taken. Yeah, those wickets fell in the space of 40 runs, and these two have now put on 46. Those 5 wickets all falling. So it's a good effort from these two to wrestle back the initiative. As Morley, if indeed Derbyshire had it, that one is cut, but in front of square. Lloyd's got a long run around the cover boundary. He gets 2. Caleb Jewell did put the dive in, but couldn't get the ball. David Lloyd is being asked again to flood. He's just holding his left hamstring. Blair
Tickner thinks something is very, very funny at the amount of running perhaps Lloyd's having to do, but he doesn't want to be pulling anything.
No, he's just still holding it, I think. As Morley's in again, this one's defended by Hill. 220 for 5, the score moves on to. He's not sufficiently injured not to bowl the next over from the Bennett end though, David Lloyd. 220 for 5 at the end of that one. 4 to go until tea. Cox has 29, Hill has 30.
So 311, the lead with 5 wickets in hand. Theoretically, 32 overs left in the game.
A lot. Derbyshire scored at about 4 point something an over.
When the outfield's like this.
Yeah. You don't want to be too generous, do you?
No, that's the point that, as I say, Cox made, which is why I think they'll be thinking 400, well, possibly even plus, really, if they continue to build.
400 off 100 overs would be generous.
Lloyd is in, bowls, Cox goes back, whips it away, works it away towards deep mid-wicket.
Of course, it's a lot of runs, and seldom are that many runs chased down, but in recent years it's happened, it seems, more frequently.
Lloyd is in. Oh, bounces a bit, comes off the shoulder of the bat, and it's flying down towards third man. There isn't a third man. It's a good chase down there by Lewis Rees, and a throw. He had to put in the slide, but Hill picks up 3 in the end, I think.
Yeah.
Moves on to 33. 50 partnership is up. And the 2 batsmen, rather pleasingly, they don't walk down the pitch and touch gloves. They just raise a thumb to each other. Lloyd is in. Forward goes Cox, down on one knee. Thick inside part of the bat. Squirts the ball out to Caleb Jewell at mid-wicket. But he's... Again, he did it in the first innings. Just occasionally Lloyd gets something on the ball that elicits an extraordinary amount of bounce. He goes in and bowls, and Cox is forward, head right over the ball.
Oh, he seems to have a flipper that stays low as well, so I imagine it's quite tricky to face. He wasn't this morning, but...
In he goes, bowls, Cox forward again. Out into the offside this time. Chappell wanders forward from deepish mid-off to pick it up. Ooh, drops that one short a bit, and goes back. Cox doesn't try and overhit it, just flicks it away to deepish square where Kane picks up and field, and Cox takes his single. Joins Hill in the 30s. Actually already had, so he's on to 31. 225 for 5.
Just 9 runs off the 4 overs he's bowled this afternoon, David Lloyd. So, good comeback from him.
Made the figures an awful lot more respectable.
Yes. The lead up to 316. Have he said that? He might have said it, I can't remember. I was listening, but sort of peripheral, yeah, not much. Here it is. Morley bowls to Cox, who guides this to point, where it's fielded by Kane. Peripherally.
Can you listen peripherally?
I don't think so.
With half an ear,
Yes.
perhaps.
Oh, there's a rank full toss, almost waist high, that is pulled around the corner by Cox for a single.
Just below waist high was
apparently.
the signal, so he's
Must have been close.
Cox has missed out on a few of those.
Yes, put that down to a slip out of the hand, possibly. Morley's ready again. So is Hill. He's on 33. 226 for 5. Morley bowls. Hill goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside. It's like both sides are just happy for singles to be taken, and we'll come back after tea and start again at the moment. Oh, the Leicestershire lead is on the scoreboard, look. 318.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. This one is driven down the ground by Cox to Tickner, who has a shot at the stumps and misses by a foot. They get through for another single. Cox moves to 33. 228 for 5. What was in that space before then? It's only 5 minutes ago. I can't remember.
Was anything in that space?
Well, there must have been something. We would have noticed a huge empty box, wouldn't we, surely? Possibly. Anyway, 319 is the lead. Morley, in his 9th over, bowls to Hill.
I think they just basically thought, oh, I'll put them out of their misery.
Yeah.
Mathematical misery.
It has been desperate. Some of the maths. Groping at numbers. Final ball of Morley's over is defended by Hill. Straight back towards him. 2 overs to go until tea then. We're not going to see Blair Tickner before tea now, I'm fairly certain. As he removes his glasses. No, we're not going to see him. Cox has 33, Hill has 34. The partnership's worth 56. The most exciting part of a Grand Prix is now on. It's the start. Before they all of a sudden decide that they'll just go in single file. Very exciting. I don't know any of the colours or any of the drivers, unfortunately, so I can't really help anybody out. But
Being led by an Australian at the moment.
are they? He's doing all right, isn't he? I know. I listened to a bit of
Oscar, yes.
I listened to a bit of ABC for the rugby league, and they're always talking about him.
David Lloyd from the Benidorm. 2 overs until tea is in. Outside off stump, slapped away for 4. Really, that was too wide, and it sat up nicely, and Cox helped himself. He may have missed out on a couple of full tosses, but he wasn't going to miss out on that shortish delivery from David Lloyd. He moves on to 37, the partnership up to 60 now. The lead, bless you, Mr. Rogers, is now 323. Lloyd in, bowls, back goes Cox, plays it carefully, back up the pitch to the North Walian. Who steps in, bowling in his long sleeve sweater, I think. May have stayed a bit low. Cox stayed back and steered it out into the covers. No run. Anderson being there at extra. goes Cox. Anderson walks into field that one. Gives that one a bit more air, but it's wide and hit in the air. We had to reach for it, looking for the square drive, and it rather squirted off the top part of the bat in the air for a long way, but well wide of Anuj Dal at that backward point position on the boundary, and over the ropes, in almost in front of the Friends of Grace Road and their little hut purveying, as ever, a selection of cakes, which we know includes, or did include, probably all gone now, lemon drizzle and Barrabrith, and some various chocolate varieties. In goes Lloyd, and forward goes Cox and defends. So a couple of boundaries in the over. One got what it deserved, one perhaps slightly fortuitous, but it's moved Cox into the 40s. 41 to him, 236 for 5. Hill has 34. The partnership is 64. The lead 3-2-7.
It's all there. Right in front of us. I can't.
We shouldn't have said that that lead was on the scoreboard, so we could have just suddenly sounded extremely authoritative.
I just want to know what was on it before. Morley begins the final over before tea with a delivery that Hill defends back to him. Hill on 34. But out there for 73 deliverable. That's how many he's faced. And for many more than that. As Morley's in again, and this one is driven again, straight back to him. No risks likely to be taken in the final 4 balls of the session. You wouldn't have thought. You never know. Morley in and bowls. That's played into the ground and back to Morley, who doesn't take it cleanly. As he sort of turned his head away from the ball as it came back to him. Understandably, I think. Get one of those in your teeth. 3 to go. This one is pushed out into the offside by Hill towards Caleb Jewell, who fields. We'll get finished about 10 past, only half an hour late. The over rate change is currently -2. Penultimate ball of the session is pushed into the onside, where Martin Anderson, who picked up a couple of wickets earlier on this afternoon, does the fielding. 2 for player Tickner and 1 for Lewis Rees. Tickner continues to stretch out as we see the final ball of the session, bowled by Morley to Hill. Hill defends it, and that will be tea with Leicestershire on 236 for 5. Lewis Hill has 34. Ben Cox has 41. The lead currently stands at 327. And we have 4 sessions of this game to go. That lead not big enough yet, clearly. How will Leicestershire bat in the evening session to try to set up a potential victory for them? Or who knows, surprise win for Derbyshire. Rian Ahmed for 77, Sol Budinger for 44, Ian Holland for 5, Peter Hanscom for 20, rather unfortunately, and Louis Kimber for 2, the men out in the afternoon session. And we will return on the BBC Sport website and app and on the Leicestershire stream in just under 20 minutes for the final 32 overs of day 3 of this match at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
As Ben Cox last night mentioned a figure of 400. Might be they'll want sort of 420. Remains to be seen. BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game. It's been it was an interesting session. They've all been interesting sessions in their own way. The last hour was the last 3/4 of an hour was relatively normal, but certainly the first hour or so post-lunch wasn't. We had Rehan Ahmed and Sol Budinger even laying about them, but then Derbyshire hit back strongly, taking 5 wickets with just 40 runs being added to sort of give themselves a real possibility of bowling Leicestershire out and keeping the target very much within reach. As has happened throughout the game, however, with the older ball, been harder to get too much out of the pitch. And the current batters, Ben Cox 41 and Lewis Hill 34, have steadied the Leicestershire ship to some extent. And that's where the game is. 32 overs tonight, 96 or so tomorrow. Potentially. Could be a fascinating day. But it'll be interesting to see. I think they want a good bowl at them tonight, Fletcher.
Well, they could get 2 or 3 wickets tonight. That would pretty much seal the deal, you would have thought.
Don't know. After the first innings?
Yeah, I think so. A message is flooded in, which I'll go through.
Is it from Mrs. Trellis of North Wales?
I wish it was. I wish it was. There'd be a huge cheer around the ground. Blair Tickner, first over after tea from the Bennett end, hits the thigh pad of Ben Cox, and the session is underway with the leg.
She writes, "Dear Dave Bracegirdle."
Well, it's from Fango Fox.
Oh, okay.
In Melbourne.
Right.
That's not the one near Derby. That's the one in Australia. Afternoon, gents. He did send it a while ago, and I apologise. He might have dropped off by now. I wouldn't have blamed him for doing so, because we nearly did. Really enjoying hearing the 2 best in the business working together, but then I switched to the Leicestershire-Derbyshire game. Maintaining the, sorry, I haven't a clue, theme. As Tickner is in and bowls, that one is turned into the leg side by Hill for another single. Harry Kame does the fielding, 238 for 5. He says, how did Derbyshire, a similar sized club to my Foxes, make a profit each season? Any tips for those currently in power at the Foxes? ? I'm not a financial guru. I think it's fair to say, Fango. I think living within their means is the way that they do it. There's no magic secret, no magic formula. As Tickner is in, bowls, that one is defended out into the onside by Cox. And there is no run. I think it was something like 16 out of 17 years Derbyshire have made a profit. Small profit, but profit nonetheless. And they have no debt. So when we eventually see the 20-odd million pounds, if indeed that's what it is, from the sale of August, then they can do what they wish with it. So, Tickner bowls down the leg side, left alone by Cox, understandably, which puts them in a much better place than other counties, but of course they haven't won anything in that time. Leicestershire certainly have. I think Leicestershire have won the title 2 or 3 times since Derbyshire last won anything. I don't count, personally, the 2nd Division title as winning a trophy. It's merely finishing 9th or 10th or 11th in the county championship, depending on how many teams there are in the 1st Division at the time. Here is Tickner. That was a quick delivery, but it was short, and it was easy for Cox to leave alone to go through to Brooke Guest. Derbyshire's players did get themselves into a huddle. When did they not? Before the start of this session. I'd love to know what they were saying. Might have given us a clue as to how this is going to go. The lead 329 at the moment, which is clearly not enough. As Tickner is in, that one is up in the air. Is it going to be a catch? It is going to be a catch, and it's Zach Chappell who takes it, and Blair Tickner's delighted by that one. A legitimate wicket-taking delivery. He got a leading edge on it. It looped up into the air, and Cox goes for 41. Leicestershire 238 for 6, and their lead is 329.
Quite sure how Ben Cox managed to lob that one up nice and high. Very simple catch for Chappell. He would have been disappointed to drop it, and I suspect Tickner would have chased him to the boundary in fury, judging by his reaction. But the little stand, 60s, not so little really, of 66 for the 6th wicket comes to an end. And well, as we said, it may not be a decision that Leicestershire have to take in terms of a declaration. It may be imposed upon them by being bowled out. 3 for 53 for Tickner.
I'm sure that Peter Hanscom and the rest of the senior players, who will presumably have input into the decision, would prefer it to be organic. And here comes a man who can biff it a bit, as we saw in the first innings, Logan Van Beek, coming out at
do you reckon? I think that he'd prefer to have an element of choice about it. I don't think he wants to be.
No, yeah, well, you see, it will stop them being too cautious without being able to say, but will enable them to say, well, we didn't have a choice in the matter. Whereas if they set Derbyshire, I don't know, 420, and Derbyshire get there, and people say, well, that was too generous. You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but I mean, if Derbyshire were to get some 400 plus, you say, well played.
Well, you do.
I don't think there'd be criticism of Leicestershire for being too generous under those circumstances. There may be criticism of them not bowling very well or something, but
I just don't think captains
I think
these
they want
days
400.
are very. They're risk averse, aren't they? They certainly have been over the years, despite what they say.
Morley in from the pavilion end, tosses that one up nicely to Lewis Hill, who check drives the ball out to the wicket-taking Blair Tickner. Great celebration, punched the air and let out an atavistic roar as Morley, again, nice loop to that one, but he's just let that one drift on towards middle and leg, and Hill clips it neatly away to deep mid-wicket for 4. Such a fine margin for the spinner. As I say, had a nice loop to the ball, but just drifting towards middle and leg. And Hill didn't miss out. He moves on to 39. 242 for 6. Morley in, bowls, outside off stump. Don't think he really straightened. Hill stepped back ready to cut, didn't bother doing so. Chappell swings his arms spectacularly at short fine leg, outside off stump. Hill is going to chop that one away through the offside. Lloyd is involved in a nice long chase and dive, as so often. And as so often, he makes the save. Ooh, I thought I was going to go through for buzzers. It didn't. Hill has to settle for a couple.
I was just watching where the ball had come from, and Blair Tickner gave David Lloyd a big hug.
I imagine he's a good man in the dressing room, Blair Tickner. He's the sort of player you want on your side, especially when he's bowling quick, horrid, nasty bouncers. Outside off stump, a little bit outside off stump, bit of bounce. Hill goes back and chops it out towards backward point. Looks like Brown out there still.
Yeah.
The bouncy Brown.
Dahl isn't out there at the moment.
Getting cold, isn't it, if you have got back spasms. In goes Morley and bowls. You could almost see the extra effort he put on that one. And stretching forward and getting to the pitch of it, Hill makes sure that he smothers any spin. End of the over. 244 for 6. Hill into the 40s now, 41, and Leicestershire's lead is 3-3-5.
The idea that somebody could suffer an injury on the radio by demonstrating with his hand.
In fairness,
Pre-existing.
I broke my wrist a couple of months ago. A couple of bones in it. And
Pre-existing, but still, to make it worse on the radio by trying to demonstrate something that nobody can see apart from me is very impressive.
/ stupid.
Well, in short, to the answer, I don't know. I've got no advice for Leicestershire, and I just think clubs spend the money how they see fit and get into whatever state they get into that way. Here's Tickner in and bowls to Van Beek. First delivery he's faced in the second innings.
Tickner followed through, hands raised.
Well, he does a thing with his... He does that. I'm going to demonstrate something now that only you can see. He does that when he gets a wicket.
Ooh,
I don't know what
nice.
it's... Is it devil's horns or something like that? I don't know.
Okay.
Which makes me think that he might be a rocker of some description, but I don't know. I must ask him.
Absolutely.
He's definitely a character. It's his first game back this season, of course. Missed the first round, and that one is defended by Van Beek. Back towards him. He's a bundle of energy. It's been a nightmare as a kid. At 244 for 6, I imagine. Just buying clothes would have been tricky, I would have thought.
I wonder if he was sort of huge at 16 or something like that.
And 5 miles of tattoo work on his body as well. He's in again now, and he gets a short one, does Van Beek. As well, gets high on his toes and guides it into the ground. And a terrific game so far. Logan Van Beek, 4 wickets in the Derbyshire batting innings. And went on to make 82 not out in the first innings. What will he do here? Sort of uniformly grey, but bright enough at the moment. As Tickner's in and up on his toes again is Van Beek. The fielders race in. Martin Anderson wins the race to the ball. Picks up and gives it to Pat Brown. No run. Over 8 +1 now, so it's gone down from +2, having gone up from +1. It remains a mystery. Tickner in search of his 4th wicket. Bowls, and that again climbs on Logan Van Beek, and he does well once more to get it to ground as quickly as possible, and inspects his bat. He just caught the edge of it or not, I'm not sure, but he has his back to us. Aussie still in front?
Yep.
Excellent.
In control.
In control.
He's a cool customer. Seems that way.
Has he come from nowhere, or?
We'd have to ask some of our Australian correspondents, really.
Piastri. Yeah. In comes Tickner again, bowls, or he takes his hand off the bat there. I'm not sure what it's hit. Has it hit bat? If it has, it's gone straight over the slip cord, and it has, and he's off the mark with a boundary, is Logan Van Beek, but he didn't look comfortable.
Absolutely didn't.
Another one that climbed on him, say bottom hand off the bat, wafted the bat in the general direction of the ball, and it came straight down below us. There is no backstop now. They managed to find another ball as well there, because one's been returned and one's been tossed towards the bags down below us. End of the over, 41 to Hill. Van Beek off the mark with that boundary. 248 for 6, a lead of 339.
Great over. Really hostile.
That's what you want from a quick ball, isn't it?
On a still essentially flat track. Isn't offering much, and come in and just make things happen through sheer bloody mindedness, really, and ability, of course.
Always helps.
It does. Morley is in, drops a little bit short, gets away with it because Hill stands up tall and pushes it firmly back down the pitch, and the Rochdale man dives across to his right to make the stop. Bowls again, nice sloop, just outside off stump. possibly a little bit of turn. But just hard to tell from this sort of 10-degree angle, and he'll let it go through to Guest. Yeah, just a suggestion of straightening. In he goes, and bowls, touch short. Hill goes back and plays it out to Tickner, who's got his sunnies, as ever, perched on the back of his Derbyshire cap. No, I don't think we'll see much more sun today. Getting all sorts of reports of rain down to the west, not so very far away either. In goes Morley, driven in the air, but wide of the leaning Morley. Bounces a good 10-15 feet in front of Tickner. Just held it back a bit, did him a bit in the flight. Good stuff from Morley, who is in and bowls. Touch short, but maybe went on with the arm a bit, and Hill, who'd gone back to cut, had to adjust and played it, but not comfortably. Out towards extra cover, where Jewell, as the fielder, blows on his hands. Caleb Jewell. It is a bit chillier out there. In goes Morley and bowls full, and Hill plays it back down the pitch to him. A very good maiden. 2 very good overs, I would suggest, to start proceedings. Well, not quite start proceedings. We've had 4, haven't we, since? But the last 2 overs have been very good ones from the Derbyshire attack.
I'm indebted as ever.
I'm indebted. Well, not many people will remember Cyril. Do you remember Cyril from That's Life? I'm indebted to
Yes, yeah, Cyril Fletcher, of course,
Yeah.
Uncle Cyril. Yeah. Yes, yes. I'm indebted to David Griffin as ever for the information. My phone's just gone blank. I'll be back with you after this Blair Tickner over, or delivery, that's what I wanted to say. He's in to bowl to Logan Van Beek, who has a wild swish at that one outside the off stump. And Blair Tickner says, look, there's all that vast expanse. If you want to hit it into there, you try again. They will know each other pretty well, these two. Derbyshire's highest successful 4th innings run chase against Leicestershire is 297 for 8 in 1909. So there's only Goose who's still alive. Who remembers that?
These are different days, though. Different times.
The Old Counties record is 365 for 7 in 2020, which I will have seen and can't remember. And their highest successful run chase came in 1997 when they beat the Australians by a wicket, 379 for 9. This one's down the leg side, and it's a good half stop by Brooke Guest. It was a long way down the leg side. Blair Tickner ends up sitting facing Logan Van Beek in the middle of the pitch. 248 for 6 it remains. And I know that you're right, they are different times, but certainly 1909, I can't begin to imagine what kind of pitches they played on in 1909 when they used to cut the grass with horse-drawn things, and imagine the horses walking up and down the pitch and just mowing a little bit of grass off just to be, so you could tell the difference between what the outfield and the
And they were most
pitch
definitely
itself.
uncovered as well.
No hover covers like we have at Derby now. This next one is hitting Logan Van Beek on the back. There's an appeal.
For leg before, for bum before almost.
Yeah.
I mean, it was still a bit too high.
He was sort of playing a shot because he was taking evasive action, but they decided against even attempting a leg by or a bum by. Isn't that in India? They decided against it. 248 for 6. It remains. Yeah, we've got a hover cover at Derby now.
Have you?
Yeah, only
Quickly on and off.
only non-test ground to have a hover cover, and still made a profit.
Does it make as much noise
Oh
as all
yes.
the other hover covers?
Oh yes. Well, it's come from
noisy
Lords,
things.
so it's the Lords one. This next delivery short and down the leg side again. This hasn't been as good an over.
Favouritism, you were offered first dibs on it, were you? MCC have got a nice silent one, I'm sure now, have they?
Electric.
There you
Well, their
go.
lawn
So it
mowers
is more
are
or less.
electric at Lords, aren't they? The mowers and everything.
I always think you see them about 7 of them in
Yes.
serried rows, don't you?
Yeah. No, I think it was offered. all the counties who wanted it had to do was pay for it to be transported up. It had to be taken apart and put back together again. There's a little swapping around of the field. We're going to get a leg slip. It's going to be Martin Anderson. Caleb Jewell comes into slip and Harry Kane goes to backward point. And very much like Trigger's broom, it's got new engines and it's a complete new chassis and it's got all the new white bits on it, but it's the original. I've had this broom for 40 years, 37 new heads and 15 new handles. Here is Tickner again. He bowls himself off his feet again. That's about the third time in the over he's ended up on the floor. Kicks
well
away.
into double figures for the game,
Yes,
isn't he, as a whole? But
yeah, absolutely.
must jar himself somehow. You would have thought with thumping onto. He's not damaging the pitch or anything like it, but you would think he might be damaging himself a bit. But
at this point of the game, it'd probably only benefit Leicestershire anyway, wouldn't it? As he's in again, stays on his feet, Van Beek defends it back to him. And it's a maiden, I think. I'm fairly sure it's a maiden. The leg, possibly not. I'm not. Yes, because they didn't take the leg by his end. They wouldn't have counted anyway. I'm just trying to work out whether
it'll tick over in a
whether
minute.
he stayed at the same end for the entire over there, Logan Van Beek. It is about to tick over. 2:48 for 6. The lead is 339.
Did he say?
Well, entry tomorrow
will
is
be £4, did he say?
£4. So if you bring a fiver, they won't have any change, and you'll end up paying them £5. But it did tick over, but I'm not sure it was a main.
I'm sure they will. But that sounds
value.
good value for what could be an epic day of first-class cricket, weather permitting. Is that correct? Is that still likely to be a factor? As I say, I'm getting a lot of reports of rain.
If it rains, we'll just go indoors.
Down there to the southwest, and it does look a bit murky in that neck of the woods. 27 overs remain today, though, the first of which to be bowled by Morley. Sooner or later, I'm going to call him Jacob, as in Marley. But not quite yet. In he goes, and bowls. Forward goes Hill. Back up the pitch goes the ball to Jack Morley.
Well, I forever want to call him Harry. Which is bizarre.
In he goes. Bowls. Sweeping in front of... He was right in front there, Hill. Trying to sweep off the stumps. You're asking for it, and Hill duly received it. Umpire Hassan Adnan raised the finger. Well, as I say, he was trying to sweep off the stumps. We'll have a look at the replay and just see how straight it was. Yeah, it's... And he has been straightening it slightly. It's kind of asking for it to a certain extent. That said, Leicestershire trying to get on with it, I suspect. But they've lost the two batsmen who were not out at tea. And is the game swinging a little bit towards Derbyshire? The lead is still 339. Then, if all the wickets fell on this score, they'd need 340 to win the game, which is tough in the fourth innings, however good a pitch may be. But, well, they'd fancy it, I suspect.
That £4 is looking very good value for money at the moment, isn't it, if wickets continue to fall.
And he's bowled really nicely, Jack Morley, and I think that's a kind of deserved reward. 1 for 39 for him now. Hill goes for 41. His pretty decent start to the season continues. I would be disappointed not to have gone on this occasion. But he's getting a bit of turn, and I just wonder, as I say, whether Leicester will be disappointed not to have Travaskis to call on here, the left arm finger spinner, who gives it a tweak.
I think there might be. They have been turning quite regularly, haven't they, throughout the match? The odd one, not consistently, but... So Ben Green yet to get off the mark, and Logan Van Beek, who got off the mark very streakily with a 4, are now together. 3 more wickets for Derbyshire to set up the game. Still 26 and a half overs left today.
Most of which we should have, if not all. Morley is ready to bowl,
Lost his
but
run up.
something went a bit wrong. He steps back, happily, not very far. Couple of strides and in he goes and bowls, brings Ben Green forward. Pushed up the pitch on the onside. No run.
Bowls economically as well, generally, Jack Morley, which is good, only just over 3 and over.
Bowls now, quicker delivery, flatter delivery on off stump, and Green is forward. Pushing it to Jewel in the covers. Bowls again, Green is forward, thickish outside edge. Runs it towards backward point, Pat Brown picks up. Twiddle of the bat in the hands for Green before Morley is in and bowls to him. Thick inside edge this time, pushed out towards square leg. Now that throw, if it hits, could be close. It doesn't hit, and Tickner backs up well. He ran towards backward square. Chappell picked up, hurled the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's perfectly adequate fielder, but he's not the sort of quickest at releasing, is he? He's got a strong arm, but
no.
Didn't miss the stumps by much, and it would have required a decision. What are the two umpires having a chat about light? Maybe. No, I mean, not that there's an issue, light, at the moment, but whether they want the floodlights on later, I don't know.
I'm sure he'd be delighted.
Everything is good at the moment.
Perfectly adequate. I actually strive for adequacy, so I don't see any reason why
Perfectly
Zach
adequate
Chappell
is not a...
shouldn't either. 2 games in the First Division that are fascinating because Somerset are 48 for 2 against Sussex down at Hove. They need a further 547 to win. That seems a little unlikely. And Worcestershire, who were set 610 to beat Yorkshire, have crumbled to 90 for 6, which is equally
extra half hour
equally disappointing.
in prospect there,
Although,
I'm afraid.
of course, nobody wants Yorkshire to come down because not going to Headingley is one of the joys of the summer.
But you might get to Scarborough, you see. That's
Which
the
is
joy.
even worse.
Oh no.
Oh yes, we were there in
No,
September last year.
Was it chilly?
No, it was perfectly fine, but everything was shut.
Scarborough was shut.
Very much so. Tickner begins a new over, bowling to Green, who turns that into the leg side. No, you can keep Scarborough for me. And I went there I went there in the 70s to watch the West Indies play.
Hasn't changed much.
No.
I did as well. That wasn't the one that we hooked onto when Bairstow hooked somebody onto Holding, I think it was, onto the pavilion roof and dislodged several tiles.
Would have been 76 when the West Indies. It was I think it was a T.N. Pierce's job during the festival, when the festival was a festival.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
We were both at that game.
I think it's due for a lick of paint. In fact, I know it is. Here comes Tickner at 250 for 7. Bowls to Van Beek, short, ducks underneath it.
They have replaced the benches on North Maureen, on that stand on the North Maureen road side of the ground. Since then,
Well, the issue we had, and it was a non-cricketing issue really, is that you'd finish at 7 o'clock. 10:30 starts in September, of course, so we managed to get out of the ground by 7 o'clock. There'd be one pub open and none of the chip shops because they only open at tea time and they were just shutting. So it was very difficult to find something to eat.
not down on the harbour, nowhere open down there.
Tickner bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Van Beek, out towards Lloyd for a single. He moves to 5, 251 for 7. I don't want to badmouth Scarborough too much. I know a lot of people like it, but it's not my favourite place. It's in Yorkshire for a start, so it gets minus points for that. That's my own personal history with Yorkshire as a county rather than anything else, and I've worked most of my life in Yorkshire. Look where it's got me. Here's Tickner into bowls. Green just about ducks out of the way of that one. That must have been very close to his grill.
That moustache may be lacking a few hairs.
What's that?
Or they've turned grey anyway.
The smell of burning hair in the air. Wow, that was a decent effort from Tickner, who's bowled pretty nicely since tea. Glamorgan have been asked to follow on by Gloucestershire as well, despite only being 161 behind. They're now 157 behind at 4 without loss. Leicestershire's lead 342. Tickner is in, bowls to Green and hits him. He just turned his back really, struck him on the back and rolled down to fine leg. Leg by is signalled to 152 for 7.
I'd love to have a speed gun on Tickner because it's quick. This is the quickest spell for me that he's actually bowled in the game almost.
Every county ground should have a speed gun. Is there any money in the game?
About to be.
Well, until it's
Heading the county's way.
It's been renegotiated, of course. Reduced a bit. Tickner is into Logan. Van Beek bowls short, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Look at the two of them
they're
joshing.
They will both enjoy this. They're both very competitive, as you can imagine. And there was no harm done.
Logan certainly bowled his share of bouncers at Blair this morning, didn't he? So
yeah. I think I wouldn't like to face either. I want to make that point perfectly clear, but if I had to pick one, I'd probably go Van Beek rather than Tickner at full speed.
That you'd prefer not to face or to face?
To face. I think I'd rather face Logan.
His action is more classical in a way, isn't it? In that, but yeah, I don't know.
I wouldn't like to face either of
Nope.
them, though. 343 the lead.
Thoroughly agree with you. Chappell continues to swing his arms at short fine leg as Morley runs in and bowls to Ben Green, who is forward, nurdling the ball down towards towards Pat Brown, who's at sort of backward point, almost deepish gully, backward point really. Morley bowls, tosses it up pleasantly. Green is forward, pushing it respectfully back down the pitch to Morley. Sun sort of out, just sort of breaking through a little bit, the thinnish haze as Morley goes in and bowls. A little bit short. Green was back on his stumps very early. And it did bounce and turn a touch, but he was kind of waiting for it. Dropped it down at his feet. 3-4-3, the lead.
Off a bad light at Bristol.
Morley bowls, tosses it up. Green is forward. Well, we can sort of see the heavyish, threatening looking cloud away down there to the southwest, as is often the case, but at the moment it is not showing too many signs of coming anywhere near us. Morley bowls, flatter, quicker delivery, back foot shot from Green, in defence essentially. Chappell doing some side sort of stretches, so Tickner must take a lot out of him. These spells might be done. Morley is in, Green is forward. Oh, look at that, it's like Elvis. Zach Chappell's warm-up there.
Marvellous.
Swinging one arm vertically round and round as if he's about to burst into. If he just flexed at the knees there, it would have been the king.
Just want to confirm that we can't actually see Bristol, even though it is in the southwest, but we know what you're saying.
Looking over at the winner turn, Zach Chappell.
There we go. Confirmation.
Zach, Elvis, Johnny
Don't go there.
Chappell.
Oh dear. I'd like to explain what we're talking about for those who didn't hear us yesterday, but I'm unwilling to.
Yes.
Buy your own copy of the Cricketer's Who's Who and check out his nickname.
And go from there.
Yeah. But
If you wish to sully your search engine.
tread carefully. Whatever you're doing, tread carefully.
What disturbed us most was how many people knew immediately
They were all
what
over
we were
it,
going
weren't
on
they?
about.
Henry was the
Talking
one.
about you, Henry, among others.
Quick as a flash, Henry replied. Claimed later that he was just a very quick Googler.
Yeah.
252 for 7, the lead 343. 24 overs left today. Van Beek on 5, he's on strike, Green has 2, and Chappell is in. And bowls a short delivery that he fends away down to a very fine third man. Off what? Well, not off his... I thought it was his gloves, but it clearly was off his helmet, and he's going to have to come out for a concussion check. So I thought he'd fended it away. He didn't manage to fend it away. He's been clonked on the head. 253 for 7 is the score, and there will be another delay. Wayne Madsen, bless him, he's had to go off again.
Yeah, well, you know, up the stairs. It's it's over 40 now.
Very many convenient toilets
Conveniences
on the side of the ground now. Unfortunately, for those of us who require conveniences at a regular basis. They went off a bad light with Glamorgan 4 without loss. They hadn't added to the score that I last told you about. Lancashire still trail Northants by 186 following on, but they're 82 for 1. Kent 209 for 2. They need another 107 runs to beat Middlesex at Canterbury. Kent win last week? I can't remember. Worcestershire are in a hopeless position. They're 7 down now. They need another 519 runs, so it was been a valiant effort, but they were bowled out for 162 in the first innings and then 91 for 7. Somerset.
So when you say valiant effort,
not a valiant effort at all.
It was.
Yeah, they're coming back down. That's what I'm saying. Surrey lead Hampshire by 347 as Logan Van Beek continues to go through the protocols for being hit on the helmet. 314 for 5, and Nottinghamshire 178 for 3 in their second innings, leading by 158 at Trent Bridge. Nearly forgot Durham then. One of my favourite counties. 202 for 6, Durham. Their lead over Warwickshire at Chester Street is 264. And I think it's safe to say that the sweater count will be 3 per player. If the weather down here in Leicester is anything to go by. They're due to restart at Bristol fairly shortly, so that's good news.
Showers then.
Well, it said bad light. Yes. Here's Zach Chappell to continue his first over of the spell. That one is guided away to the offside. Nicely pushed off the back foot, really. It's going to go all the way for 4. It was just a firm push and no more, really, from Ben Green. Picks up a boundary. 257 for 7, 348 the lead. That wasn't Jack Morley on that occasion who was clapping. I didn't see who it was though. Caleb Jules, the solitary slip now, and he's quite wide as Chappell is in, short of a length. Green pushes it back into the ground towards the bowler, fielded actually by Martin Anderson. How's Nigel Mansell doing anyway in this race?
Talking about splendid tashes.
I find the point system quite complicated. And I watch cricket. Chappell bowls, that's flicked aerially down towards deep backward square leg, because there is a long leg as well. It's David Lloyd, and Green picks up another single. 258 for 7, the lead inching closer to 350. Come on, Zacco. I haven't heard anybody call him by his nickname out on the field of play.
Yes.
As he's in again, Van Beek gets up high, takes his bottom hand off the bat. As
Shakes
probably,
it a bit. I think jarred rather than
I don't think
hit.
it hit him because it sounded like bat, didn't it? But He has his back to us. He just looks at his hand as though he can see what's happening to his fingers through his gloves.
Leicestershire would not be overjoyed were
No.
he to suffer a hand injury.
No, that wouldn't be good news.
He's got a lot to do over the next, well, 6 months.
He waits now as Chappell is in and bowls to him, and he makes a very late decision to sway out of the way of that one. I don't think he was in two minds, wasn't he, whether to duck or whether to sway backwards, and then he sort of did nothing for a split second and had to basically leap backwards to avoid being hit by that delivery from Chappell. Nicely bowled. 258 for 7 at the end of the over. Green 7, Van Beek 5, lead 349.
Some good fast bowling going on here. And the part of Derbyshire, Chappell picking up where Ticknett left off. Morley, meantime, continues to wheel away at the pavilion end. One of those who stops dead at the start of his, well, for want of a better word, run-up, bowls just outside off stomp, turns a fraction away, and so a very safe leave from Ben Green, as in stops almost standing at attention on his mark before stepping in and bowling. Flat delivery that is pushed away comfortably by Green, a little bit short, a little bit flat, and consequently reasonably comfortable for Green to play into the gap in the covers. Takes his single. Lead now 350. 22 overs remain after this one. 2 off, potentially a change of innings, of course. In goes Morley, bowls. Ooh, a leave at the last minute by Van Beek. Just went back on his stumps and just kept the bat where it was, really, behind his front pad, and slid past the outside edge. Morley bowls. Van Beek is forward, steering it towards point. Has been Brown over there. It's currently Came who's running up 2 point to field, and there's no run. Inching. The lead is growing very slowly. It was 236 at tea, so only, well,
23 runs.
added since the interval. And in goes Morley, driven through point this time, and he is going to pick up one on this occasion. Van Beek for the loss of 2 wickets, so from 132 without loss to 259 for 7.
Dal is back on at mid-wicket, so Brown will be off the field now.
Yeah, don't forget that, because as Morley bowls and brings Green forward, this is a Derbyshire side without its full array of seam bowlers.
Sorry about everybody. Next Sunday, that's Easter Sunday, of course. Leicestershire women take on Northamptonshire women in a 50-over game. It's free admission for members. Otherwise,
Can't make it to Old Trafford, get yourselves down to Grace Road.
Free admission for members. It didn't mention the cost of entry, if it isn't.
£4.
£4 again, yeah. It seems to be the favoured sum
Whatever,
of the day.
Whatever it is, the cost is £4. Here's Zach Chappell from the Bennett end, bowls to Van Beek, who gets high up on his toes again and defends that one into the ground back towards the bowler. A little gaggle on the stand away to our right is getting increasingly smaller. And we're now seeing pads being brought out, which is going to delay matters even further. Jack Morley is running out with the pads. Harry Kame's walking away, but then drops his trousers, so presumably he's going to put them on. Yes, he is, thank goodness for that. Meanwhile, Wayne Madsen in conversation with Zach Chappell. Blair Tickner's never too far away from discussions with bowlers. He's there as well. Everybody else is sort of just kicking their heels at the moment, waiting for the pads to go on as the sun desperately tries to break through this increasingly heavy cloud.
It is coming our
Yes,
way.
it
isn't
is quite dark, away to the right, the west, southwest.
Might just slip by to the north.
I'm gonna have a look at the weather forecast for tomorrow.
Mm.
That's what I'm gonna do. Well, it's going to be 16 degrees, and at the moment the Met Office is suggesting
Goes Chapel and Bowles.
me, wasn't it?
It was a bouncer,
I
and
didn't think he got his
Van
pants on
Beek
that quickly.
leans backwards and lets it go through to
No more than
Guest.
40% chance of rain, and that's around about 2 o'clock, but the rest of the time looks okay. So that's good news.
Yeah, it'd be a shame to if the game peters out because of the weather, or a draw is enforced by the weather.
Here's Chapel. I'll carry on. In and bowls to Van Beek, who goes back into his crease, jabs his bat down on the ball and pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Tickner. And Harry Kane removes his helmet. He's not going to be in at short leg for Green, just for Van Beek, interestingly. As we saw in the first innings, though, Leicestershire bat all the way down to 11 and beyond. Green taps his bat, waits, then raises it, and Chapel is in. Oh, and if there'd been a short leg, I don't know, it would have been probably missed him. It's aerially played into the leg side by Green. It's actually fielded by Harry Kane. Once again, there's no run. There's plenty of encouragement for Zach Chapel out there. Good old Chappie, as he likes to be known, amongst other things. 352 as Chapel is in and bowls and hits the hip, probably the thigh pad of Green, bounces down to a short fine leg. After this over, 117 overs left in the match, which again suggests 352 is not enough, but by slowing down the run rate, Derbyshire are making it less and less likely that they'll have to bat this evening, I would suggest, of course, unless they bowl Leicestershire out.
That's a point, yeah.
Which I'm sure would suit them.
If they want 10 overs at them tonight, they're going to have to get another 50 runs quite quickly.
Chapel bowls and hits Green again. This time it was a very unconventional looking shot as he moved into the offside and then basically just left his backside in the way, and it hit him. All right, 261 for 7. That's bizarre. 8 to Green, 7 to Van Beek.
Why is he saying helmet?
I know. Perhaps he's feeling the effects of being hit on the head, Logan Van Beek. I think he's pointed to Logan Van Beek there. Now this is interesting. Is he feeling? Is he feeling ill? Has he got a bit of double vision? He will. They will be able to replace him, of course, as a concussion substitute.
But they'll do the.
But they'll do all the rest of it, and they'll replace him temporarily and retire hurt. Logan Van Beek, if indeed he has to go off.
When he was.
Well, it can happen though, can't it?
Yeah, it can.
Delayed symptoms of concussion. So they're just checking him over again. And it's the right thing for Logan Van Beek to do as well, is to say, look, I'm just feeling a bit,
absolutely.
But he stayed out there.
Well, there weren't many questions asked.
Well, he probably doesn't know who the Prime Minister of England is.
Where are you?
Well,
Jeez, mate.
For an overseas player, that could be quite tricky, can't
Exactly.
it? Where are you? Who are you? Might be okay.
That was a very brief
It was.
check.
I'm glad I didn't write down retired hurt, because he hasn't.
Morley bowls to him. He drives down into the ground. It bounces up and is taken on the full by Caleb Jewell. Blows on his hands. The Australian had extra cover. Morley bowls short and just can wait for that Van Beek. Cut it without any real power, but with plenty of timing out to Lloyd out. I'm assuming it's Lloyd out there.
Yes, it is.
On the just in front of point on the boundary. Takes his one, moves on to 8. Morley bowls, Green is forward. And the runs have dried up for Leicestershire. Good bowling has helped, that is for sure. Been a big part of it. Morley bowls, a little bit too short though, and played firmly off the back foot out towards deepish extra cover. Lloyd fairly scampers into field that one and gets a good throw away. Always looked like there was going to be one, but they did run that one quickly just in case.
You see Tickner race from mid-off to after the ball when he was never going to get it.
Morley bowls, forward goes Van Beek, pushing out to Jewell. No run. 20 overs and it's 5:20. Suggesting it's 6:45-ish.
Oh yeah.
As we get lots of spin. Dug out by Van Beek. It was full. Nice loop. Waited for it. Jammed it out into the offside. End of the 60th over of the Leicestershire second innings, which has been a curious old affair. Started spectacularly. Lost wickets quickly. Element of rebuilding by Cox and Hill, but they're both out now. It's been tough going for Ben Green and Logan Van Beek in adding 15 so far for the 8th wicket and extending the lead to 354.
I always think there was an element of making it look really tricky. Put some doubt into the batters' minds when they have to go for the chase. I'm sure that isn't the case. A short delivery from Zach Chappell. He sways out of the way of that one, Green. The other thing, of course, is that neither of these two, well, they won't want to get injured full stop, but Leicestershire wouldn't want to lose any of their bowlers. And at the moment, bowling is relatively hostile from one end.
It's great stuff,
Spin at
isn't
the
it?
other. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Tickner and Chappell are really giving the Leicestershire all-rounders a pretty torrid time.
Looking Worcestershire are 9 down at Headingley. As Chappell bowls, that's a more of a length ball. It's cut away out towards the point boundary where Dahl will do the fielding, and they'll only get a single. Green will move to 10, 264 for 7. Their last pair need another 505. That one will be over today, you would imagine. Harry Kane goes back under the lid.
There'll be a queue of Yorkshiremen demanding 25% of the entrance fee back or something.
They've now won Yorkshire. As in goes Chappell, and Van Beek defends it, so that will be 504 run defeat, which is heavy. Be in the realms of records for defeat by runs, I would have thought. 504.
So what a run.
Certainly in 3 days. Less than 3 days, clearly. As we continue here at Grace Road. Chappell bowls, very full delivery, driven by Logan Van Beek out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs. Doesn't look massively comfortable under the short stuff, but pitch it up. And Van Beek will drive you to the boundary. That's what he's done. 12 now to Van Beek. 268 for 7. Lead up to 359. They put the full names on now. That's helpful on the Formula 1. Here comes Chappell again. There's a short one. He ducks underneath it. Copes very well with that one. Not as well directed as some that Chappell has sent down in the last 20-25 minutes or so. That drive for 4 apart, we're sort of going nowhere fast here. 359 the lead. They'll want it to be well above 400, or at least 400. 19 overs left today. Chappell bowls, that one is turned off his legs by Van Beek down to David Lloyd, who picks it up at the 3rd attempt. He's fielding at backward square leg, just moved around.
Had a wicket there In he goes, bowls, Van Beeker's forward and defending. I think that
Yeah,
was
I
a
think
chance
it was a drop.
just from the reaction. Certain it was.
13. Morley trudges his way back to down below us where he's been fielding for most of the day. Wondering what might have been. His economy rate is exemplary. 2.5 and over.
It's almost like a fog the sun is sort of appearing through. Like a heavy, heavy fog. You can see it.
10,000 feet. If the fog descends, we won't be able to see anything.
No.
I wonder when the last time fog stopped play was.
I've been at Scarborough
On
when
the
it
coast.
stopped.
Yeah, on the coast.
It was a fret, I think they called it.
They do. Chappell begins a new over. Green gets up on his toes and pushes it out backward a square on the offside. Jewell comes around from slip to do the fielding. Stuck to the chair again. Oh, they're difficult to move, these chairs, aren't they? There we go. Whew. I'll just stand up for a minute. Martin Anderson finds himself at square leg on the boundary. 2 behind square on the leg side as well as Chappell bowls another short delivery. That one goes sort of chest high past Green and through to Guest. Morley and Lloyd, the spin twins, as nobody calls them, having a discussion down below us. Derbyshire have got 1 to 11 on at the moment. What's happening here? Harry Kame is being brought the helmet by Brooke Guest, so he's going to go in at short leg again. And Martin Anderson comes in a little bit closer at mid-wicket. David Lloyd moves a little bit squarer, a deep backward square leg. The ball hasn't even reached the bowler yet, I don't think. I think it's still with Blair Tickner, isn't it? And now Wayne Madsen goes to talk to Zach Chappell. Of course he does. Still 17 overs and 4 balls to go here. It may well be.
Shout that out.
Yes. Have you seen the scoreboard? Let's just lead 360. Here is Chappell in and bowls to Green, who turns this aerially into the leg side. Long way backward of square. They think about coming back for the second. Lloyd gets to the ball quite quickly. Throws it back in. They content themselves with a single. Green moves to 10. 270 for 7. Sacco continues to get encouragement. David Lloyd again feels his hamstring.
Not entirely comfortable, is he?
No. Very top of his hamstring, that kind of area. As Chappell bowls a short delivery to Van Beek, who ducks underneath it.
Yes, as Forrest Gump would have said, in the buttocks.
It is that, he's just stretching it out now.
Yeah.
Sure, if you pulled a muscle, stretching it helps, but I'm not a doctor. Or
If
indeed
it's pulled, I think he would be back in the pavilion.
Yes.
It's going
Nor am I a physiotherapist. Chappell in, bowls a short delivery. He sways out of the way of it, Van Beek. Allows it to go through to the keeper. Once again. And the game has very much ground to a halt. Which I don't think Derbyshire will be too displeased with.
No.
I mean, it will give them less time to chase whatever they're going to have to chase.
But possibly less time to
Less time to survive.
yeah.
As Chappell bowls, that one is fended into the leg side, short of Harry Kame at short. He's not that short a short leg, in fact. It's the final ball of the over. Jack Chappell gets a pat on the back from Wayne Madsen, gets a pat on the back from Blair Tickner. I think that might be him done. 11 overs for 48 in the second innings. Zach Chappell, 270 for 7 is the Leicestershire second innings total. Van Beek has 13, Green has 10, and their lead is 361 runs. I was going to try and add up. A 7 and 6 is one that always does me. 96 and 120 overs left. No. 113 hours left. Thank you. I was particularly pleased that you deliberately didn't help.
Well, I think you've heard enough from me on mathematics to know that the spirit was willing, but in goes Morley and bowls, and it's played away nicely off the back foot out towards deep extra for David Lloyd to test that dodgy hammy, if that indeed is the issue. Might just have nipped a little. Well, his hand goes to it again.
Yeah.
Could do with maybe being in a different fielding position then, because
Somehow I didn't have to run as
it's going to
much.
get worse, isn't it? Morley is in on driven by Green, but only as far as mid-on. Who's a yard or two deeper than he might normally be. Lewis Rees hasn't been in the game for a while. Rees might not be far away from having another bowl. Morley is in too flat, and again played out into the offside comfortably by Green for a single. Lloyd again fumbles as he bends to pick it up. It may be that little niggle, just trying to sort of look after it a bit and not bending as far as he might. Morley bowls, that's a better loop and line, and forward goes Van Beek and blocks it out into the offside. Floodlights have indeed, despite the sun sort of blazing as brightly as it has for an hour or two, are coming on, because that dark cloud is getting nearer. Morley really does give that some air, and it's jammed out past the scrambling and reaching and ultimately diving Caleb Jewell out towards Lloyd, and one is taken. Green 13 on strike. Van Beek 14, the partnership 26, the lead 365. Morley bowls, forward goes Green. I beg your pardon, yes, Green, and plays it to mid-wicket-ish, where Anderson, arguably underused, is fielding. 274 for 7, 64 gone. 16 remain tonight. You'd want a minimum of 8, wouldn't you, if you did want to bowl tonight, which suggests 6 more for Leicestershire. But if it's 400, and I guess at 35 off 6, they can. They've shown no sign of being able to of scoring at 6 and over at the moment, and the way they're playing suggests to me that they may be looking to err on the side of caution and maybe go into tomorrow morning.
I'm sure Derbyshire would be pleased with that. It's going to be it's Anderson, is it?
No, Lloyd.
Oh, David Lloyd. Oh yes, of course Anderson's got his. I can see his back. Mitch Wagstaff did go around the boundary and have a word with David Lloyd. I assume that was something along the lines of, do you want to come off for a bit and have a rub down? He declined the offer, obviously, because he knew he was going to come on and bowl. Somerset now 4 down against Sussex. Needing a further 515 to win at Hove. Play underway, or play going on in all matches now, which is good news for all concerned. Kent's closing it on victory, and there's 77 required to beat Middlesex. Only 2 down. Here's David Lloyd then from the Bennett end. Bowls to Van Beek, who goes back and defends into the onside, and there's no run. The over rate is now +2, everybody. Did you mention that?
No, we mentioned it quite a long time ago when it changed to +2.
Oh, did it?
Mm.
I thought it
During the session, that you remarked upon it.
No, it went to -1. It's now plus. I did remark on that, but I can't remember.
Changing during the sessions.
Yeah, but it is changing during the sessions now. Perhaps that's to give him a bit of a chivvy up, but now it won't because it's +2. I remember seeing one at +5 in the game.
They've had so many
stopping.
stoppages, but don't they allow?
Well, they allow for HIAs and that kind of thing. Lloyd bowls. That one is defended by Green, and there's no run. This is the first of the final hour's worth of bowling here. 15 overs and 3 balls left. Should we get to the finish? Lights on, sun out. Lloyd bowls, turned into the leg side by Green, fielded by Caleb Jewell. So I did see motion to come off. That will just be some kind of comfort break, I'm sure, for the Australian. Feeling right at home in these gloomy conditions, being from Tasmania. Swing and a miss from Green on this occasion. The bails are whipped off by Guest, but the back foot hadn't left the crease. And Jack Morley's economy rate 2.6. Excellent work from him. Lloyd is in. That one's pushed into the offside by Green. Completes an economical over from David Lloyd. Score remains 275 for 6. The lead remains 366. Van Beek has 15. Green has 13. And this will suit Derbyshire quite nicely here. Wayne Madsen just had a word with Hassan Adnan, who nodded. He was at that moment he was talking to Jack Morley. I have no idea what it was about. I think captains and umpires talk quite a lot during the course of a day's play, just to alleviate the boredom.
So Morley, 18 overs under his belt already, 1 for 48. As he steps in and bowls to Van Beek, who's forward and defending. Nice that, Jackie boy.
Unmistakable sound of Wayne Madsen.
Morley bowls, tosses it up beautifully and does Van Beek in the flight. He looking to drive because he wasn't quite sure what to do, and it went on and bounced against the pad and could have very easily taken the edge. Morley bowls, tosses it up, he gets to the pitch of it and defends it this time. Brown bounces up and down at mid-off. Bowls, driven into the ground, and reasonably comfortable stop for Jewell, moving to his right in the covers on the full. Morley bowls. Played firmly, but no more than that in defence by Van Beek. Back up the pitch to the young spinner.
Is Russell British?
Yes.
Come on,
So is the chap in the orange one. As in goes Norris. In goes Morley and bowls, and another good maiden. So are Leicestershire playing for the close? What are they playing for here?
I have no idea what's going on anymore. Lando, isn't it? Lando, the
Orlando, indeed.
so Orlando's it. Oh, right. Okay, that makes more sense then. Lando is a fairly strange name, isn't it? They call him Lando, though, don't
They do, yeah.
Thank goodness for that. What my hearing had gone.
366 the lead. 14 overs remain tonight. Whether we have and whether there's any rain in this dark cloud that is just gradually making its way there. We're going to have another over of sunshine, I think, before the floodlights really come into effect.
That's David Lloyd's nickname, of course.
Sunshine?
He's in. Bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Green. I think he's probably called Lloydie.
Yes.
Or indeed Di. Because everybody who's called David in Wales has to be called Di. Or Dewey. Next delivery from Lloyd is a full toss and it's bunted up the ground, but there's no run because it's bunted straight to the man at mid-on, who I think is Martin Anderson. 2 dots to begin with. Lloyd's in again, bowls to Green, who
Another full toss.
smashes another full toss into the mid-wicket region where it goes straight to Jewel on this occasion. Halfway through the over, Lloyd bowls. This one pitches and play it out into the, well, back towards the bowler really. Just look at them. Gosh. I've got my When's It Going to Rain app out now. Unfortunately, it's currently playing an advert as Lloyd bowls, pushed into the offside.
There have been a few passages of play which have left us scratching our heads slightly, and this is another. Well, me anyway.
Here comes Lloyd once more, left alone outside the off stump by Green to go through to Brooke Guest. Maiden over, yet another maiden over. And it looks as though, actually it's just the whole of this area is just cutting out, so, and there we go. Yeah, we might get some rain, but it might not come until 7 o'clock. So we'll get wet when we're doing the
Still be playing.
interviews. Which would be terrific.
Another 13 overs. No, but yeah, finish around about. Well, if these two keep bowling, won't be much later than about 25 past, something like that. Oh, Tickner's windmilling his arms.
That could be exciting.
Morley is in. Back onto his stumps goes Van Beek. Jams it out from the stumps. Get up that much. Out towards point where Lloyd, the deep point, fields, and a single is taken. It's Hamish got to say. Morley bowls. It's driven back past him, but it bounces out to mid-on where Rees gets a touch. He thinks Derbyshire have got no chance of chasing 367.
Well,
Outside off stump, cut away. He knows his cricket.
History would tell you that.
Indeed. But as yeah, I suppose it's one that's natural nerves and pessimism based on years of experience. Suggests it could be close, but well, we'll see. Morley bowls, tosses it up, brings Van Beek forward, but he does say surely it's time to get on with it now.
I think it was time to get on with it half an hour ago, but
That I would definitely agree with, especially if there's going to be rain around. Morley bowls, forward goes Van Beek, and there is no run, of course, dropping it out into the offside.
first time we've had to consider rain this year. Well, this season, not this year, clearly.
Couple of goals, a long way from home. Wheel overhead has pushed out into the offside. Van Beek ends the over with a single. 277 for 7. The lead then 368. 12 overs remain to be bowled tonight.
Discussion between Blair Tickner and Wayne Madsen. The two batters are having a little chat as well. David Lloyd has removed his cap, so he's going to continue to bowl from the Bennett end. And you know all is well with the world. Manchester United are losing. As they so often are. Shadow of the former side they were. I mean, still more successful than my team, obviously, but here's David Lloyd then, who's in and bowls a very flat delivery to Logan Van Beek.
Had he gone straight away, there probably was a run there, but Lewis Rees, a little bit of play acting.
Bowls again. This one is driven by Van Beek, but straight back to Lloyd. Here's Lloyd again. Oops, squirts off the outside edge of his bat down towards a very fine third man. There isn't a third man. He's going to get 4 runs for it. First time today there hasn't really been a third man. Looks like we're being surrounded by showers. But at the moment the rain is holding off here. Tickner is doing some fairly elaborate stretching down on his knees, or is it? Yeah, it is him, isn't it? It is. And Lloyd comes in and bowls to Van Beek, who cuts this one away out towards Dahl, a backward point on the boundary. In front of the meet, they get a single. 283 for 7. Van Beek moves on to 22, lead 374. Lloyd again. This one is driven straight back to him by Green. If we don't catch any of that shower, I'd be staggered. And disappointed. Here comes Lloyd. Bowls to Green, who pushes it into the onside this time. There is no run. The over comes to an end. 283 for 7. Van Beek has 22. Green has 14. 11 overs left in the day. And the lead is 374 now.
Van Beek has faced 59 balls for his 22. Green 47 for his 14. After the frenetic nature of the opening partnership. Well, it's the other, very much the other side of the coin. I'm not quite sure what the overall object is.
No.
Anyway, Morley is in and bowling and fraction short, and as a result, Van Beek can go back and play it firmly through the vacant point area out to Lloyd and take a single. Move on to 23. The lead 375. Lunges from Blair Tickner as Morley bowls and brings Green forward in defence.
Can I tell you why he lunged? Because his hand warmers fell out of his pocket.
Well, it is a warm-up exercise as well.
That's why he lunged then, though.
Morley is in and bowls and just turned neatly away by Green through the leg side that time, and another single is jogged.
He's coming on to bowl, you know.
I think he must be. Either that or he's struggling to keep warm, but
He's
he's been warming up for at least 3 overs now.
Well, there's not much different to here, is it?
Morley bowls, tosses it up, jammed out by Van Beek. Fielded in the covers, and there's no run.
I think the air's a bit more pleasant, but
in goes Morley. Again a touch short. Van Beek up on his toes and steering it out to backward point on this occasion, but even so it is still just the single. No, he says, as he reaches the other end. 377 the lead. A few people beginning to head towards the exits as Morley is in and Green is forward. Pat Brown fields in the covers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, very, very good from Brown. His footballing skills impressive.
yeah, did one of those little things where you kick the ball up and then put your foot right round the ball before kicking it. I don't know what it's called. Is that around the world? I don't know.
I'm impressed.
Well, it might not be that. So don't be. You've no reason to be impressed. It's going to be David Lloyd to continue for the time being. Blair Tickner continues to windmill his arms around. Not sure how many people took advantage of the free after tea.
No.
Which is a little bit
Well, I hope hopefully not too many, because it's been a little bit turgid post.
Yes, they might not come back. Lloyd bowls full delivery. Van Beek drives it out into the offside. Caleb Jewell slides in to stop the ball and then throws it back in. Single taken. Van Beek moves to 25, 287 for 7.
I think we have to conclude now that Leicestershire not looking to get Derbyshire back in tonight.
Negative, as that one is bowled outside the off stump by Lloyd, left alone by Green. And comes Lloyd again, bowls a full toss. That's driven for 4 by Green. So he's happy to leave the odd one, but when you get a full toss outside the off stump, you've got to put it away, and he did exactly that. And he moves on to 19, 291 for 7 now, the lead up to 382. Goose has given up. He's gone back to the hotel. He hasn't brought any long trousers with him. Here comes Lloyd again. That one is pushed into the offside by Green. There's no runners. It's fielded by Jewell. Nice. Smooth. In comes Lloyd again. That one is defended by Green. Once again to Caleb Jewell. And there's no Barnes used to play in these parts, didn't he?
I was going to say, that's why he's got a smile on his face, possibly. He's no longer there.
I wouldn't dare say that. That one is final ball of the over is pushed into the offside. Jewell actually kicks it and then realises that it might still be live, but it isn't. 291 for 7 at the end of the over. 9 to go. The lead 382. And another conversation to be had, unfortunately. I can start doing these sums now. I like doing these ones, but I have to do them on the calculator.
I wonder if they can't bowl Tickner because of the light.
Yeah, potentially.
I have a feeling that...
well, they should come off then. Because it's not in Derbyshire's interest to be out there from a game point of view.
I understand what you're saying.
To me. So if they want...
So, well, okay, if they bowl him and we'll go off then.
Yes, if they want to go off. At the moment, they need 383 runs at a little more than 3.5 and over. Well, even now, I know they got off to a blistering start, but Derbyshire batted at 4 and over in the first innings, and Leicestershire batted at in excess of 4 and over as well. So, anyway.
Morley is in and bowls, and Van Beek is forward. Questions about Rishi and Rishi Patel and how long he's going to be out for. He's not entirely sure, basically. The thumb still looked swollen when he came up here on Friday and had a good long chat. In he goes, Morley, and forward goes Van Beek again. I'm guessing about a month, to be honest, but that is a pure guess on my part.
Metal splint on it, didn't he?
He did. It still had protection, as you would expect. Oh, caught behind. Guess has caught him this time. Van Beek did go back and did try to work it away through the offside, and having been dropped 4 or 5 overs ago off the bowling of Morley, this time Guest hangs on. The edge is slightly thinner, and Van Beek goes for 25. So the partnership comes to an end on 43. 29148 is the score now. The lead is 382.
Well, that might help the match.
Well,
that partnership didn't help it an awful lot. I know they've added 43, but it's taken them a while.
and the fact that they're not walking off now definitely, I think, to me, confirms that there will certainly be no declaration tonight. Could have had 6 overs if they'd gone off now. Well bowled, though, Jack Morley. He wheeled away to very good effect this evening. 21.3 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 54 for him.
18 overs worth of 48, 43 runs there. So about 2.5 and over. bit more.
The batsman is Ben.
That kind of area, certainly. So they haven't exactly put their foot down. Ben Mike might. Be very wary of the first delivery he faces, of course. Haven't got a first bowler, was it yesterday or the day before?
Day before, because they got the 400 odd on the first day, didn't they?
Day before. Sometime in the last 72 hours.
Getting rather dark.
It is. Nobody's doing anything quickly either anymore. Everybody's doing lots of things, but very, very slowly.
Yeah, I think Derbyshire know that they're not. The Derbyshire openers know they're not going to have to face 4 or 5 nasty overs tonight.
And they would be nasty, wouldn't they?
Potentially.
Of course, the light might also be an issue there.
Yes, it could. And without a sort of, well, they've got Rehan Ahmed, but it would have to be someone like Louis Kimber otherwise. From the other end, if they were just bowling spin at Leicestershire. Morley, however, has 3 deliveries to go in his 22nd over. Steps in and bowls to Ben Mike, who is forward. Pretty much out of the middle, but good theatre and good tension out there created by the Derbyshire close fielders. There is a close fielder now, short leg and a slip. As well, of course, as Guest behind the stumps. Morley is in, Mike is forward again, big stretch. Getting his head right over the ball. Morley bowls, tosses it up, Mike drives it down into the ground. And a good stop in the covers as it bounced towards him rather nastily by Caleb Jewell. Wicket maiden, I think it was, on the part of Jack Morley, and well bowled, as I say, by him. 291 for 8. The lead 382. So it looks as though it's going to be tolerably sort of symmetrical. They're going to have another day and say to them, well, are they? They surely would declare overnight if the weather's okay.
That's
Don't have to say that, do they, until a few minutes before the start?
Yeah, 10 minutes before the start. No. We will not find out until then.
Oh, hang on.
Umpires.
It is dark.
Meeting.
No question that it's dark, but surely spin's okay. It's not a problem, is it?
They're going off, I fancy. Is there some rain in the air as well? Are they worried about the cloud that's coming in? You can't go off on the threat of rain. Harry Kane's already made his mind up.
Oh, looks like we are going off, folks.
Blair Tickner saying it's fine. Ben Mike's leaning on his bat. He's only just gone out there.
Well, this will be it, though, won't it?
6, I think.
It is.
I think you're right.
Well, it's 17:59. Is that? Does that?
Well, here come the covers.
8 overs remain. Can't have them back tomorrow, folks. Day 4. So it would be 96, and it would if the declaration comes overnight and we're done for the day. Well, the tractor is making a point by the groundsman, perhaps making a point by the floodlights on his or the headlights on. Oh, we switched them off now, having gotten there. We can switch the engine off. That's why. So Green leaves 19 not out. Mike faced just the 3 balls. 291 for 8. And I think that'll be that. They're taking a reading, the umpires, but I'm pretty sure it'll be done. But that's a good effort on the part of Derbyshire, I would suggest, especially after conceding 132 in rapid order for the opening stand. Potentially then, we'll come back tomorrow with Derbyshire needing 383 off 96. But we don't know, and Leicestershire, I'm pretty sure.
The light is not good enough at the moment. It is not close of play.
It's not close of play, sadly. It would be a tad under 4 and over Derbyshire would require.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, if they did declare overnight, which is sporting.
Just like to remind you though that tomorrow,
Although, of course,
very interesting day.
it would be a record run chase for Derbyshire, as we know.
Obviously, £4 at the gate tomorrow. And
Previous best run chase
Leicestershire women.
Dial up my David Griffin
women,
hotline.
10:30
It's 379, so it already would be a Derbyshire record run chasing any
and £1
game of first-class cricket. That was against the Australians in 1997 rather.
I just don't see us having any chance at all of getting back on here, but
No, I don't. I don't either. But what we normally say in these circumstances
Yep.
is if there's any more play.
Hamish, that last 90 minutes made no sense. It didn't,
No, it didn't.
to me, a
No,
great deal.
No, it didn't. It didn't. It's been a wasted.
Not from Derbyshire's
little-
point of view,
well,
I
no,
don't think.
No. But a wasted little part of the session, that from Leicestershire. Sort of relatively aimless. Which is disappointing considering what a grip they have on this game. But early season, I suppose, if it was the last match or the penultimate match of the season and Leicestershire thought they needed a win to clinch something important, top two wise, then they might well have taken a risk. But this early in the season, when they know that they're going to get some points.
Well, yes,
Points are they gonna get?
you know, at the
They're gonna
moment,
get
I mean, they're going to take
16
8,
points.
whatever.
You're going to get 16 points if they draw the game.
Is it 8 for the draw now?
Yeah, it's gone back up to
Jeepers.
8 from 5. It was 5 for a season, I think. Derbyshire would get 14 and they'd probably go home reasonably happy, having won their first games of the season.
Yeah.
Moving into
I'm
comfortably
afraid so.
into the 30s, the late 30s. So, yeah.
So they're just back tomorrow, do you think? Tomorrow morning, try and eke out a few more runs, but it could yet be.
Oh, it could be.
I think it's got a good chance of being a very interesting day tomorrow. If we have any more cricket tonight, you will very much hear from us. So we'll all hang on until we get the word, but we suspect our day is done. You know the permutations? 291 for 8, green 19, Mike yet to score. Leicestershire lead by 382 runs. And it may be that they'll go into the final day in that position with 2 second innings wickets in hand. For now, and possibly for today, from Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, we'll say goodnight. As I say, we might just be back, but we don't think so. So, in all likelihood, and judging by the fact that they are now pulling on the covers for the run-ups, I think that is it. Night-night.